M7 official gaming foam.
Are going to the M7 World
Let's
Championship.
go. Let's go.
futbol uğraşıyordum, futbolcu olmak istiyordum. Ama pandemi girdikten sonra futbola ara verdim. Birazcık da Mobile Legends oynamaya başladım o zamanlar, yani yaklaşık.
Que nosotros empezamos desde la MDL, la ganamos, después subimos a la MPL, también la ganamos y ahora estamos en el Mundial y también esperamos ganar.
I think Team Zone is underdog in M7. Nobody expected us to be here.
Evo was once a dark horse and we break through the expectation of everyone.
Team Flash upon! They broke history!
Even though we are coming in as a newcomer, we are not just coming in here for experience.
We know we have power, that's all, we are good.
Nosotros somos el equipo Dark Horse.
Who do I think will be the dark horse? A bit of a Malaysian bias, but I would say CG for sure.
I'll lean more towards Yangon Galactic. I don't think anyone really is expecting CG to be a threat.
Kita orang bukan dark house. Kita orang cuma pendatang baru.
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုတော့မထင်ဘူးအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်နေတော့ကြောင့်မလို့ပွဲတဲ့ကြရင်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံနဲ့ဆော့ရသွားမှာချပြသွားမယ်မလို့ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်သေးတယ်
Sebab kita orang ni suka invade orang, bancang orang. Memang gaduh tak berhenti.
ညီရဥအောင်ချတယ်ပေါ့အားကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော် gracious ဆိုတာသဘောကျတယ်
Agresif, kenapanya? Karena suka perang. Karena kalau misalkan bermain agresif, musuh bakal kena pressure duluan.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេង aggressive ដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំកាលមុនគឺមើល player ខ្លួនឯងនីមួយៗហើយគិតទៅថាអ្នកគឺដៃខ្លាំងមែនតើអញ្ចឹងលេង aggressive គឺត្រូវ
我们战术打法无规则打法，有对手可能研究不透我们吧。
We are not that serious. We just playing for fun because it helps us not get pressure. If you play for real, we get a high pressure international.
可以打进世界赛的关键之一是早睡早起，保持好身体。
Siguro determination lang din talaga and focus sa sarili kasi doon nalalabas siguro yung pagiging consistent sa paglalaro.
Our secret in our veterans in our team. Enemies need to respect us. Strong mentality and discipline because it's all about out of the game. King teams for me are gaming us.
Siguro para masabi kong king yung team or legends, siguro meron muna silang MSC title and M-World title.
Kalau dibilang tim raja, enggak lah.
The Sky Kings have been taken down!
Kita belum layak lah dipanggil raja. Ya, back to back dulu lah semuanya, baru bisa dianggap tim raja.
Tingin ko isa kami sa mga king teams kasi sobrang dami na namin pinanalo na tournaments and sobrang dami na namin na-achieve ng magkakasama. Sa tingin ko kapag na-achieve na namin yung Golden Road, hindi na siguro king team yung tawag sa amin, siguro mas angat pa doon.
I think we are because based on the recent tournament in MSC we are the top 2. If we win, we already show everyone that we have the potential to become more than a king. Let's do it for Malaysia.
I will redeem Indonesia.
I will complete the Golden Road.
Jakarta, Indonesia, the battle will start here in M7 World Championship. Let the world see us.
Yesterday was a day of victory for the Aurora organization and Team Liquid as 3 more teams were added to the pool of knockouts qualified teams. But today we will be saying goodbye to 3 teams as all matches today are elimination matches. Welcome back everybody to the Swiss stages of the M7 World Championship. It's back to RGB. It's Renmar, Gideon, and Brigida. How are we feeling today, considering that today is actually very heavy for MLBB esports?
I think now that we've already set the tone yesterday with what should have been expected, with a couple of few maybe concerning points for some of the fans out there, fans of this team, but today is where it all ends. We're going to see who's going to qualify and who's not going to make it.
Yep, I agree that today is a very heavy day for a lot of these teams, especially considering how diverse the country representation has become and how some of their last chances are based or in the hands of some of the teams that we are going to witness today. So hopefully we get to see the most out of these potentially last matches for some of them.
Yeah, we definitely have to. It's day number 6 of the Swiss stages, second half of our 4th round. Yesterday, as we mentioned, 3 more teams, Aurora, so if you know, you know, and Team Liquid all advanced to the knockout stages. Today, the 3 elimination matches. You mentioned the diverse regions. We can list it down real quick. It's Cambodia, Mongolia, the champions of Indonesia, like who would have thought? Black Santas Esports, CG, so that's Latin America and Malaysia. And, well, yeah, we already mentioned Indonesia. And, of course, Evil from Singapore. So you're going to be seeing the schedule in just a bit. But this bracket, no one expected that we'd be here, wherein potentially Onyx ID could be eliminated.
I mean, let's put the visuals up there for everybody out there. The Swiss stage bracket has been pretty, I would say, if you are outside some of the major regions, have been a little controversial, right? Because it's really coming down to the point of who really makes it to the next stage. And out of the major 3, we're still surprised that, even for me as a Malaysian fan, that SRG qualify earlier than teams like Onyx, for an example. And even AE doing pretty well at the international years alongside with the Filipino Giants.
Yeah. It's so surprising too to see how some of, or I'd say really Yangon. Like I think a lot of people have somewhat had expectations for Yangon, but it's crazy to think how they're able to accomplish it against teams who people had much more expectations towards. That's namely Onyx, which you also did mention and which we will be witnessing later on in the last series of today.
Yeah, but the first series, we're going to start it off with the champions of Cambodia against the champions from Mongolia from the wildcard zone, the last remaining wildcard team in M7, CFU Gaming. Of course, still a lot of questions as to what's going on with their performance, what's happening, but once now, they are going to be fighting their first best of 3 in this tournament. Maybe we'll see them in the form we're a little bit more familiar with. While for Black Santas Esports and CG, I think this is the mini little wild card of the Swiss stages. So we first have to explain the draw that we're going to have later for the knockouts. So 8 teams will be split into 3 pools. We have the 2 teams that have gone on 3-0. The second pool that has 3 3-1 record teams, and the third pool with 3 3-2 record teams. Step 2, start with Seed Pool 1. Draw 2 teams from Seed Pool 1, place them into 2 separate halves of the bracket, while here's Step 3 and 4.
Yep, and then immediately after, we have to start looking at the process of Seed Pool 3. Now, the reason why we jump into Seed Pool 3 is because we also have to look at the first teams playing against that pool. Now, generally speaking, Seed 3 is going to be those who qualify the latest within the tournament as we look over to Step 4, because Seed Pool is anybody who has taken a loss but still managed to qualify. So it's really important to understand here at the Swiss stage, having a clean record puts you at a huge advantage, because technically that would be the strongest teams, while C3 would be the weakest teams being the last to qualify.
It's pretty similar to what we're used to seeing, especially in our local MPL regions, wherein whenever you qualify or whenever you put yourselves up there towards the end of the standings in the regular season, then you are guaranteed to at least have either, let's say, an upper bracket advantage. But in this scenario, you're guaranteed to go up against teams who did not fare as well compared to you in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, here's a little example I can give you. So 2 out of the 3 3-2 record teams will face 3-0 teams. So let's look at Onyx Indonesia. If ever they make it out and they end with a 3-2 record, they only have 2 possible opponents for the first round of knockouts, either Alter Ego or Selangor Red Giants.
There is the possibility that they actually skip the top 2 and look to maybe get drawn later down the line. At the end of the day, it comes down to the draw pool. If you are the third on that pool for seed number 3, you actually have a slight advantage going relatively even against an opponent who also has the same score.
Now let's look at the first matchup of today. CFU Gaming against Team Zone. No more testing the waters, no more zoning out. To be fair, here's something that I'd want to say about Swiss stages. I feel like the best form is the more unique picks. Picks like the Leomord, all of that. Teams who are willing to tap into that deep pool of, hey, what the heck is going on here? This actually works out if you think about it. That's the secret if you want to make it out of Swiss.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it wouldn't be too impossible for our teams or for these teams to actually bring out those ideas, or if not the more unique picks, those picks which are a bit more signature to them. Because I think we saw that work, especially for, let's say, CFU, when they started to go back to the likes of the Joy, and that's considering that they were able to set it up really, really well in the draft. Then we saw how they were just able to show us the gameplay we've been wanting to see from CFU for so long.
Comfort picks play a huge part in the tournament, but at this point, and especially how demanding M7 is requiring all of these teams to hit in terms of just raw mechanical execution and smart playmaking, the meta also demands for them to say, hey, what we saw from yesterday, TL put on a masterclass of macro, barely even fighting their opponents. I think we're going to see a lot of teams actually understand, hey, we have to make something happen. If we get pushed into a corner, we cannot just let them do what they want.
Of course, as we all know, when it comes to the major internationals, we have our wild cards, right? And one of the few teams, one of the 2 who made it through the wild cards this year and are still here, it's Zone. They have a very interesting story. Of course, we knew that ZX Aura did mention that he paid for the team out of his own pocket to boot camp in Malaysia and improve. So let's find out a little bit more about Zone, their journey, and why they deserve to be where they are now.
Since M5, international events have been harsh for us Mongolians. Since Lilgan, there has not been a very notable achievements for Mongolian teams.
我注意到6个人的团队就是在 M5 的 Wildcard 的时候，当时候就被他们的热情所打动，然后就想要支持他们了。我相信他们应该是因为没有太多机会去跟强的队去打比赛，所以我觉得这个是他们输的原因。
I think we need more tournaments there. We really do. We have a big player base, but lack of tournaments, lack of human resources is the issue. I'm the coach of my team, right? And I manage my team. I handle the social medias. I design the posters. I drive them from the boot camps to the tournaments.
This time it was so kind of difficult situation because I heard it from the coach as well as Zauras funding the whole boot camp.
Before the qualifiers, we had a boot camp which we rented it with our own money, with our players' parents' money. Our players' parents helped us a lot to make it happen. When we were practicing for the qualifiers for the M7, there were nights we went to bed without eating because we couldn't afford it. But we were so happy because we beat our opponents so badly in the scrims, right?
We want to be the first Mongolian team in the playoffs.
They have made it so far, but if they made to the next stage, it will be even better. They deserve it.
我过来支持Team Zone也是为了支持6干的成员。这一次我相信Team Zone一定可以打进8强了。
Everybody wants to compete in the international events, so that determination, that love for the game is what fuels us Mongolians.
I legit feel so emotional after that. It all started with Zixora and the fun fact we learned about him during the wildcards, but now you hear it from Coach Summer that he himself does so much for this team too, all fueled by passion.
passion, love for the game, and truly looking for an international moniker to walk with him, and honestly looking to break records for the region. It's passion to a different degree. It's truly sacrifice.
Will Zone be the first Mongolia team to make it to the knockouts in the M Series? The journey that they've been on was not the easiest, but not a lot of people even expected them to make it this far. Yes, they were some of the best teams that we had in the wild card. No one expected them to really be getting through to the wild card. But now here they are. Yes, they are fighting for tournament alive. But there's a reason why Zone is up there now, today, amongst the names that people are watching out for as the dark horses of the tournament. But for Zone, they're not dark horses, they are contenders. But going up against them is a team that should not be overlooked. From a region that also embodies that spirit, love for the game, passion. The fans of Cambodia are some of the most fiercely passionate MLBB communities that we have in global MLBB esports, and they have to survive the Cambodian Sharks, which now, 3-game series, we know the experience of this team. This is going to be a really tough test for Zone.
It really is, because it really breaks my heart when I see two very passionate teams who put a lot of sacrifice and time, investment into the game to try for a world title. As much as Team Zone had to use natural funds and lacking resources, CFU, this lineup, and especially these players, have been working for a total of 4 years, an accumulative 4 years, to try and even get remotely close. One, to get out of groups, and now that we switched over to Swiss stage, making it to a playoffs.
Yeah, and it feels so different when you actually see them in person, when you see things or their personalities even outside the game, and just how fun of a bunch they are. Because I think just yesterday we saw them at the hotel. They were joking around in the elevator, they were laughing, and I believe that was around the time that they were probably practicing or preparing for this matchup that they're going to have today. But you see how they're trying to handle everything so lightheartedly, but you also know how pressured they probably are, knowing that once again they're carrying the Cambodian region behind their backs.
But I'm pretty sure with all the experience that they have under their belt, they are used to this pressure. They reverse swept, the MPL Cambodia Season 9 finals to qualify for M7. They have momentum on their side. They've already taken out one wildcard team who says that they can take out another one. Remember, Boostgate took down Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro was one of the favorite teams to make it here. So the fact that they swept Boostgate, didn't even give them a shot to continue fighting, means that this is a team to watch out for.
Yep, I mean, there's so many things that could potentially go wrong for this, but I'm excited to get this game started.
Yeah, I really hope so, that now with CFU and for Zone, I'm sorry, it's gonna sound like the typical thing that we say, but I want 3 games, man. I want 3 games.
It's okay. I'm okay with that.
I want 3 games. I want just
I don't know.
like that. They're just nonstop fighting, bro.
Personally, I wish that these two teams didn't have to meet each other, because no matter what, the heartbreak is going to be so much worse, because it sucks, right? For CFU, it's like we've been working so hard for 4 years. For Mongolia, it's like international wildcard successful runs 2 years in a row, never made it into the playoffs. So once again, I feel like there's just too much loss here at the end of the day.
Yeah. So now they make the grand entrance. It's Team Zone and CFU. Every step they take on the world stage is history for Mongolian MLBB. Back to fight for their lives are Bankai, Kenny, Bright, Kay, and Zixora. Get into the zone! Team Zone! It has not been the easiest journey, but the question is, will it end here? Or will they keep riding and moving forward, get a shot to make it to the knockouts?
And going up against them, the blood that awakened them is no longer theirs. Can these Sharks prey on another wildcard team? In the XP Wadu, Jungle Detective, Mid OP, Rome Boxy, and Gold Sing. Keep swimming, CFU Gaming!
Doing cut the tension with a knife. They are so locked in right now. Both CFU and the Zone. No one's playing around. As we welcome in the coaches. For Zone is Coach Summer and Beku. For CFU Gaming, Coach Taimigo and Coaches Bob.
Big shout out to our Marshal Gary, making sure competitive integrity is kept throughout this game. We hope there's no technical issues to stop the momentum that either one of these teams could potentially generate. If it's not just the mental strain and the pressure in the arena that's going to make them collapse, a single mistake could topple over the entire team.
It's a battle of composure. You feel the intensity. Even the Indonesian crowd. No Indonesian home ground teams here today yet, but you can feel the tension in the air. CFU Gaming. One person that I really want to look out here for is Singh. Unfortunately, I have yet to feel his impact this M series, and I want to see it here.
Yeah, I think it was something we previously talked about when they did go up against Boostgate. But that moment was, I guess, one of the rare or few instances we actually saw him hit his power spikes and put great use to it. So I hope they're able to maintain that and continue that playstyle heading into this Doordai match.
I mean, personally, I think that right now when the meta is already asking you, when we look at Buck CCC, we look at Wadu, they have these playmakers. But then we start comparing the gold laners, right? Both K is looking to trying to keep themselves alive. A lot of gold laners don't want to force a play just yet, not as excitedly as Sigaboom. That's why you have people like Kenny to be that secondary carry if all else fails, or even Zexora, depending whether he gets an assassin.
Yeah, that's the other question here for Zexora. Do we put him into utility? One of the reasons why Team Zone are the team that they are is because if ever all else fails, if Kenny and Kay can't carry, if something has happened to them in the game, it's Zexora who shows up with an assassin and suddenly brings Team Zone back from the brink. But if you put him in utility, he can't really do that. But you need that flexibility to go into utility, especially when you're going up against CFU Gaming, who have a very mean player for the Fredrin under their belt, which is Detective. So let's look at the stats real quick. Grok is currently one of the most successful heroes in M7 with an almost 89% win rate, winning 8 games in 9 picks. Will he be left open? If I'm Team Zone, I don't want to see CFU pick up that Grok, because Zexora will not be able to play if the Grok is in the hands of CFU.
Well, I think the bigger issue right now is the fact that, you know, Grok, he is good for a lot of reasons, and the major one is that he counters and can stop the major players in the game. We're talking about the Claudes here. We're talking about people who want to go in and use that Trinity build to take advantage of their opponents. Even carries, who technically is supposed to be a counter to the Grok, really suffers if a good tectonic charge connects.
Yep, stats-wise though, I think Team Zone, and since they've played all their games on the red side, have always banned out the Grok. But I think we have a quote from Coach Taimigo that they understand how there are both positive and negative comments from fans and that they didn't perform well enough. So they just accept these criticisms, but at the same time, hope that they can also encourage the players, because everyone in the team is working extremely hard and truly wants to win. So it's like they just don't want to let the comments get to them in a negative way.
Yeah, I definitely don't doubt see how hard CFU Gaming has been working. Of course, we know they swept Boostgate. Even their game against Aurora Gaming PH scared me a little bit. It wasn't the cleanest MLBB, but it was very competitive MLBB. CFU Gaming are not a team to back down from a fight. They will take that chance to fight if they strongly feel like it can turn it around. Which is why I'm kind of worried here for Team Zone, man. Yes, they've made it this far. They've had some terrific performances. They themselves have gotten a win over Boostgate when it was still in the best of 1 stages. So these are two teams who have challenged Boostgate, have looked very good against Boostgate. But usually when you see two teams who fight so well, it's the one that with significantly more experience that shines better.
Well, actually, I would make a little bit of a disagreement here. I'm on the opposite end. After watching both of these teams play, the one thing that does stand out to me, yes, we've got playmakers in their EXP, but the big problem with CFU after playing against Aurora was the consistency of how often they were able to get a good execution. And the same can be said about Team Zone when it comes down to the mid-early game, right? I think that's going to be their biggest problem, and we'll see whether they've adapted for it. But first, we must address the draft. We're going to Broken Walls.
Ooh. Broken Walls for our first game here in this series. So whether or not the Grok comes through, I actually want to see which sides they'll be taking first. Because if because if Team Zone's on the red side again, oh, there you go. That's a Grok ban. Okay.
Yeah. As expected, they want to play Assassin. So one thing that Zone maybe would want to consider if it's available for them, we've seen it pop up just a little bit more, but the first 2 picks, Hilda, really gives a little bit more room for your Assassin to shine, if ever. But there are still things to consider here, especially the Claude, the best marksman that we have in the game right now, and with an extremely high win rate. That's crazy that they banned out the Yi Sunshine, considering that they are blue side, though.
Yeah, I mean, are they trying to narrow down the hero pool in the jungle? Because they both use very similar jungle heroes, and we're talking about if they want to force out utility heroes from Zeuxora, that might be a great move.
Could be. While you are typing out your theories, as per the draft decisions, of course, type out who you think will win this match. Go to the chat right now. Is it Zone or CFU? The votes are getting updated live in your screen, so you can check that out.
There's a Yuzhong, by the way.
There is a Yuzhong that's wide out in the open. I understand that CFU were looking for opportunities to be like, you know what, we're going to get the Claude anyways. At this point, how do we kind of slow down Zeuxora? Do we want something that is punishable, right? Hayabusa is punishable, Lancelot is punishable, especially when the real test is how often can you execute well in these team fights. So they go for the safe option, right? Yuzhong alongside with the Hylos. I'm not 100% sure on this Hylos just yet, but let's see what the next 2 picks from CFU are going to be.
I'm always okay with having a high loss around if there's a Claude. I mean, yes, it's very one-dimensional to just look at the Claude and say, hey, let's pick up the high loss for the easy stun. But we have seen it before this M7 that it has stopped or at least diminished Claudes a little bit. It's not a 100% oh, high loss straight up counters Claude. It just makes it a little bit easier to deal with.
Yeah, it just means
that you take all the wins.
It just means that you can't like BMI right on top of somebody and then hold your flicker hoping that they would respond to it, right? And now CFU are going back into a really, really comfortable style of play. Right now, I'm expecting to see Box CCC, who, again, in his own region, 100% win rate when he gets his hands on that show. Lapu, another great way to kind of set up, knowing that Kenny might be the main focal point for the side of Z1.
So it's either do they pick up the hero for K here in Red 3 already, because the likes of the carry is still there. They just want to make sure that we'll get the usual Claude carry matchup. But if we're done with that, I don't mind. I don't mind seeing something else.
I think, personally, I think they need to go Lunox or something that has iframes to work with. It feels like it's very much CFU wants to make sure that Farsa is just a non-option for them.
Yeah.
So, is it the mid or is it the gold?
Oh, wait.
They still want to play the Farsa into the Claude, into the Cho, into the Lapu. Yep. Brave is an understatement.
Very, very brave. And I think that, again, Coach Summer has a really good idea of what the draft needs to look like. All right, we're sacrificing the mid lane, but we're immediately going to take out the utility junglers, right? I'm guessing the Fredrin's also going to be part of that second ban phase, but from CFU's side, do you just target gold laners? Get rid of the carries, get rid of the Rangers? Is there anything else that's relatively good here?
There's a Harith. Although the Cho Lapu.
No matter what, the marksman has to take the Purify, right? And they can't go double fighters because Yishin Shin's out.
We might end up seeing a gold laner here that maybe won't even pick up the Purify. It's still going to be tough, but there are very few teams who are willing to pick up a Flicker on their gold laner because they're thinking a little bit more about the repositioning. Right now, you don't even see the jungler for Zone. And with YSS Leomord getting taken out, there's not a lot of room anymore for Zone to go for a fighter in the gold and play a carry. Not a carry, but like their main carry option in the jungle. There's just not enough. There's no picks anymore that you can put in that slot.
Because even the Hayabusa might feel a bit pressured in this kind of lineup.
Yeah, with the Joy getting picked up, I think Zone just might have shown CFU that they're thinking about Granger.
They could, or they're giving the... Well, we'll see, right? Because I still think that they can pick up Fredrin for themselves, and then they can leave the question over to CFU to see what their full composition is. Oh, they go Hayabusa. They don't mind. Okay, so they go Hayabusa. If CFU decide to get Fredrin, they decide to go carry. If it's anything else, probably Granger, right?
They don't mind using the Farsa into this, nor the Hayabusa into this.
I mean, the carry is already banned, so I guess they're kind of backed into a corner. I mean, Bruno, I suppose, but even that doesn't feel that great.
Yeah. And there's just so much dive from CFU that if you even go something a little bit more static, like an Isha, and you go pure backline, that's really going to be hard to pull off, especially if he decides to pack in a tanky fighter jungler here. Fredrin's still open for them. They can definitely go down that route. If they want to go Fredrin, Kimi also, they're lacking the range, but they have so much dive that they won't need the range.
Possible Sora.
Sora already banned out. Oh, they do go Fredrin, but they go for the Zetian, who has been climbing up the ranks a little bit more. And it is the Haritha they decide to go for. They don't go for physical. I mean, with the high, yeah, they already had the Hayabusa Yuzong. They just decided to go for more magic burst here. I'm leaning a little bit more towards CFU here, but Zone does have a window. It's just very difficult to get through it.
Yeah, if it's just sheer damage and aggression, then on paper, Team Zone's lineup looks really, really good. But we really have to consider the amount of disruption, or even just the Lapu and everyone else diving in or into these backline heroes that Team Zone picked up.
Yeah, I think a lot of this early game is going to be dependent on the supports alongside with the EXP laners, right? Everybody else is going to be supplemented by how these two lanes are going to move. But as we start getting into the game, we're going to be answering all of those questions as the Land of Dawn opens up for these two teams for our very first best of 3 to kick off today.
And we have 3 overall for this day of Swiss, all of them eliminations. As we all know, it's so important to win game 1 in a best of 3 because that instantly puts you at match point. CFU or Zone again, type it out in the comments section who you think is gonna win this. And as always, let's look at the mid prio, who will be able to clear much easier and who will be able to keep their health at a better state.
Sing doesn't mind giving away priority in the lane itself, knowing potentially could be dangerous, and also speeding up Fredrin's initial clear. As you can see, it's always going to be a little bit slower than the Hayabusa overall, but that's going to be totally fine, right? We go into our first tech pause. Luckily, we did it in the first less than a minute, so no momentum built. It's all a good time.
Yeah, it's just so far the Zetian once again sort of really handling the lane pretty well. The range is just a bit too crazy. I know it's been adjusted a bit. And more than damage, I think if you're just capable of poking out the opponents in the middle lane early on, then that just grants you a really good advantage.
I think that's also one of the requirements if you want to make sure that Zetian's good with her mid-prio.
Yeah.
Or to even add more to that, just have Cho with you. Or any Roman that has a concussive blast. They clear out the middle so fast that there's not a lot of room for you as a mid laner to trade. They're just going to clear, and then you're going to have to, all right, I guess we're going to clear, but then that means we're behind in terms of the rotations. Or they're not even going to rotate early on. Zetian's just going to keep throwing her skills at you, and then you'll be brought low, then forced to go back. It's not like the perfect 100% Zetian and Cho is always going to win, but it's not the easiest matchup to go up against him.
Yeah, and it's a great way to just stop all those early quick rotations you could get from a Farsa. Oh, what?
Look at how close that is. 3 votes difference. 3 votes difference, and you could be that part of those 3, chat, so please get on it right now.
Can I type both? Can I type both and add one to vote?
This is why it's important to vote. See, look, it's so close. See, it's 2 more people voted and it's still 3 apart. Who didn't vote?
I personally think it's one of the other teams who are like, sympathy. And then they voted for the other one and they realized, wait a minute, this doesn't change anything.
So
it's
you
still
can vote for both.
It could be, it could be. Who knows, who knows? But with that being said, I do want to talk about the technicalities, about the, especially with the mid lane dynamic, right? I don't know whether or not people prefer the Hylos over the Cho in these types of situations. At the end of the day, they both kind of do roughly the same thing, with Cho having better clear in the first like 3 minutes of the game. After that, it sort of evens out later on, depending on what the build usually is. But I think the main concern right now is if Cho or Boxy is able to get a trade out freely against the Farsa, that could slow down. For an example, if you see them shunpoing towards you, there's a pretty good chance you're going to hit wings by wings, and that's going to slow you down from taking the normal path of the river and having to go through the jungle.
Yeah, I feel like if the combinations of the heroes were just a little bit more different, we could have seen Team Zone pick up the Cho for themselves. But now that they had the Yuzong as one of their first 2 picks alongside the Hylos, I feel like they were just thinking also that, hey, if we have the Cho and the Yuzong, that's 2 dudes initiating, we have no one to peel for the backline. At least for one, if having either the Hylos or the Yuzong, you can delegate. Either one's gonna stay and one dive, vice versa.
Oh. Wait.
Based on the game state right now, I think they're playing it really, really well, both OP and as well as Boxy.
Oh, now that's the flicker forced out of OP. Not much he could do there. I get it. They were playing it really aggressive because they were winning out majority of the lane, but that's the Hayabusa you're talking about.
Yeah. And that's cool. That wasn't even a level 4 guy. That was just level 3. He just showed up with a shadow and immediately got OP.
And that's exactly what you want to do, right? And I think from OP's POV, it's like, I don't mind taking the first initial stun. He just wasn't expecting Zixora to gank him pre-level 4. So again, a bit of creativity, but more importantly, it's about execution. It's these smaller moments that you need to take to start building advantages. This is why I think the meta is so heavy on the playmaking, because it's moments like this that's going to allow Team Zone to fight for the turtle.
Yeah, now everything's just on Team Zone side. The control, the rivers no longer dominated by CFU, so we will be definitely seeing something here in this turtle fight. But Bankai, though, forced under his turret. Now there goes the Landshaker, stunning 2 people from Team Zone. Will they go for the counter engage? They are quite low, so Team Zone might have to reset for a bit.
They still have their ultimates. They can get back in there. They need Bankai to first start the jump and maybe target OP down, who just hit level 4.
What? Are they not going to reset this? That's the Black Dragon form already committed by Bankai. He's looking for a target. They're trying to go for Detective. Fury of the Phoenix already committed, but they're going after Kenny in the back lines. Kenny goes down. Detective takes the turtle. And despite everything that was committed, it seems like everything's going a bit too well for CFU as Bankai goes down next.
They lost the shape of the fight, and now they lose their purple buff for that as well. Wadu, with his second bravest fighter, has already dominated this side of the map, and this is what I was concerned about. The EXP laners now starting to fall behind from the side of Team Zone allows CFU to create more opportunities to force plays.
Yeah, unfortunate for Zone. I think that's just all experienced by CFU. They read the situation perfectly. They know that their gold laner will be able to join. That is the nature of the Claude now. First turtle, he can just come in the fight because of how fast he can get through the map. And Team Zone, I feel like they should have just called back. They needed that purple buff for their Hayabusa. And going up against a Fredrin, a Lapu, yes, we already saw the Landshaker, the bravest fighter, committal, and you have to use on, but it's way too tough to make that fight work. It's so demanding of your team to get that turtle.
I guess they were just really banking on the Black Dragon form.
Yeah.
But even then, all other resources of CFU were available too. It's just the bravest fighter that they saw being used. There was still the Fury of the Phoenix and we have the Dragon onto Zixora, but there might be no follow-up. Detective and OP couldn't dish out the right amount of damage, but still one will be as well. Bright is still alive! K2 looking for a target in the mid lane, but they will not find any.
Can we get a replay of that? Oh my god, Boxy! What a sick Joe play. You blink, you miss it. How quick was that way of the Dragon to guarantee that Zixora was not able to get his ult?
Yeah, on point. Zixora was already charging up the animation, but then Boxy was able to kick him back. And now CFU has a DHS for their Claude, which in 2026 January MLBB means power spike already. Just one item, man. Nerf him!
Oh, we have the Dragon, bravest fighter, all committed on the Bankai. Landshaker doesn't connect though, so he's still able to use the Black Dragon form. But the sustain you see from this Yu Zhong keeps him alive. But without that, Team Zone might not be able to contest this objective.
Yep, they have no Petrify to do it. And Zixora's maybe thinking of getting in on this. Bit of an awkward quad shadow there. I don't know what he was aiming at.
If it was older Hayabusa, that definitely would have been closer. But I'm pretty sure at this point he's definitely very familiar already with the quad shadow length. I guess he was just reaching for the stars at that moment. It felt like
he was hoping that somebody would just walk up into it, you know?
Yeah.
But you see Boxy right beside you, and I don't think you could stay for any longer.
He's already kind of made a name for himself at this point. There's a lot of respect going over to Boxy from the side of Team Zone. You can see that they get a little bit nervous when they notice his presence around the map, and I think that's something that's good, right? However, what are they going to use that leverage for? And I think at this point, now that there are no buffs left on the map to actually fight for, you can see that Boxy is proactively looking to either kick Bright or even Kenny.
Oh, Fury of the Phoenix cancels out the feathered airstrike. But Zixora still finds Boxy. Will OP get to find a trade? It seems like the damage and the range will not be enough. But then K arrives, and with the Zaman Force, will try to take down OP. But Wadu will provide some help. Bright 2 joining in with the Glorious Pathway, but now they see 3 members in front of them. Sing is just stealing the auto attack, so will the Appraiser's Wrath connect.
Bankai!
The knock up from Bankai using the Black Dragon form as well. But Sing is still able to deal all the damage that he wants.
Oh my goodness, it's a game of cat and mouse in Sing, luckily preemptively flickering, knowing that the Xora is paying attention to the BMI. These are the moves that you want to see from our professionals.
Lots of focus at the center of the map. Seems like Team Zone, though, I feel like they could be a bit more active, or excuse me, proactive. But Xora just has so much gravity towards it. Oh, the game!
Speaking of Xora!
He can't be using Quad Shadow anymore. Xora must hold his Quad Shadow for as long as possible.
I didn't expect Boxy would be committing the flicker and the full combo, but in the end, that just completely snuffs out any rotation the Team Zone wants to have or any presses that they want to have in this map. 3 turtles will be going to CFU. K has been able to farm up well and is now one of the few ways that Team Zone can make a comeback through this. Feather of Heaven up for that Harith. CFU can just keep this up with their aggression. Now they look to help Sing.
Yeah, but I have to say that they've been really aggressive so far too. I don't think there's been any instance where the flickers have been down or have been not used at all whenever there was a team fight. It's always Boxy, Sing, and OP aggressively making use of the resources that they have, and it's so Team Zone. You could understand how defensive they're starting to play everything, even with the Hayabusa in their lineup, even with this Hylos in their lineup.
Look at Detective. I really love the way that he builds on this Frederick. You should be looking for as many components as possible because the raw stats, look at him. He's level 10 and he's just beating him up. What are you going to do about it?
I like it when I see Fredericks like this. It's really just, yeah, I definitely can frontline. Even though I will be taking damage, it's fine. Like, at the end of the day, I'm going to end up hurting someone, and I do have the help, as long as the other members of the team are there. So good call by Detective.
Oh, Purify forced out of K. And that's it. They didn't commit the way of the dragon or anything.
That's exactly what they want, because now they can set up a dive angle, and you can tell, okay, he's like, nah, he's not about it. He does not want to show on the map anymore, knowing that Boxy could come on him at any time. I think they're also keeping track of the battle spell, so 10 seconds left until Flicker.
Oh, Wadu's all alone here. Fury of the Phoenix, though, someone helps him there. Uses the flicker to reposition out. He's against 5 right now, but it seems like he'll be okay.
Yeah. Queen's Wings, second item for Wadu. That's crazy. I usually go Oracle, but no, he just straight up goes for the Queen's Wings. And at this point, he will be very difficult to take down. So now you have both the Fredrin and the Lapu Lapu as heroes who can just front, soak up damage, deal a lot of damage, and survive at the end of the day.
The 2 main damage dealers that they're most concerned about is Kenny and K. Now that Xora does have the Sky Piercer, maybe he's a little bit of a threat, but only if you are low. Prior to that, it's not doing as much damage as you would like to. Oh god.
Once again, Bankai in the bottom lane.
What? Oh! Just auto him!
It's okay. It's okay. He's alive. He's alive. That was a Black Dragon form, though, and we have a Lord.
They're gonna get the T2 off of this, and with this Lord as well, the snowball is not going to stop.
Okay, Boxy, seems like he's a target. But they're just able to run away. They forced out the Glorious Pathway even. Now that's another resource down for Team Zone before the fight even breaks out.
Man, Boxy already used his Way of the Dragon, and he's still posturing as if he still has it. And now, Libera's trying again!
Wait, Wadu! Oh! Still gets to finish off right! Now it's Bankai that they're trying to go after. Without the Black Dragon form, they're just gonna chase after him. But Detective says no. The call is different. They're gonna transition towards the Lord.
Queen's Wings Rush, way too good for CFU Gaming, and they have gotten all major objectives so far in this game, including the very first Lord. Wadu's still going. He knows that there's no one in Team Zone that can take him down this early. Yes!
Oh, Bankai, you gotta be careful!
Bang!
And there's nowhere to run! Now the Landshaker connecting once again for members of Team Zone on Wadu, but he will force them out of the turret, and that'll result into another casualty. Bright goes down as well.
Goodness. I told you, the EXP lanes are going to make a big difference in this game, and Wadu now developing a 3-level lead against Bankai. Bankai has lost his relevance. Even if he wants to get on top of OP, you can tell he still has his passive to knock him away. And even with the Petrify, it gets baited out early.
Whoa!
Wow!
The energy eruption into the Fury of the Phoenix! And with the Holy Shields, they're able to keep themselves safe out of the turret.
Detective, OP, Boxy, that was a sick combo. whoever made that call, it could have been Detective who says, hey, I'm going to be able to get this this taunt off, get that Fury of the Phoenix down. There's a kick.
Way of the Dragon onto the tankiest member, and they don't care. Now it's Bankai next, and no front lines left for Team Zone.
And whoa!
And the blazing duet into the winter crowd. K fortunately still alive after that, but it could have been much worse.
Dear God, the Cambodian playstyle with the snowball, they're so confident.
Oh, Zixora still able to get something out of that.
Sing overheated a little bit there, though. He should not have given up that kill. Seems like the rest of CFU wanted to back off, while Sing wanted a little bit more. But thank you, Sing, for building a winter crown. We've been asking for this for all M7.
Yep. It's just expected at this point. We expect you to build that winter crown. We expect you to make these big plays of their own. However, looking at the state of the game, yes, it's a 4.5k lead, but it's not like Team Zone's completely out of it, right? They still managed to hold their inhibitor turrets. In terms of the raw items, Kenny's almost there. Zixora, yes, he's able to find 4 kills, but now, oh God, Boxy.
Okay, Fury of the Phoenix, that'll help Boxy. Wadu landing Landshaker onto, but the Fettered Airstrike, there's nothing to cancel it right now, but Wadu doesn't care. He still goes after Kenny, and he's able to finish the kill. Now the Black Dragon form forced out of Bankai as well, but he doesn't get to find anyone. Detective trying to go in. There's another flicker from Obi, and now they still want to go for the fight. The Blazing Duet once again dealing enough damage onto the members of Team Zone. Bright trying to run away, and so is everyone else, but Wadu stands in front of him and says you cannot go anywhere.
And that's the experience we're looking for. If Team Zone were to make the same play, I don't think it would have been as synchronized. See if you saw this from a mile away. Great awareness.
Okay, they get to dodge the bravest fighter.
Oh!
Couldn't dodge the damage. Better Airstrike. They have to run away now. My goodness, K couldn't even last 2 or 3 seconds in his Zaman Force.
No, he could not. One of the few things Zetian is able to cover almost the entire, like 2/3 of the Zaman Force with just their first ability, so he will get shredded away ever so slowly.
Now we knew this Harris pick would have difficulties. We thought they'd opt for range. We thought they wouldn't pick up the Harith, but they decided to lean in on it, and because they could not get the early game that they were looking for, especially since Bankai lost the lane against Wadu, Team Zone has just completely gotten out of their hands. They are playing solely through hoping that CFU Gaming will be able to make a mistake. With the itemization of Wadu up to the Oracle already, only up to the Holy Crystal, yes, but at this point you want a Divine Glaive on K. Now 4 items will be enough to make CFU Gaming wins, but if it's enough to win it is a different question. They're so tanky at this point.
They kind of are, right? I mean, they're stat checking, though. That's the whole point. And now that they're past the 42k mark, this is their last opportunity to try and go for an endgame scenario. Afterwards, it's just going to even out, and maybe Team Zone might pull through, all assuming that they don't lose this crystal off of the Lord push.
Yeah, because they're syncing up the waves really, really well. And it'll be a tall order for them to do that. With all these heroes we initially did not expect them to bring out. It's not just the Harith, it's also the Farsas that we did not expect to see from them, but now they'll have to say goodbye to their first base turret. And there's another wave coming up in mid.
They gotta guide that Lord down, right? Get to take advantage of it.
Okay, there's the BMI already. Boxy still not looking for a kit. Oh, I take it back. He actually finds it on one of the most important members at that. Zixora is down for this defense. And there goes another Bravest Fighter and the Praisers Wrap combo. Sing going in 2. But he gets taken down by the turret shot. And now CFU lose their marksman.
We still have one more Siege minion though, but CFU Gaming will back off as Zone successfully defends.
They get to live. They get to live. There is nothing wrong with living and sacrificing all of your inhibitor turrets. The only problem is that now coming up for the next Lord in 66 seconds, they're going to be at a major disadvantage. It is not up to them anymore whether they are able to win this game or find that comeback. Let's look at the replay one more time at the very least, right? Because this defense really boils down to what is the most important thing. And yes, Boxy is still making these insane plays. I would argue that he's going to be the MVP by the end of it. But at the very least, Bankai finds a little bit of value while K is able to get in and out of these fights. This is how the shape of the fight needs to look like. Kenny is your anchor, and so is K. They cannot be using their abilities at the same time unless they can guarantee a kill on Sing.
Saying though he really needs his time and sentries just a little bit better. I know he was sending back the members of Team Zone, specifically Kenny, but he should not have eaten all those turret shots in the hopes that he'd be able to take someone down because they need him to lock in. OP also having the Winter Crown there was very clutch. Definitely Bankai could have just straight up blasted him, but he was able to Winter Crown away the passive of the Yuzhong.
Yeah.
And the combo, the full combo too.
I guess Singh didn't really notice that the turret shot was on him too.
Yeah, the man was so locked in with getting that kill. He really wanted that.
He wanted it, but now how do they even contest for this Lord, right? It's an almost guaranteed non-contestion for CFU as Team Zone just locked in their base, unable to do much about it, right? If one of them get picked off at 60 minutes into the game, it's roughly like a 30 to 40 second, depending on who dies, respawn timer, which is pretty much game over at this point, knowing that the Lord is going to spawn in about roughly 10 seconds.
Yeah, CFU Gaming can definitely finish it off here unless errors, again, a little bit of jitters or over-eagerness to end it, leading to members of CFU Gaming, especially Singh or OP, maybe even Wadu falling down unnecessarily early. Zone, still, same condition. Wait for CFU and hope they make a mistake.
Wadu, who's 7-1-4, by the way, on this Lapu-Lapu. And now Boxy once again, but he gets stunned by Bright. But nonetheless, look at the damage from the Blazing 2 into the Winter Crown! Singh is able to do so much, and now without any hesitation, gets to lock on the towers. Game 1 finally goes over to CFU.
That was a beautiful adaptation right at the very end. They had already made sure that they have conditioned their opponents. Who comes in first? It's always Boxy. And if you don't stop him, guess what? You open up angles for everybody else to start trickling in.
Blazing Winter, very good. That's my analysis.
Yep. You use your stun as the high loss, and now everyone gets to go in whenever they want.
And he even juggled that. He ended the game with Immortality. He juggled this Winter Crown Immortality just in case he got taken down. That was a great angle, great read by Singh, and now of course, Zone really have to go back to the drawing board here because I feel like that draft could have gone on differently. The last two picks feel like they just settled into, okay, what's comfortable for us? What is the best pick for us personally, but not for the big picture?
I feel like their big picture was too narrow, actually. Their first opening picks weren't too bad. The high loss did not necessarily need to come out there. And I think they could have waited for maybe even like third pick to see, oh, you picked the Cho first, and then maybe you look for a different opportunity later down the line. But at the end of it all, right, I wouldn't say that it's Bright's fault. I think a lot of it just boils down to where the rotation needed to go on the map. They were worried for K's life, and that is why they kept on leaning to that side of the map when CFU decided to try and blockade them through that river. But Bankai, if they just got him back one kill after the turtle fight, he might have go even against Wadu later down the line.
Yeah, it's been a consistent thing for Zone for the entirety of M7. Bankai's laning, Bankai's first or second turtle. Zone needs to help him out more. I think K and the gold lane is completely fine, but when it comes to the EXP lane, that's been the major pain point for Zone and what teams have now been looking at as the main weakness that they can focus on. And if Zone can't help their EXP laner, it's not going to be a good time for them.
Yeah, Bankai definitely struggled there. And it was very evident from the first turtle. And that's not how you want to see a Yuzhong, because you would assume that a Yuzhong in your team would almost guarantee you a first turtle or two.
Yeah,
but that wasn't the case for this game in for Team Zone. But I guess it's a template they try to follow in terms of the draft, because I think for majority of their previous games, it's always been Bright's hero prioritized for first two. But that was the Gadot that we're talking about, and it's a bit different now.
It is a little bit different, but I guess it could come down to, is this really boiling down to experience? Because the only time I saw quote-unquote experience really start to come through was at the very end with all the built-up conditioning up until that point. The laning gaps were pretty obvious that it was going to happen. You could see the posturing happen from a mile away, and not to mention, it's not like Bright didn't know what was going on. He actually spotted out a majority of the members before they even got to the dive.
Right. They had the vision, they had what they needed, but they just could not make it work. And when they don't make it work in the early game, then Wadu is happy. Yes. The itemization, how fast he was able to get his queen swings, and of course Detective as well, who... One thing that I wanted to say earlier, but a fight broke out was that the rotations of zone looked like it was so dependent on Zexora. They were looking at the Hayabusa that, okay, we can't do anything in the mid until our Hayabusa's here. While for CFU, you essentially had two roamers rotating. It's Boxy going one way, it's Detective going another. If Detective is here, Boxy's on another area getting vision and seeing who in the members of Team Zone are backing up and trying to defend the aggressive rotation from CFU. So it was a good juggle between the jungler and the roamer of CFU Gaming.
Yeah, hopefully this isn't a negative way to look at Zexora being the leader of the team, and I hope they get to address that moving forward, because we have Boxy as our MVP, who I think did a lot more than just those Way of the Dragon entries.
I think there's an argument that he probably should. They should ban it out. They should ban out this show. If not, take it for yourself, because he's doing so much for the team. He's making these amazing off-tempo plays, and I love off-tempo plays because he knows exactly the timing of, hey, if I do this right now, we get a non-contest for the turtle. If I do this now, we put Wadu in a much better position, and that's the beauty of it all. But I think it's time, boys and girls, let's look at the highlights and let's really break this down. Because as we see this game continue to progress, every single moment in this game is highly dependent on who gets those first initial kills, right? Let's pause right here at this initial turtle fight, because as we see the turtle fight about to progress, notice a couple of things. Number one, Bankai just hitting level 4, already going in with the Way of the Dragon. How would you attempt this fight? For majority of people, you're looking for people like Opie, for an example, to make sure that Detective is taken out of this fight. Both of which are really good examples of how you should probably play this Yuzong in a very traditional sense. But notice the shape of the fight on the very first turtle. You know, if my little tools would just update real quick, I could show you exactly, because the north side of the turtle was probably going to be the worst part of this fight. Here is the kill zone for the side of Team Zone. Anything within this area of the map is within their portion of influence. On the opposite side, if, let's say, CFU just decided, just for fun, to move up this way across the map and stick around their influence zone closer to their mid lane. Oh, whoops. I would say roughly about here is probably their most ideal zone to fight their opponents. Why, you may ask? With broken walls, you notice that Opie, as you see later down into the fight, actually moves in that direction. As you see him move into that direction, you notice that the fight gets completely split in half, with the backline having no access whatsoever because of this play, stretching Team Zone apart. And that's the beauty of Yuzong, but also one of his biggest weaknesses. He's allowed to overextend and sustain if he sticks onto his target. If he doesn't stick onto his target, then he's basically left out to dry. And this repeats itself throughout the game, allowing Boxy to be able to find these incredible kicks time and time again, knowing that he won't get punished, or at the very bare minimum, he's going to get a Petrify, he is going to get a Flicker. Great game overall, a good show of experience and conditioning from the side of CFU, but I think for Team Zone, their biggest adjustment right now has to be the laning phase and first turtle.
Yeah, I'm also wondering where the info was that the Claude was gone, because Team Zone fought that as if no one called it that the Claude was on the way.
Yeah.
And they should have known, because they saw him walk into the bush, so it's like, you know where they're coming from.
Yeah, and yeah, they had the Hylos there in the back, but it really feels like they just, I don't want to use the term disrespect, but for a moment they just forgot that the Claude was on the way, and it was the easiest Blazing Duet entry for Sing to just break it apart.
Yeah, and it's a Claude. So I think more than anything, you have to remind themselves that it's a Claude who already, in terms of priorities in the draft, is already very much up there, which is why it's first pickable. A lot of times we see it there. So they just left it open, and more than leaving it open, they left him all alone throughout the game. I feel like they have been a bit too reactive towards the XP lane too, and maybe that's exactly what CFU wanted to happen.
I think that CFU understood two things. Number one, if we're going to fight Zone, we have to fight them on our own terms, right? Let's deny Zexora as many pickoffs, solos pickoffs as possible. Let's really focus on making sure that Kenny and Kay don't really get to maximize their damage, right? I think Kenny is the only exception to that damage rule because he does have Feathered Airstrike, but Kay especially, Zaman Force, what happens? Who gets involved? It's either Detective catches him or Boxy breaks his Purify, making him extremely nervous, because if he gets hit by any CC without his Purify, it's guaranteed death.
I wish we also saw Zone take a little bit more of an SRG versus Team Liquid route here, wherein instead of going up against Team Liquid in the major objective, they just decided, you know what, we're going to go for OM
Gold
instead.
lane.
Go for the gold lane instead. Your lineup that, yes, Zone has a case to say, we can fight and we should fight objectives because we have the Yuzhong. That was good for the first turtle. But after the first turtle loss and the continuous losses of Bankai, you definitely should have swerved and just gone to the gold lane or just get wins elsewhere in the map instead of like brute forcing your way to trying to make a comeback through the turtles alone.
Because even if you look at the heat map, Boxy rarely went to the gold lane. If not, didn't go to the gold lane at all. Because it was Singh who was always going to the fights. He was the one joining the fights. So that's how you know that the gold laner of CFU was just a bit too free. And now, whatever we mentioned about him and his presence not being felt as much here in M7, we didn't get to feel that in this game.
Well, I think that, especially for Boxy, his biggest priority is, yes, I'm looking to make plays, but it's always around the river. He's always he's always posturing himself in the best place possible, and that's something that a lot of support players need to understand. It's not necessarily, I have to make the play, you just have to be at the right place and consider whether it's the right time.
Yeah, that's another way to look at it. Maybe Zone could not get those guys into the gold lane because Boxy was just always in the river. He was always blocking off Bright, he was always blocking off Zexora, and at the end, Zone just had to try and hope they could find something through the center of the map or through the turtles. But with game number 1 done, it's time to thank some friends. Which one of you took my real me?
You'll never find it now. I've hidden the real me deep inside myself so that I can unleash the true power. Because again, today I'm feeling extra good. I feel like I've got clankers in my brain. I feel like I've got artificial intelligence behind my back.
Oh, is that the AI gaming coach that you're talking about?
You got that right, because that's the AI gaming coach for you. But it doesn't stop there. When the fight breaks out, its consecutive skill feature lets you unleash a perfect preset combo with just one tap. It guides your strategy and elevates your execution. That's a full AI-powered edge. From prediction to performance, it's the complete package. You play, we carry. Realme 15 Pro, the M7 official gaming phone.
Remind us to disinfect that once we get it out of here. Because we will need to get it back.
You're not getting it back.
You can do it yourself, by the way.
Yeah, no, we can get someone else to do it.
Oh, let's just get someone else to
It's
do it.
okay. Yeah, try and take it away from me. Make an attempt.
No.
Yeah, sure,
I'll
we're
just talk
okay.
about the M7 bonuses
Sure,
or
yes,
something, you know? Because the M7 Pass went live last January 1, 2026, if you didn't know, packed with exclusive rewards like Granger's Thunder Ascendant Epic Skin, Cosmic Finality Prime Skin, M7 figurine, Battle Effects, Prime Avatar Border, and more. Plus, my favorite, get Gatot Kacha Solar Spark for free. That's the fan favorite M5 Yuzhong skins and revamped M Championship skins, which are also making a limited time return, by the way. So don't miss out on all the wonderful rewards and start grinding with the M7 Pass now.
Activities. We also have that in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, including MLBB Rising Open or MRO with Season 5, making a comeback, still open to everyone, very flexible to join. Just with major upgrades as well. You can earn hero power from victories based on your weekly champion rank and team up with friends to form a 5-player team to compete. So rewards are stacked, you win or lose, you earn MRO coins to redeem permanent skins, exclusive avatar borders, and more. So climb the weekly championships to qualify for the championship, win bigger prizes, and keep the M7 passion alive. You can compete with your friends too. To tell everyone that your friends are better than other friends.
Exactly. And
that's what life is all about.
Yeah, true. And it's also because you can technically, if you try and queue at the same time, if you just line it up correctly, you might meet them later down in the bracket. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's a lot of championships, I'm just gonna say.
I know you have like frequent 5-man teams going, whether it's with your friends.
Which are you gonna ask me which are my better friends?
Yeah. Who do you prefer to play with? The people in your age group or the members of Team Liquid?
Oh,
I don't know. That's kind of a...
Yeah.
Isn't Liquid like kinda the overlap there? They're technically around that age.
I don't want to accidentally age reveal.
I have an answer.
Mitch and Tic Tac right now.
Oh.
I don't want to do that to them.
It's okay. We just say that I'd rather play with Liquid's ancient treasures.
They're called the ancient treasures. Mitch and Tic Tac.
Oh, he took off his headset. What? Hello?
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Ancient treasures.
No, because they have loads of experience, you know?
Yes.
Experience in the game and in life.
Yeah, man. TikTok is like Noah's Ark. He's just gonna carry everybody on that boat when the world's literally drowning around him. Gosh. That's the first time I've ever heard of it. I'm sorry. Woo! All right.
It's okay.
Shall we drop a little bit more tidbits of information? We'll more Tic Tac's two main heroes. Coach Tic Tac's two main heroes.
That would be the Chang'e and the Cyclops SpongeBob skin.
Why?
Specifically the SpongeBob
Specifically
skin.
the SpongeBob skin.
I hope somewhere Tic Tac isn't seething. It's like, they revealed my main heroes.
How could you, especially when the map reveal is dangerous grass?
So, oh wait, we're going into dangerous grass. So now we have to watch out for heroes such as Hilda, potentially Khalid with a lot of entry points that he could just, with how fast he gets around the map, him plus dangerous grass is just not a good equation. You don't want to go up against that. So far CFU have kept it to very similar bans, no side switches. Brock, Juicin, Kalea still okay, but I feel like, yeah, if I'm Team Zone, pick up the Cho if it's available.
No, they have to go for Claw.
No, I mean like if Zone red side,
if
they
Zone
pick
red
up
side.
Cho instead of the high loss.
Oh, got you. That makes a lot more sense here. And it also kind of puts Claude in an awkward spot where it's like, man, I have to take the, oh goodness, Purify.
Because I was like thinking, yeah, there's a Cho, there's a Hilda, there's everything. But knowing that there's a potential Fredrin, I get it, but it didn't even help as much in game number 1.
I think this is one of those angles where you might have. Well, I like, how else could they have changed this draft, right? Are they just not very confident that Bankai can get away with the Yuzong? And they change it into carry as well? I guess they know that at least it could deny and maybe turn CFU into an assassin v assassin matchup. Like, what is the gamble here? I don't see the payoff just yet.
I don't either. I'm quite unhappy about these decisions by Zone because I do want to see a game number 3 here. I think they could have gone Cho. They didn't need to rush into carry. The only payoff I'm looking for now is we get double horses. We get high loss, we get Leomord. Just pick up Leomord in red 3, then we can call it a day. I'm fine. I'm happy. That's the payoff you're looking for. You adjust Bankai's pick. You adjust Kenny's pick in the mid. Just pick up the Leomord.
Yeah, but then CFU, they still have access to the Cho, or if they wanted to even take away the Yuzhong or stick with the Lapu Lapu, then that's gonna make things a lot more difficult for
Yuzong. So easy. It's so sensible. It's really, really sensible to go for Yuzong here, but it also opens up an actual pretty honest approach for K, right? Because now Winds of Nature has a lot of value because you're not only worried about the clock, you're also worried about melting away from this Yuzong. Lapu Lapu from the side of Kenny. Well, let's see what that magic 4th pick is gonna be.
Mr. Bankai, you gotta show up here. Earlier, you lost the matchup with a Yuzong up against a Lapu. Now you have to win this matchup while you're using Lapu against a Yuzong, because if that doesn't happen, then that means Wadu has Bankai's name tattooed on him.
I'm just probably gonna wish it's not another Farsa for Ken.
I don't think he's gonna get his hands on it, to be perfectly fair. I feel like they want CFU to pick it up. And there we go, the Leomord ban. Very respectable, very respectable. Good read coming in from CFU and Coach.
That I like. Yeah.
They had to carry though, but yeah.
What? Yeah. But why?
And if ever they could have picked up like a Kimmy if they wanted it to.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
I was thinking that like they either pick up Fredrin here for 3rd, and then maybe consider an Arlet for 4th.
Maybe just required so much respect. Ban out the Fredrin.
I don't know.
Even though Zone could have gotten all of the heroes to mess up that Fredrin, they saw Detective and said no.
Nah.
Drafts alone cannot beat Detective. We have to just take it away from him.
Yeah, Detective was so influential.
Yeah, this is pure cope right now.
Okay,
I'm actually trying to cope.
I think that I'm trying to get into the head of C1, right? What was the biggest problem in the game in terms of just, you know, trying to be empathetic? Number 1, yes, the EXP lane didn't do too well, but considering that they were working off of the rotations of Zexora, I think right now their biggest issue is I could not contest it, right? Every single neutral objective was already a non-contest, or I lost the red tree fight because of his taunt. So I think now that they're taking it away to make it more of a 50-50, but CFU, they see it. They're getting rid of the Joyce. They're getting rid of the Leomords. Put him on Lance.
I don't think we're gonna get a Hayabusa pick here, right?
For sure.
If ever the last one available is Nolan, if they want the burst, CFU. Or they can go Guinevere.
I think... Ooh, this one's a tough one. This one's a tough one because it kind of depends on what mid laner they want. Okay, yeah, maybe they'll go for Guinevere now. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Because Guinevere only makes sense if you're pairing it up with Farsa, but knowing that you have Lapu on the other side, it's kind of the toss-up of like, do I want to deal with this 2 for a potential 1 for 2, or do I just want to say, you know what, Farsa, just take a Purify and call it a day?
Yeah. So now all that's left is the EXP lane hero. Or no, it's the mid lane hero.
I wouldn't want a Kimmy here.
Shushin.
Not those Lamtushin's banned too.
Oh, man.
Use the Lunox, but like, how are you gonna play that here?
Not Zetyan with high loss. It doesn't hit the Zetyan Cho.
Oh, is it time we see the?
Got our Lunox, I think.
Oh yeah. Just straight up, if you want to be hyper safe, just play Lunox, right?
Yeah.
Kadena, they're willing to take the risk. But this also goes to show, right? Because if you had Lunox, you don't necessarily have to play around like neutral objectives. With Kadena, you kind of want to hover around the area to eventually, you know, heat-seeking missile somebody, take them out of the picture, and turn it into a 4v5.
Still, CFU ended up walking away with an easier to pull off lineup.
Yes.
But with every Kadeta game, there's always that possibility of them carrying very early all the way to the end.
For some reason, Coach Summer was smiling as he walked down the stage.
Oh, was he happy about it? Is this expected?
Maybe he had like an innocent moment with one of his players just like, sir, give them chill. 100% coach.
As if the other way around, instead of going, Coach, give me Roger, say, Coach, give them Joe.
Give them Joe, 100%.
Give them Joe, we win. Give them Joe, we win. Maybe. What if?
We'll never know.
But we look for the answer in game. What if this Kadeta pick is a secret weapon for them? If it's a comfort for Kenny and he knows how to read the map so well and take down CFU before the Sharks can even get off and swimming early on. Zone at the brink, CFU at match point.
I really feel like Boxy is playing at the top of his game right now. He's making so minimal mistakes overall. And look at that, they've already won the mid-trade easily. Bright, he's going to try and just heal up as much as he can. And Bankai, you got to learn these lanes, dude. You cannot be walking up like this.
That's a flicker already forced out, and Opie with the quick rotations towards the top lane. A petrify play, and Opie takes first blood, while Boxy manages everything all by himself here in the Riverside. Luckily, Team Zone still got the Little Wanderer, because if they didn't, that would have been crazy.
I mean, Zexora will be a little angry, a little angy, as some people like to call it, but so far it's been really good for Zexora, right? He's got the mechanics, he's making it work.
Yeah. And this is probably a much better situation for them, though they're managing things, even though they're getting invaded constantly. But that's a 2-man petrify, and potentially a double kill for Zexora. But Kenny picks it up instead, and there goes his first kill, but it'll be immediately punished by Detective on the Guinevere.
Hello? Hello? Is nobody talking to each other? Why is nobody talking to each other? Because again, the level 1 gank on the top side could have been avoided entirely because Kenny was already covering the opposite side. So it's safe to say there's a chance you need to play safe and you just took a bad trade. Secondly, how does he get there, right? Without no punishment whatsoever.
Oh no, Detective now all alone. But then Wadu and Boxy will somehow be able to follow up. That's a kill going over to Wadu. And Zexora is still taking his orange.
I'm surprised that Wadu didn't keep fighting Zexora just for fun.
Yeah. He could have afforded to take him out, but I think now they're looking towards Bankai. Oh no!
Oh! Coming in just at the right time!
Exactly what we were saying earlier. CFU knows. They
know.
Just look at the EXP lane and continue pressuring that. The Lapu Lapu is no longer in the game.
It's non-existent, and Wadu, he's gonna have the time of his life. Literally nobody can really stop him other than maybe Kenny, who can buy some time, and Bright.
Do it.
Okay.
Not. not the least bit scared of Zixora.
The thing is, like, I do not want to lose more life than this. I am willing to get the shield off the Blazing Duet.
Oh, Boxy and OP once again. Look at this mid duo of CFU Gaming. They're doing so much by themselves. They spot Kenny though, so he cancels the better airstrike. Boxy already quite low, doesn't have anywhere to run through, uses the way of the dragon, gets a shield from the turtle, but that'll not help him for long.
Oh, CFU Gaming got the turtle in the end.
So many things happening.
I am in the same boat as you, Regina. I think that was all on Boxy. He had ult the entire time. He just needed to kick somebody. And OP is like, come on, dude. Bro, kick somebody. I'm holding the feathered airstrike for you.
Well, at least they got the turtle.
Yeah, they got the turtle. They can refine that. It's fine. At the end, a win is a win. As we saw, though, through the hand cam. Boxy no longer has the way of the dragon, committed that very late into the fight. Will have his flicker up available. Oh, another one.
But Wadu spots Kenny.
Wadu, bro.
He has no reason to stay in his lane anymore. Boxy, oh my goodness, finding Zixora. Bright will be there using the Glorious Pathway to help his teammates. Boxy flickering out and going back in with the Jeet Kune. Does he have what it takes to find the kill? Still doesn't, but will Wadu do it for him? Another shield from Boxy and he's still alive while Wadu tries to fight the other members who are left. They don't get kills, but that was a lot of time bot.
One trick chose across the world just screaming. He's freestyling on him. he's doing skateboard tricks in the middle of the fight.
That's why that man was the MVP in game number 1. Here, game number 2, a little bit harder to read, but definitely still in form is Boxy.
Yeah.
Legendary Cambodian figure in the space, and this is his signature hero.
So nasty. So very nasty. We look at the item builds. Nothing too out of the ordinary. No first items complete besides the glowing wand. And that's only for OP. But even so, he's still down by 95 gold.
Okay, this is... Bro, I know you have Purify, but chill.
Oh wait. Kenny, this might be his moment. Ah, no. He spots Boxy and doesn't even want to try anymore.
I ain't messing with this guy. He's going to use me like a half pipe. I gotta stay alive.
2-level gap between the Yuzong and the Lapu Lapu. Bankai, just get an Earth Shatter in. Or a Land Shaker. Earth Shatter's Edith. Get a Land Shaker in and you're good, man. You've done your job.
I'd be so annoyed if I was Zixora. I see Boxy again.
Yeah.
I always see Boxy. He never gets out of sight. Oh. Ah, that did not connect.
Oh, wait.
Okay. Oh, Detective jumping on Kenny instead. Will he have the damage? Yes, he does. One man down for Team Zone. Now it's Wadu trying to zone. Bright, can he tank this? Maybe not anymore. Zixora 2 will not contest. That's just too much from CFU, and I guess on top of those failed attempts that we saw from Team Zone.
Dude, K is playing a dangerous game here. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Boxy is going to come in for... There we go. There he is. Here's the dive.
Oh, the thing again! But he still lands the way of the dragon, and Singh takes the kill. In exchange of Boxy, though.
I think K was exactly where he was so that a tower hit would be able to take Boxy out of the way out. Kenny,
No, that's so unfortunate if you're Kenny! Even though you just badly want to take out OP, he's too alert!
He's way too alert. Really good calls across the board for the side of CFU. This game is falling into their hands. It's folding like origami. It feels like all the edges were creased just for these moments. And yet, we still have a majority of the tier 1 still available for CFU to break. In comparison to Team Zone, at this point, just a missing T1 on that bot side, but no structural damage.
It's just perfect. Everything CFU Gaming are doing right now is just perfect. They know they have the advantage in both lanes. They know that the rotations of Team Zone are just being read by Boxy. They have all the information to work with, and they're executing. That play between OP and Detective to take down Kenny was just a perfect snapshot of what's going on right now here.
Just this mistake. We all know that DHS is
Oh my goodness, that was a 2-man. Fortunately, K had the Purify, but nonetheless, Detective, look at him, is still running away, but not for long.
Okay.
They get caught by the breath of the ocean, but the Petrify from Wadu and the Blazing Duet. Massive AoE spells coming into play. CFU taking down 3 members while Boxy still chases after Bankai. Uses the way of the dragon, but he does not get to finish the kill.
Yeah, no flicker to chase it even further. And I mean, K, how? That corrosive siphon, he's starting to regret it now.
What? Zixora trying to fight this. still gets to puncture himself to safety, but that was a close call because Opie was there as well.
Opie isn't even completely flying away.
Nice.
He flies away, stops, stares at them, and then decides to fly away.
Was that a shot?
Boxy. Yep, that was just... This is... What we're seeing right now is experience. It's the experience gap between CFU and Zone with how long the members of CFU Gaming have been playing together and how long they've been doing this as individuals, competing in NICEs of MPL Cambodia.
Oh, don't tell me Sing can actually outplay this. He can't.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't die, and that's the most important part. And now it's just going to be an easy follow-up.
Now he will.
Bang.
With the help of Opie.
What
And even down bottom, Bankai. What can he do? Using the bravest fighter, he's up against Wadu and Boxy. With the help of Zixora, they don't fully commit though.
This is not looking good. Oh!
Kenny?
Okay, he lands the Petrify.
Second half?
Oh, even the Rough Waves already committed, but look at He
got
finds the kill on Ken, but oh my goodness, Detective.
Yeah.
Where was he a few seconds ago?
Yeah, where was I mean, it would have been nice if he was there, but a lot of motions happened across the map. I'm surprised that K ended up winning his 1v1. And I'm going to take a wild guess. It's because he has warrior boots, right? If I can't really see it from this far. Warrior boots, right? Okay. 2-level difference. Warrior boot diff. Yeah. And no DHS.
Yeah, no DHS. That is just up to a golden staff. So... maybe a bit of a warning shot, but it was an isolated case. In full-on 5v5, you clearly still see the difficulties of Team Zone. In terms of the comeback potential, it has to be through punish, through a counterplay. Maybe through this?
Right, already using the stun.
Detective,
okay,
wow.
though, has so much free hits. Kenny does not get to land a combo, however, and now Zixora falls next. Wadu zoning out so many members. Detective jumping in. But Team Zone, they don't want to fight anymore.
Oh man, Wadu's got to be a little bit upset with that. Because again, after taking out Zixora as well as Kenny, all he needed to do was take out K, and they can pretty much do whatever they want to the rest of the map. Fortunately, K walks away with just a sliver of health, didn't connect on the Furious dive, and used the Petrify early to try and set up.
Ouch.
Yeah, at this point, Opie can just throw his Feathered Airstrike like that. He's been doing that for majority of the game pretty much. The moment he got his Feathered Airstrike, the downtime on him not using it, I think has been significant. He just always uses it, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I forgot words, but yeah, he's always using it, man.
Oh my goodness, Boxy has an immortality now too. So.
Yeah, watch this. Once that green dot is up on that parcel, he'll use it again.
What? Oh, the airstrike. Still committed. Rough Waves doesn't burst down anyone. Wadu now finding Zixora and Kenny. And now they still want to go for it. Sing's here. So he'll be joining the fight. Blazing to it already committed. K trying to take him down. But Wadu just in time. Will it be enough? Oh my goodness. Team Zone might have just found an opening.
They peeled to victory, cut the skin off of CFU Gaming, and finally the raw flesh stings as CFU now dropping by 500 gold. They still maintain their 4.7k, but with the Lord up and knowing that Team Zone can actually fight, this is going to be a lot harder.
Quite a visceral description, but no other way to put it. I expected K to fall down, but he stood strong.
Yep.
More like that, please. Because CFU Gaming overheated.
Okay, now Bright's making a call. Oh, the jump doesn't land. Detective misses. Now Zixora's here to contest for the objective, but still Detective wins out the retro battle. Sing 2 with an immense amount of damage as the Claude is able to finish off 2. And Team Zone's attempt will not be enough.
They have to cut their losses. When we are going for a potential Lord steal, and you know it's difficult, really just communicate with your team, hey, if you can get this stun out of the way, I can attempt to steal, but you have to back away. Because I'm going to die no matter what. If I can steal, I buy us 5 minutes. If I don't get the steal, fine. At least you still play 4v5 on the defense.
Yeah, plus K wasn't there. If they're going to go for a heavier contest, at least tell your carry, please be there with us. But then K had to go elsewhere. And it seemed like they didn't expect that they'd go on for that full fight like that. Now with Detective having a chastised Pauldron, the effects of this carry are going to be negated. There's a Divine Glaive on Opie as well. Look at that damage.
Okay, be careful of Boxy. There goes the Lord jumping in to the bottom lane. Black Dragon form, Bravest Fighter 2. Both XP laners trying to look for an engage. But Sing, all he wants is the turret. Wadu going in, Petrify play!
No.
And another blazing duet from Sing! Currently on a killing spree. 3 members of Team Zone still remain. And CFU will respect
Can we talk about Kenny's damage? That was like a surprising amount of damage to the backline. A majority of it being him, but this feathered airstrike causing way too many problems.
The Divine Glaive came in just in time. Bankai really low.
Forced to use the bravest fighter. K2 doing a great job at defending one.
Oh, okay.
Was there an argument to commit to that? I was thinking about it, like, technically he could have BMI'd like forward to get a couple of extra autos to maybe dodge the potential waves, but I don't think it's worth risking.
Yeah, and he didn't have a Winter Crown. It's a Wind of Nature that's Sync Pass right now. I think he's also looking towards the burst. Definitely, we have to see him juggle that around. Let's go back to the instant replay. So yeah, this was already after the Divine Glaive damage. Saying able to free hit, Black Dragon form up. Watch Detective, waiting for the time to pounce. Great Petrify.
When does Kenny get it? Ah, there we go. Also, he gets immediately on top of the Farsa as soon as the second feather airstrike comes.
Uh-oh.
Ground, wow.
Ground from Detective, but that's a guaranteed kill for Team Zone. And now Kenny, he finds Wadu, forces out the Black Dragon form, and it seems like CFU still want to fight. Boxy finding K, and now they're all on to him, but he has the Wind of Nature. Singza, with the right amount of damage, will still get the job done. And now it's a mega kill for him as he also finds Xora. Bright now trying to run away, but look at Sing. No one's stopping Sing, and there are minions in the mid lane that Bankai and Kenny have to defend.
A good attempt by Detective. Yes, he didn't get the Violent Requiem, but he set up and baited the rest of Team Zone.
Okay, there's the bravest fighter. Ooh. Oh, but the BMI is just used to reposition out, but the Land Shaker stuns him and he gets shut down. Oh my goodness, Kenny and Bankai, they're still able to prolong this game.
Bossy.
Another way of the dragon, and the damage from Wadu can do it.
Xora is coming back up in 1 second. K is back after topping up, nearly losing their base here. A dangerous moment, a scary sight for Team Zone now that CFU is on match point, but the game-ending play has to come off of this Lord.
Yeah, they have to try. Clear up as many minions as you can and just try and contest. Hope to see if you gaming slip up somewhere. You have the damage with you. You have your Kaidata. You have the carry. It's on point. If you can just stop Boxy somehow, if you can get to OP, are they going to go for the rush? No one marked Wadu. They see a Detective.
Wadu now using the Black Dragon form. He tries to stun K, but gets to walk away, and now it's a 1v1. K has a decent amount of damage, and now Xora is actually able to steal away the objective. They're still on to K, but they're trying so hard. K, up until the very last moment, he fought a way of the dragon from Boxy, and they find Bankai, but they lose the Lord.
Oh dear God, Wadu. They've tried. They try real hard, and now they've got a huge wave down on bot side as they escort their way to the inhibitor.
Oh, Xora forces out the Winter Crown from OP.
Great hold.
That could mean a lot for them, but another Petrify from Wadu. Fortunately, Bright has her shut down on Wadu by Xora, but they will not let the Lord push any further.
Xora has put the team on his back and says, we can still do this. I will carry you guys forward. He got the Lord, he got some kills, and Team Zone are still in this. And with this gold lead now diminished, Zone has a chance to crawl back, but it will be a tough climb.
Look at the items though. Xora not even bothering with the Hunter Strike. He's focusing on everything else, and now only as his last item, he's been given a lot of resources. The rest of his team has been paying the price for that. K especially in these later team fights. But at the same time, at least Bankai has kind of redeemed himself, not only taking out Sing earlier, but allowing for Xora to actually go for the steal in the first place.
Oh, they know where everyone is. They use Bankai, and they push forward. OP using the Flicker position, but now he has to use the Wing by Wings just to get away. Detective is now down. Wadu trying to make things happen on 3 members towards the backline. Kenny already committing his full combo, but they don't get to take anyone down. Now it's CFU on the chase. They still want more.
Xora went down quick. Team Zone have to back off a little bit. Feathered airstrike committed. Wadu with the dive. Bankai still here, but he needs to get out.
Oh my goodness.
This is a nothing fight. This is a nothing fight. Both. There is literally no objective to fight for. This is just looking for opportunities. It's risky for Team Zone, which is why it's good that they actually backed out. Trading 1-for-1 against Detective is actually the perfect scenario for Team Zone. Every time Detective goes down, I don't think CFU is going to be looking to actually contest, even if the Lord is going to be up. They're going to posture for it, but they're never going to fully commit to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how Detective and Zexora went down quickly. I know Detective was one of the first few that got caught. Zexora went in, he got kicked by Boxy, that's why.
Yup. And then it all starts spiraling out of control. Because as you see these fights, right, I think for initiations, it works well for Team Zone to initiate in these tighter corners compared to CFU. However, I do think that Team Zone need to kind of kite backwards into open area to give Kenny that opportunity if he doesn't find the initial target he's looking for.
Yeah, because at this point, I would understand why OP would be a bit more reactive whenever he sees Kenny. Because there will be enough damage that will come from that full combo already. And he cannot get hit by the Petrify. So that was a quick response with the flicker, but that put him in an awkward position to use the better airstrike. And that's why also maybe Team Zone got a better advantage in that team fight. But now it's Bankai jumping in, horses out, the spatial migration, but now they're gonna go for the re-engage. Boxy trying to look for an angle as well, but all they see as of now is Bright. Are they actually gonna full commit on this? Is this the right decision? Because Kenny finds Detective, but another spatial migration doesn't connect. But look at the mid lane! It's Sing and Boxy pushing forward, but Sing gets blasted!
Team Zone are still in this one who falls down. Boxy falls down. 3 from CFU are gone.
What is this? Games of the future? We watching Vamos B versus DFYG. What's going on here? Why are you fighting before the Lord? You knew the Lord was coming up. You forced the fight after the Black Dragon form. You didn't need the Black Dragon form.
Oh, they're bursting down Bankai. Bankai going in.
Yep.
He's fighting OP. A glorious battle to slow him down. The spatial migration doesn't come up in time. Bankai finds the kill on OP, and Team Zone have the Lord.
Who did it? Who? Something has changed, and it's not good. This is not good behavior from CFU. They broke discipline, they overheated, and now they're on the cusp of losing this game because of that.
They played with their food, man. There were times where CFU Gaming, if they just took the more disciplined, steady approach, we go back to that little exchange topside by the Lord, by the orange buff, where it felt like Team Zone definitely should not have won that, but found wins, and little by little it has grown to this. The Lord on their side, the lead in their hands, and a potential Game 3 on the way. I've dogged on him for quite some time, but I'm going to give it up to Bankai. He woke up this game, making the most out of the land shakers. He's landed around 4 or 5 that have been big impact.
Yep.
Best part about it is that he's redeemed himself from the worst laning phase ever seen to now making his team buy time. 5 minutes each and every time they take away a Lord. Well, arguably, I would say it's like 3 something and rounded up to 4, but generally speaking, we still have to equate for travel time. But at the end of the day, now OP is like, he has enough damage to take me out. I must be aware of this. I cannot lose these resources, and I don't think that they're thinking far enough ahead.
All that in a single game. Losing the laning phase and suddenly being the guy who just keeps the team in the game.
It's unreal. It's unreal how this is.
It took us more than 15 minutes, but we're really seeing a lot of the strengths, like, to be fair to the lineup of Zone. Earlier, the Lapu-Lapu versus Yuzong matchup went much better for Wadu. Wadu controlled majority of the game. He's 11-3-5 right now.
Yep.
Still has a great KDA, but now we're starting to see the strengths of the Lapu-Lapu, though I wish I'd see a Queen's Wings in there somewhere. He went for the Hunter Strike War Axe instead.
So I don't want to think that it's CFU falling off, because they have a Claude.
Yeah.
So it's like,
they're getting red. There's something about the Hylos and the Kadita together that's throwing them off. It's the Petrify from the Kadita, along with the Breath of the Ocean, the stun as well coming in from the Hylos.
Because even the spatial migrations aren't landing anymore.
Yeah. All right, pick or pass. Which hero will secure a game win first? Guinevere is here.
Wow.
No wins yet. in the M7 Swiss stage, and it's in the hands of Detective. Badang also winless.
I think Guinevere is more likely to get the win because Badang doesn't see enough play in general, but we see more Guinevere just in general overall. And considering that Fredrins are popping up more often, it makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
But that Guinevere in this game is starting to become weird. Like,
I mean, to be fair, like I understand that it's pretty difficult to land the magic thumb consistently every single time, right?
Yeah.
And I get it. My biggest problem is what are they doing? Did Wadu mess with somebody this morning and they're like, oh wow, Wadu's doing a little too well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal his MVP. We need to drag this out. Because there is no explanation as to why he is so far ahead of the game and yet the game is dragged on for 20 full minutes. Right?
Yeah.
Like, yes, Boxy isn't making as many impact plays. Wait, is that a fight happening?
Oh, that's a Lord already approaching the base of CFU Gaming. Sing's able to deal with it though.
The state of both bases looks similar.
Yeah.
One tower apiece.
Okay, careful of Kenny. Careful of Kenny. He's waiting for the right timing.
Yeah.
Now that's the Black Dragon form already committed. Detective once again doesn't get to find Kenny with the spatial migration. Bankai jumping in, trying to look for OP. Now Kenny, he finds someone, but there's a winter crowd, so Detective stays alive. Now they're just trying to work on Bankai as much as they can. That's the spatial migration connection. So will the land! Jacob Sing with the blazing duet. Can he do any more than this? Because it seems like Team Zone have found the right openings. Now they gain access to the base. They aren't able to completely clear up the wave. But K, he gets bursted down by the feathered airstrike.
K was too eager to end it. He was locked in. But Obi got his ultimate back in time. And just like that, the tide swings after a beautiful combo with the Land Shaker and Breath of the Ocean from the Lapu-Lapu and Karita. CFU holds on through OP.
Oh man, that was so funny. Oh my goodness, I've never seen somebody just overheat so hard where the 4 members of your team is like, what are you doing, Kay?
I can end this!
He's screaming to end it while the rest of his teammates are like, bro, Feathered Airstrike is coming up in 2 seconds, my guy.
If he was right behind the formation of Zone, that would have been perfect. But he decides to separate off, and now he's Boxy with a kick.
Oh, and they want to commit on Bright! Bright, who still has the immortality, but now it gets popped, and with the blazing duet, he finally goes down. There is no high loss, no glorious pathway whatsoever for Team Zone right now. Kenny! But the Winter Crown keeps OP alive! Now Wadu's the one doing all of the zoning once again, is saying already forced to use the Wind of Nature, but they have an advantage. They want to burst down this Lord.
Zone cannot get close enough. CFU Gaming will be able to cap it off. OP goes back to clear the minion waves. No minion wave in mid for Zigzora and K to push through. And our Team Zone will have to try and defend again. They've been able to do it and extend it to almost 23 minutes for this game. But can they do it again one more time?
I mean, it's going to be really difficult because this is an evolved Lord, right? If they just walk with it, they get damage reduction naturally. Oh, really thought that the Lord was going to start walking towards that top side. Never mind. Coming through that mid side is even better because it's a straightforward path to the...
Oh! They still find Zigzora in the predictions from the 2! Boxy denies him of the escape! And now Zigzora's gone!
Zigzora gets zoned and boxed out, and now the captain, the main man for the team, is not here for the defense. 5v4, the hope of Mongolia on their shoulders.
They spot Kenny from the right side. The glorious pathway laid out just to prolong the siege. Another attempt at the blazing duet and the feathered airstrike making it in time. There goes the rough waves, but everyone is somehow still alive. Immortality getting popped everywhere. Spatial migration, and it seems like that's it.
Team Zone, thank you for your effort, but CFU Gaming marches forward with a sweep.
What a game. What a game. The overheats from either side costed them so much, and even at the very end, the culmination of all their hard work and effort really came to light. It's just the Lord that made all the difference. There was one hell of a good reason for Zone to actually win that fight if it wasn't for the Lord.
And the adjustments all throughout that 23-minute game. The Winter Crown made such a big difference because then it wasn't always the flicker that had to be burned just to be safe from Kenny. And all the small decisions we saw, I am still not over that play that Boxy did before they ended the game. That prediction on the puncture.
Yeah.
Or was it the Phantom Execution?
Phantom
even?
X. It was Phantom
So it was
X.
the Phantom Execution and he landed the knockout at the exact time.
Yeah. The craziest part about that play was the fact that he identified in a split second, hey, Zexora missed his puncture. He has to ult, and he is stuck at a fixed distance, and he cannot create any more afterwards.
It was a great effort by Team Zone. But unfortunately, their M Series run ends here. They made us all believe for just a moment. It's a tough walk down, but I hope they are proud of what they were able to do this M7. No one expected them to get out of wildcard, or not a lot of people did. I'll have to correct myself in that statement. And we all thought we'd go to Game 3. But in the end, it's the veterancy, the experience of CFU that holds on. I hope we get to see more of Zexora and Zone in future international tournaments. But now it is the moment of CFU. They are on stage with Rose, and we will hear from them in just a bit.
Oh, remember this team here. Remember these names from Mongolia. They didn't ask for anybody to help them. They did it themselves. They put sacrifice on the line for a title that they could only dream of, and the rest followed after. A beautiful game, a beautiful attempt from Mongolian as a region here in the MLBB ecosystem.
What's heartbreaking about watching this is, imagine if Zexora was able to complete the TP.
Yeah.
If he was able to complete the recall, they would have had the damage. This would have been a chain of Phantom Execution and Thorned Roses punctures. And Zone might have been able to completely turn it around with a one-way through mid, but they just lacked the damage.
Everyone at that point was already so low.
Yeah.
The mortalities were down. And they just needed a finisher to clean up.
Oh. What ifs. So many what ifs for these two. But the sure thing is, it is CFU Gaming's time to shine. They survive and they continue to fight on in Swiss. Congratulations to CFU.
The young team led by ZXora may have been eliminated, but their sacrifices to make history for Mongolia will never ever be forgotten. Team Zone, we hope to see you guys again next year. And the team that makes it out of another do or die situation, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for CFU Gaming! With me here on stage, we have Wadu and Boxy. Boys, congratulations! Oh my, that game 2 was a very intense one. How are you feeling, Boxy?
នៅក្នុង game 2 មិញវា game រៀងតឹងតែងដែរមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរ Boxy
អារម្មណ៍ early សប្បាយដល់ពេល late game រំធត់
he feel happy but like in the late game he feel like frightening he fear like might get a loss.
He was a bit afraid, and I understand why. You know what? Let's talk a little bit about what happened, because you guys had a few days of break, and we could see that in Game 1, you guys came rather prepared. But what happened in Game 2 that led to an almost comeback?
និយាយទៅយើងបាន break រយៈពេល 2 ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងណាហើយយើងបាន training អញ្ចឹងតើនៅក្នុង game 2 មិញមិនដែរបានវាធ្វើឲ្យវាមានអត់សូវវាដាក់ដប់ណា
game 2 យើងមាន mistake មួយកន្លែងអញ្ចឹងគេមានលុយគេអាច come back វិញបាទ
Okay, so they create some mistake during game 2 and luckily they come back.
Yeah, that was a very intense game too. We didn't even know if we were going to enter a 1-1 situation or we could wrap it up with a 2-0. And of course, for the side of Wadu, which aspect do you think that CFU Gaming has definitely improved on after these past few days at the M7 World Championship?
Okay, ចឹងសម្រាប់បាឌូវិញតើបាឌូគិតមិនដែរទៅលើ CFU ទៅតើចំណុចណាដែល CFU improve នៅរយៈពេល 2 ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងចឹង
សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំចំណុចដែល improve ហ្នឹងយើងពេលយើងចាញ់គេនៅ first match ហើយធ្វើឲ្យគ្នាយើងខំប្រឹងលេងខ្លាំងជាងមុនទៀត អ ចឹងទៅពួកយើងរៀងសេះរៀងនេះលេងមួយអញ្ចឹងបង
Okay.
patient ចា
Okay, so after they are lost like in the first round, they try to concentrate back and play less aggressive and try to read the game and play to win.
Play to win and reading the game is definitely important. I'm pretty sure discipline and all these kind of aspects goes a long way. Now, Boxy, the journey might have been slightly different, but if we look back, you guys are in the same position as you guys were in last year. This time around, how confident are you that you guys will be able to make it to the knockout stages?
សម្រាប់បងស៊ីផ្ទាល់នៅក្នុងលើកនេះតើមាន confident បាន%នៅឡើងទៅអ្នកវគ្គ knock off
រាប់ confident នៅឡើងវគ្គ play off 100%បង100%បងយើងហោះខ្លួនឯងឃើញ
here confident 100%.
100% confidence. I really like that. But for us to be 100% confident, it means everything has to be a perfecto in our team. So, Wadu, what do you think you guys have to work on more in order to actually get that knockout slot?
សម្រាប់ Wadu ផ្ទាល់តើយើងត្រូវធ្វើមិនខ្លះដើម្បីឡើងទៅកាន់វគ្គ knock off ចឹង
សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំមានថាខំប្រឹងឲ្យខ្លាំង trend ខ្លាំងជាងនឹងទៀត
For me, I think I will try harder to get to the knock off.
Yes, there will be another match for CFU Gaming tomorrow, and that will be another do or die situation. Wadu, a message to your fans?
វាមកឌូមានអីចង់និយាយទៅកាន់ fan នេះ
សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណទៅ fan ទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលជួយគាំទ្រពួកយើងកន្លងមកហើយសូមឲ្យជួយលើកទឹកចិត្តពួកយើងបន្តទៀត
Okay, thank you for all the fans that are supporting us, and please keep continue to supporting us.
Thank you very much to CFU Gaming, and once again, congratulations on making it out of this elimination match. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this amazing first series of the day.
Someone on the desk finds Wadu cute. Who actually does will shock you, but we're not going to reveal it. Let's put it up in the air. Is it me? Is it Gideon? Is it Brigida? Who knows? You're never going to get the answer. But that performance was the furthest thing from cute. The man was a monster in the game. 11, 12, 4, and 8 on the Yuzhang to end it, bro.
Yep. Really, honestly, I can't believe they're like, try harder? Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean? This guy's trying the hardest, apparently.
Yeah, that dude was like almost peak. It was just waiting. It's like, guys, you guys want in on this?
I doubt we'll see this ever again, though.
Yeah.
Again, ever.
Yes, notorious troll players will immediately get kicked out because this is just too much to handle. The pressure we saw in game number 1 and just the raw dominance in game number 2 where people are just nervous around him.
We gotta believe Gideon when he says that his throw is on a different level today.
Yep.
Or possibly even for the entirety of the tournament. Because I recall it didn't start as well for H.O., but Boxy turned things around.
I mean, you're absolutely right about this. Let's quickly go look into the highlights and honestly break this down because these first couple of fights should have never happened in the first place, right? This is an extremely losable position when you are having not only your mid lane and your EXP completely dominate the entirety of the map. What really matters at the end of the day is how they approach these fights. Black Dragon form only needs to be used in the most critical situations when you guarantee your opponents to actually walk away from your structures, which is why you're seeing that in a lot of these fights, it's going to be dominant. I'm just going to skip ahead. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to skip ahead because a lot of these fights will look exactly the same. However, when we start talking about Team Mongolia's representatives, the way that they started to play the game slightly changes from late game onwards. They understood straight away, hey, our backline is dying to sing extremely often. That Blazing Duet is going to be a problem, so spacing became the most important resource rather than just their battle spells. Now, for the upcoming fights, right? Big throws on multiple different occasions, and of course, we want to highlight the key plays that really turn things around. And I think that the most important one has to be coming towards the later stage because everything that could have gone right for this last fight after Zexora gets caught If Zexora was still alive, there was a pretty good chance that they buy themselves 5 minutes for this next upcoming fight was the most ridiculous you will ever see. Because notice that Bankai in the middle of this fight is able to actually find 3 members with a flicker landshaker. This is what Renmar was talking about, how he was able to start actually providing some value later on in the game that isn't tied directly to a petrify. So with this play alone, he's already stunned 3 targets with the Lord still walking through. And as they continue to fight, we will see at the very end of it, even the Feather Airstrike gets cancelled out early on to allow the rest of the team to dive on further. Unfortunately for Kenny, he's very ult dependent, and once he's used all his cooldowns, he's pretty much out of the question. But everybody else, Sing put down to 20% of his HP, Oppi basically at 10%, both extremely vulnerable to Zexora had he been alive.
Heartbreaker there.
Yeah, that last clip where he
Just
was
got
just
caught.
hit by that realization of
Yeah.
him not being able to get back to the base.
Ultimately, I think that was just a fantastic read by CFU.
Yeah.
I mean, they saw Zexora on the map. They saw how he was trying to manipulate the waves to delay it a little bit and then realized, wait, you can find him here. And we thought he would get away. I think he was maybe just a second away from being able to complete that animation.
0.2. 0.2 is the number.
0.2 left.
0.2. He was literally about to disappear.
Is that a rose golden OP?
Yes, that is a rose gold on OP earlier.
He was juggling that around.
He was just trying to
the
live.
crowds. Yeah, he was trying to live, just maximizing all the shields. It's like, bro, I need to survive this kind of that. After he used that Winter Crowd during that fight, or his immortality got popped, he would shuffle that around. And he was doing that for a majority of the game because he realized that Kenny had his eyes on him. But OP, again, as mentioned earlier, him having the Winter Crowd and surviving Kenny helped them out a lot. But then the Kadita Breath of the Ocean really, I think, became one of the low-key MVPs for Zone for them to extend this.
It did. And I mean, like, considering the build that we saw earlier, Genius Wand, Lightning Trunja, it's just full raw damage. I just think that the Wishing Lantern could have been changed for just raw damage because truly, if they just one-shot their targets, they win. But look at this goal curve. How? Explain this to me. You get a checkmate angle at 12 minutes at 9.2. You just needed 800 gold and you guaranteed a win to this game. Like, you could force anything.
It's gonna be dipped.
Yeah.
I mean, so much. It could have been cleaner for Cambodia, but it's something to learn. And it also just goes to show that Mongolia, as much as we called them the great downloaders in, you know, their previous iterations, where there's the Crazy Raccoons, the Little Gun, the Mongols as well, they still know how to analyze, adapt, and still change on the fly.
They did say they will try harder. So maybe that's what they were talking about.
Well, once again, congratulations to CFU Gaming for moving forward. But it's time for us to thank some friends. And once again, we're joined by V. Oh, I thought you'd actually do a voice for V.
Wait, I'm waiting for the close-up cam. Zoom in on the cam. Oh, look at me. Hi, everybody. It's me, V. Yeah, he's like, cheer. Hey, V, could you tell us about a little bit about the situation that's going on here today? I mean, what's up with Visa? Because, I'm here because of the M7 World Championship to cheer you all up. Isn't it? Aren't I so cute? Sometimes people call me V-Chan in Japan specifically and nowhere else. Remember that? Only in Japan. Nowhere else. I'm fluffy and blue and I'm card-shaped. Card-shaped? What?
Card-shaped? Yeah, see this?
I don't believe that.
Hello?
At what point is he card-shaped? Oh, so that's what the zip is for in the back. Wait.
Where's the guard? Where's the guard?
Here. Oh my God, we were asking so many questions about this.
Okay, so that's
I
for...
have unlocked my final form. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you
so different.
for completing me. I have been missing without my visa, but now I am here. I'm here to experience M7, the world of gaming and esports, alongside all you amazing MLBB fans. I'm here to cheer on every team. Whether you are winning or losing, I will cheer for you.
That's great.
Okay. And remember, with Visa, stay fast, stay secure, be the champion you want to be. Oh, no, wait.
Let me say it.
Okay.
Be the real MVP.
Yes, V, we get it. We
Get
get
it,
it. We
get
get
it.
it. We get it. All right. We can put him down. You've already got your entire fist inside of him. I think he's had enough for today. Let's not forget, because as we're looking for all of you, we see the chat and we know you're looking for free skins. All you gotta do is just log in for 13 days between January the 9th all the way to the 31st to serve time to unlock the Edith's Bird at night. It's completely free. It's that easy. Don't miss it out. Stop texting me about it. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, you heard it. You heard it. It's just that easy. 13 days, and we have more free stuff for you guys, because who doesn't love free stuff, you know? Gatot Kacha's electrifying Solar Spark skin is free when you hit level 45 on the M7 pass. So keep leveling up and please claim your Gatot Kacha Solar Spark skin, because I suddenly lost access to mine. I was bragging about it.
Yeah,
the
wait,
other day.
is it actually confirmed that your game bugged out and for some reason you're not getting your Gatot Kacha skin?
I used to play that skin. So I'll be double checking it later today. But you know, maybe I'm just not level 45 yet. And then Moonton just wanted to let me try it for a day or two.
And they're like, here's the trial card real quick.
You know what? I'm hoping that you just messed up somewhere. Like maybe...
You just haven't claimed it yet,
You haven't
you know?
claimed it yet. Maybe you're misremembering things. Because it would be really sad if you actually don't have it. And that'd be more depressing. And I don't want that for you.
Yeah, and I'm
No
top,
one wants that
top
for you.
Gatot Kacha in a different land.
In Germany.
You can just say, he is number 15, Hamburg, Germany, Gatot Kacha. That is big enough for you. Coming
Remember
up
that.
next. What?
You gotta remember that.
Remember that. Remember that. Coming up next, we got Black Sentence Esports, or Black Sentence, from Latam against CG of Malaysia. I honestly don't know or what to expect from this matchup. I hope I am pleasantly surprised. Renmar, Brigida, and Gideon will be back after a short break to come back for the M7 World Championship. All right? You better come back. You better.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming phone.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Welcome to the M7 Carnival, legend. You traveled all the way to the Land of Dawn? Don't worry, we'll guide you through all the activities and wonderful experiences we have. Here's everything you can do in the M7 Carnival for ticket prices as low as 20,000 rupiah. First stop is the Stage of Legends, filled with performances, music, cheers, the biggest M7 watch party, and a special performance from Stephanie Poetry on the final day of the carnival. Game recognizes game in the M7 Carnival, as we'll be collaborating with the NBA. And history is made here at the M7 Carnival, the first ever MCGG World Championship. The Go 1 Grand Final will be hosted here at Stadion Maja Jakarta. So come join us and feel the energy. Next stop, the Heroes Playground, to take photos with giant hero statues and meet cosplays of heroes from the Land of Dawn. Come to the Hall of Creators and Pros to meet and greet with top content creators. Teams from MPL ID and Legends are here. Line up, take photos, and even walk away with an autograph. Play games in the rewards arena to win prizes from all of our brand partners. It's at the MPL Market. Booths of your favorite teams, exclusive drops, and surprises from your favorite teams. Take a quick bite at GoPay's Land of Dine. We've partnered up with GoPay for your food and drinks. The Magic Map has shown us all 6 zones in the M7 Carnival. We're calling you to play, explore, and wander. Don't miss out on exclusive gifts ready for visitors worth over 2.5 billion rupiah, including M7 limited edition swag bags, exclusive merch, in-game chests, and special skins. Are you ready, legend? Get your tickets soon, because we can't wait to meet you at the M7 Carnival.
Rise beyond greatness and reignite your star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
out on my extra in the last one. I really don't know what to expect between these two. Between Black Sentence, CG. They both have a win under their belt, but there's something about the wins that I feel like I haven't really seen the full identity of what these two teams really are. Plus, add to the fact, these are two teams that come from the quote-unquote development leagues in their own regions. You have MDL Latam and MAL in Malaysia. Welcome back to the Swiss stages of the M7 World Championship. It's Redmar, Gideon, and Brigade, a little bit more RGB still coming at you here. Now, if you missed it, heartbreaking loss for Zone up against CFU. That game 2 really felt like they could have gone their way.
Yeah, I just took a picture with Coach Summer and Zixora just now. You could feel how they weren't in high spirits. It was definitely a devastating loss, but it's not anything that they couldn't completely recover from. And based on what they were able to provide or show us, I feel like the hope for the Mongolian MLBB scene, more than ever, is just so much up there.
My favorite part about Team Zone is the fact that, yes, as they are knowingly leaving this tournament, they can still keep their heads held high. I think they understand that this is just an investment for the future because every single time they touch an M series, they go further and further.
Yeah, they get better and better. Their performances in the wild card get a little bit more impressive. So it's just been incremental growth for the region that we hope will eventually translate into a big payoff eventually down the road. But now we have to talk about what's coming up next. It is, as we mentioned, Black Sentence and CG to start things off here for this next one. And one thing that I want to hold on to is the hope of hype, because these are two teams, two regions that I feel like can actually dish out some pretty crazy MLBB if they get the ball rolling. Remember, Black Sentence made it to where they are now because they were able to deliver a surprising win against CFU, a team that we just saw compete up against Zone. So let's start with Black Sentence first. They've been competing for just 5 months. They've just gotten together as a team, while CG has been doing so for about a year now.
Yeah.
Yes, for about a year. Because CG initially making their way through the MAL, the timing of which they needed to get not only into the top 2 position, but also play from the congregate to make it into the majors. And once they got into the majors, it was a completely different story. Again, most people were still very uncertain whether CG, and even from the words of Coach Rain himself, we are unprepared for the professional league. So the fact that they made it this far really goes to show the exponential growth that this team knows that they are capable of and truly hitting that potential's top end.
Yeah, because it's not like CG also started it right off the bat with a lineup which they were sure of. It's, in a sense, the same people probably, but the roles and everything weren't finalized just yet, and it took them some time to really polish everything. So now we're seeing how even when they're currently here, there are still instances where they acknowledge that there are things that they definitely need to work on, or there are opponents they can't really match head on. I recall in that one interview where Coach Rain mentioned how they don't feel like they could really match SRG when they go for the meta options, so they just decided to go for something a bit unique. And so there you see how they themselves acknowledge what needs to be probably improved.
What I like about this matchup is that we rarely get to see a highlight between two mid laners. Usually it's any other position, because the mid lane is so closely linked to what a roamer does. So you usually see roam versus mid, or roam mid versus the other roam mid. But with a rising star in Shin, who the region as a whole has said that this is the best guy that we have in our region right now. That Shin is the future and he is currently the present. And for the side of CG, you have everyone knows who the hell Chiku guys is.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Chiku. It's new blood, it's old guard.
Unironically, when we start talking about the old guard, really most people are going to be looking towards Chiku guys, but notice that there's actually 2 other players, unironically, who have been to an M series before. Valence with Team SMG, Gary under Team Hawk previously, both of which were not able to, well, I think Valence made it twice with Team SMG, both times falling short very, very quickly. One time from Team Haken, of course, Torak for many, many M series until very recently, where they did it. From the New Blood side, as much as we want to talk about Shin, we also have to consider some of their other members who make this team strong. Because Shin, when they built this team, they looked at Shin, they're like, he's going to be the future, he is now the present, let's build a team around him to make us strong. And it worked in 5 months!
Yeah, and I would like to hope that there's the guidance of Steph being there. Steph is one of those names that may be unfamiliar to a lot of people, but if you've been really following the space, dude's been grinding it out for a long time.
Yeah.
MVG, S11.
Didn't he like stop already? And
Yeah.
he just decided to come back
Yeah.
for this to compete with Black Sentence.
Yeah, instead of stopping, he reminded, my name's not Stop, it's Steph. Kept on going.
He kept on going. And it's this dream that's very similar to what Chiku Guys has been looking to do. I've won titles. I've never won an M series. I've never touched an international and made it all the way to be one hell of an argument. And I think for both players, they feel that same animosity to try and qualify here today.
Yeah, if you talk about grassroots team, I think it's a little bit more BSE. Yeah, they have experienced names. We know Haidon Bush, we know Steffe, but if you look at CG, with what you mentioned earlier, there is a lot of experience there. There's a lot of wealth of experience. It's just how they form together as a 5, working together as a 5, that makes them highlightable as a team that came from the grassroots, which of course they did. They came from the Academy League.
Yeah.
They eventually made it to MPLMI Season 16. They made it all the way to the grand finals. In the upper bracket finals, what was the scoreline again? Could you remind us? Against SRG? When they face off? Was it?
Take a wild guess.
Was it a 3-0? Was it 3-2?
Oh yeah, it was 4-0 technically, but we're not going too deep into that one. Our playoffs was not as exciting as we were hoping for, but even so, we still have a little bit of expectations as Malaysian for CG specifically, right? Obviously, their game against SRG didn't go the greatest, but then as we now see against Yanfeng Yaoguai, they do actually have fundamentals. The SRG was the only outlier, like Brigitte mentioned, where we can't beat you on the fundamental level. Let's try to kind of, play the outliers.
Yeah. Ever since after that, they haven't done too much of the crazy picks anymore.
Where's the Freya?
Which I feel like a lot of people did appreciate. And it's also when they started to realize who are actually the players to watch out for CG, at least in this tournament. Because I recall there's been a conversation about how back home, you wouldn't really put your eyes on Chiku, or you wouldn't really pay attention to Chiku as one of the highlight or key players in this team. But based on what we're seeing from CG in this tournament, it seems like he is indeed one of the quote-unquote leaders. He takes on a role that definitely requires experience for you to be able to pull off and for you to be able to guide your teammates. And it's really nice to see how he's bringing that for CG in this team, or in this tournament.
I find it very ironic because it's like, don't focus on CG when the man's name is literally in the team's name. Yeah, that's the whole brand.
CG doesn't mean cool guys?
Cool Guys Esports.
It's not Cool Guys Esports?
No, it's not Cool Guys Esports. But honestly, they should be calling their fan base Cool Guys.
The Cool Guys.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'd like that.
CG Cool Guys. Then what would you call the Black Sentence ones? We'll workshop it.
Yeah.
Let's maybe learn a little bit more about Black Sentence from Doom with Who's With Rose. It's an interview. Let's go.
We know that you've been in MPL Latam for quite a while, but out of all the teams you guys have there, why did you decide to take the harder route and join Black Sentence?
Porque se me dio la oportunidad de jugar con mi amigo Shin. Y bueno, creo que el primordial era que entre yo y Shin, y después se fue montando con los demás. Que también los conocía poco, pero sabía que eran buenas personas y buenos jugadores.
Basically, he told that he preferred to play with friends. So he just stated that he started with Shin, then he go to other players, and that's it. For him, it would be better to play with friends.
It's like a friend-based kind of team, which is really good. I understood the part where he said amigo, because that means friends, right? Now, we know that in M7 World Championship, there is so many teams from regions that are considered very big or very known in the MLBB ecosystem. So what is the biggest challenges you guys face as a Latam team going up against them?
Y ahora algo sobre jugar,
Contra os times, melhores times do mundo e o que é difícil para você, sim.
Creo que en todos los aspectos, creo que son más disciplinados, también tienen mucha más experiencia, ya que el juego se centra mucho acá en LATAM, o sea, en Asia, y hay mucho nivel en Asia también. Creo que eso les ayuda un poco a ¿cómo decir?, a desafiarse a sí mismos. Al haber tanta competencia, eso les ayuda. Creo que en LATAM sí hay buenos jugadores, pero no es tan fuerte el nivel como acá.
Here the level is very different. Like the teams have a lot of experience. They punish a lot if you do some mistakes, and that's it. More than for them is very good because in Latam they are in the top level, and when they get here they need to improve. They need to get better. They need to get learners. So that's it.
Adapting is definitely one of the things and one of the skill sets that a pro player needs to adapt into like a pro tournament or an international level type of tournament. Doom, one last question. Is there anything you want to say to the Latam fans and supporters who have been supporting Black Sentence in your journey?
Desearía agradecer a todos, a toda la gente que nos ha apoyado. Creo que siempre, en una entrevista hace poco dije a los que no igual, porque de alguna manera sé que es difícil esto, pero bueno, gracias a todos por lo que se apoyaron, a nuestra familia, a las familias de mis amigos, a mi mamá, a mis padres, a mi novia, y bueno, a todos. Muchas gracias a todos los que nos apoyaron, los que creyeron en nosotros, y a los que no también.
Basically, he said like, I know that's difficult for you guys, for your family, your friends, for his bride, but he's going to try everything to get the win today.
It's great to hear from Doom, and of course, if I'm not mistaken, that was Hades for translating for Black Sentence, part of the crew right now. So, Black Sentence, they are an Orga from Peru, and yes, they straight up went from MDL to MPL Latam champions. The run that they went on is crazy. They went perfect in their playoffs, actually, for MDL Season 1. So, they really stood out as the best team in the development league, and then eventually the best team in Latin America overall. Same way how we've been talking about it, CG Esports. Were they also dominant in the Academy League?
Let's not get into it. It's basically, I mean, whatever MDLs were, they crushed it. Like, it wasn't even close. And I think that's the most important part here, because I think that for BSE, they had a harder journey technically, right? Because they also had to deal with teams like Influence, Rage.
Yeah.
And I thought initially at the start of the season that they were going to be the favorites to make it all the way to the M Series.
Yeah, but I think there's something about Black Sentence too that you really need to watch out for, because I think they, in their finals, brought out the likes of a Balmond and stuff like that. So, and it's not like they struggled to pull it off. They were also able to win it nonetheless, because again, they had a clean record and only, I think, lost one in the first round of the Swiss stage in their MPL, and then after that, it eventually was a very dominant run once again that we got to see from them. But yeah, I think this matchup, I don't feel that there will be such a significant difference. I feel like if anything, I don't think CG should consider that it's not going to be a match or something like that, or anything similar to how they felt when they went up against the likes of SRG.
Actually, watching CG right now and their vibe lately, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Is it normal for them to do that pre-game stretch together as a team? Is that part of the rituals, or is this the first time that we're seeing them do that?
Well, honestly, I think a lot of teams have their pre-game rituals, especially when it comes down to just raw stretching, because carpal tunnel syndrome is very, very evident in esports players and athletes. So this gives them, longevity within the game and making sure that they don't lose their career just because they got an injury of some sort. But I think that this is one of the few times that we're seeing, the deep insights of CG, how they feel prior building up into a game, because they know that they are not favored throughout their entire regular league. The fact that they are here now kind of changes the mindset of like, we're not here to learn, we are here to compete. And that's a very big difference in mindset.
You have two teams right now, one from a region where if they get this win, expected result. But if Black Sentence gets this could be one of the biggest wins ever in LATAM International MLBB. Let's welcome them. Malaysia's runner-up is back, looking to continue their run at the expense of another team's life. Yeth3 in EXP, Gary in jungle, Valent at Rome, Amzik at gold, and Chiku in mid. Clutch the game, CG Esports! A lot of eyes on CG. SRG has already gone through. Malaysia has one representative. They will want to make it two.
On the other side, the Youngbloods of Latam return to the world stage for their first ever best-of-3 match. In the EXP, it's Orochi, Jungle Hide on Bush, Mid Shin, Rome Steph, and Gold Doob. Rise up, Black Sentence!
The representatives coming in from Latam have worked too hard and too long to fail right now. With the entire region on their shoulders, both CG and BSE will have to duke it out, especially when it comes to the Battle of the Minds. Let's have a look for both Coach Tsubasa and Coach Lane Time, alongside with CG's coaches, Coach Rain and Coach Cody. Once again, thank you to Gary as our head marshal to make sure competitive integrity is at an all-time high.
For the sake of artistic integrity, I wish blue side was on the left side and red side was on the right side, but they flipped it up, and now I'm a little bit OC about this.
You can't expect them to change their seats between every game.
Forgive me for taking away a little bit from the intensity of the matchup, but I just had to put it out there. But it's cool to see it nonetheless. And I hope we get to see the best of the best between these two, as they have struggled so far in the M7 World Championship. Black Sentence, we've talked about Shin. I want to talk about Hide on Bush. When it comes to Latin America, assassins are some of the best roles that they have. Some of their best players came out of the jungle, and Hide on Bush is one of those players as well.
Yep, but they centered their entire composition around Shin, right? So again, it really begs the question, who is going to be that secondary carry if not Hide on Bush or even Doom? Because we've seen how Orochi and Estefe like to play. They set up for the rest of the team at the cost of their own laning phases if necessary. And Stefe has to be even more careful because he's paired alongside the main carry, Shin.
Yeah, although wherever they put their carries to can tend to be a bit unpredictable, because they can go as far as putting an X-Borg in the jungle, as we saw from them recently. So maybe that's something they will, or we will be watching out for in this series. But for CG Esports, we did mention that in the beginning it may have been a bit more rough for them. They tried to go a bit extreme in terms of how they were trying to attack and approach that game against SRG. But after that, when it was a bit more standard for them, we saw how the fundamentals were indeed there. Strong Todak roots, as you would argue. And I guess them living up to how the mid game is their known strength. So we'll see if that's going to be carried over in this game, especially if you get a really good head start.
So, will Gary get his assassins? Will he get his Lancelot? Or will Black Sentence just let it through? Because if CG don't ban the Grok, it was the Grok of Steph that turned things around for for Black Sentence against CFU in the very first day of Swiss in round 1. Round 2 and 3, though, Alter Ego and Team Falcons completely outclassed Black Sentence because they decided to target the mid lane. We have a quote here, actually, from Yooms, Gideon.
Yep, brothers in support. I hope you guys at CG Esports can make it to the knockout stage, and let's go. I trust you all, and I believe in you guys. You guys can do it. Let's go, Chiku. Let's go.
It's okay, that's a lot of let's goes.
I mean, I want to say it in a particular way, but I feel like that's copyright infringement. Let's go. Yeah, you got it.
I'll do it. Let's go. I can't think. I'm scared. I'm worried.
The rest of Liquid is just like, the lawsuit's gonna be so juicy.
And their jackets are blue too.
Coincidence? I think not. Okay, now if we're talking about pillars of. Oh wow! Wait! They flew all the way out here. I'm surprised that they even bothered to. Shout out to Malaysian fans.
Are they fans or relatives or, well, whatever they are like?
They're still fans, even if they are relatives.
For you to fly out.
Why does it matter?
No, it doesn't. I mean, like,
why does it matter whether or not they're fans or family? They are supporters at the end of the day.
Yes, that was my bad. My mistake. But
Should've fought
Malaysia,
harder for them.
Indonesian. Well, nah, no. I'm not.
It's not.
I'm not gonna fight.
Because truly, I think that if we're talking about like pillars and support, I think it just boils down to Amzik. I think it's between Doom and Amzik right now that's going to make the biggest difference other than the secondary roles of Chiku alongside with Shin. Because I think Shin has a pretty high chance of beating Chiku in lane, but I think Amzik is what's going to save this team.
Okay, we're now in Flying Cloud, so let's look at the side laners to have a lot more impact here. A lot more aggressive trades in the lanes as you can go back into your lane quicker if ever you do lose and you're forced to go back. CG, as expected, will take away the Grog. I think this has to be a standard for CG. They cannot give Steffa his Grog.
Yep.
Who will win this match? Earlier, it was such a close fight in our fandom wars, but right now it seems like CG, aside from their on-site fans, are leading it. We got to see the Latam fan base.
We did. They are awake, and at the very least, it'll take a little bit of time before they start putting their their points up on the board for who will win this match. Because again, time zone difference, real annoying. But at the same time, BSC, they got rid of the Claude. They're getting rid of the Jushin. These have been standard bans all across M7. The only thing is, what are they trying to set up now that Yuzong is gone?
Take away this. I was actually about to say that maybe they want to get the sword for themselves, but they decided to ban it out.
It's interesting. Because even the Claude, now that it's gone, makes you wonder what could be the priority for CG.
Oh, they can go Kalea. If we're just looking at the main priorities on blue side.
Or the Lancelot.
Yeah, but I'd be a bit hesitant to pick up the Lancelot, again, considering that the Hilda's still open, Cho's still open.
Yeah.
You have a lot of heroes that can pressure the jungle, continuously get vision against that Lance.
I think they pick Eve.
Take it away from Shin, of course, yeah.
But the thing is that, like...
What's your command?
Oh, Fanny as well. This is so smart of BSE. Okay, so now artillery majors are on the table. It's just which do you prefer? Do you think that Eve is going to be a little bit more useful here, or do you prefer the Farsa? Because if you get Eve, there's a chance you could go for Uranus, Fredrin. If you go for Farsa, Kalia just seems like the better option.
Yeah. I think that's our top two right now. Either the Eve or Kalea. It's up for CG to decide which one that they won't get.
And then they lock in something like Lapu and be like Joe.
Or the Cho again.
Oh, Cho once more. That's also a pretty good option.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're taking their time.
Take away an option for Steffa. You have something that could lock down hide on push if ever. So Eve, great call there. That is going to be the first pick. Black Sentence, I just want to see them pick up one of the assassins now.
They can go for the Shunshin if they want
Yes.
to. It is a little susceptible to the Hayabusa, knowing that Farsa is probably the only other option still left for mid laners other than Lunox, but you can force them into the Lunox, but then mid lane becomes a little stale at that point.
Oh, what?
Oh, wow. I did not expect the Boxer pick, I will be honest. Though, it is undefeated right now. In Swiss, the Hilda makes sense. They know they're going up against an assassin. They'd want to pressure on that. Maybe that's why they paired it up with the Boxer, but I feel like they could have gone a different route to this. They never had to worry about the Boxer not being available for them.
Yes, well, I mean, it's a bit of a yes and no, because I feel like at the end of the day, it's weird that they're picking up within like first rotation. I'm thinking maybe like a third and potentially fourth pick here, but since they've showed it up super early, there's literally no reason for the side of CG to actually go for the Fredrin in the first place, unless they truly just want to play around Chiku. There we go. Carry, they've also got lockdown. Farsa finally gets locked in. This is telegraphed.
Yeah. The carry pickup. Such a great response to both the Hilda and the Vaksha already revealed for SE. I can't help but think what could be their gold later in this scenario.
Do they have to play Granger? Are they locked into Granger? They could go for Harith if they want to.
There's a Neve though, but
Yeah, it's not the easiest.
I mean, no matter what, the mid lane's just gonna mess with you. So it's just, you gotta take your licks.
I'm thinking though that what if we're getting kind of fooled here by Black Sentence? What if this box is a flex? What if they haven't completely locked it in the jungle and it might suddenly go roam? They put the Hilda in EXP if the matchup is favorable for them. That way they can still apply pressure towards the jungle of CG. CG will take away the Moskov. They are playing a static gold. But then they're just egging on Black Sentence to, okay, yes, freely pick the Granger at red 4. You guys are going to be fine with that Granger.
Yeah, I think they're okay with it. I think that right now CG has set up, they're like, Gary, you are going to play Fredrin whether you like it or not. If not, you might end up with something like Alpha, you know, because we're scared that maybe Hilda is just going to mess with you. But either way, since you've got a tank, you're generally, or a fighter, you're generally not worried at all. Unless maybe BSE decides to whip out like a random double fighter style composition, but I don't see how it scales with just Farsa.
Yeah, might be a bit too tricky for this lineup too.
Okay.
Are they banking on a CC?
I think they're going to go Uranus, Fredrin.
Oh no, also CG are probably thinking that Black Sentence can just pick up the YSS here also. If ever the Baksha is actually not the jungle pick for them.
Experience the euphony.
Oh, yeah, there. Granger red 4 as expected.
Super safe. This entire time, Kalia has just not been touched, by the way. It's just, nobody cares about it. Apparently not a great hero.
I still think that maybe the Hilda is already rogue. The Baksha maybe not flexible anymore than it is the jungle. Let's work around that assumption. And it is Kalea Farsa. Great combo.
If we end up Uranus into Baxia, is that the worst matchup possible for him? Maybe if you like mess up hard at level 1, but other than that, you should be able to kind of get in and out of these fights relatively easy at max stacks. You just never take the EXP crab. You just leave it there. Yeah, just the farm.
Oh.
Okay, glue works as well. Joy as an assassin makes a lot of sense. Still, plenty of, again, there were a lot of jungle options open. Let's just pick your poison at this point. The glue is relatively interesting because I feel like as much as the Uranus probably would have been helpful, the Baxia is just too much of an issue. The little globlets, little tiny Patricks, are able to actually absorb the damage from Baxia.
I love how we already assume that he's going to be using the Patrick skin.
I mean, if you're not, you're trolling, right? It clearly gives you more power.
Yeah, if the Patrick doesn't come up, I'm going to request for a pause myself. Like, wait, is this the bug?
You're waving down the Marshal. Stop the game!
Where's the Patrick skin?
That's not the right skin!
Okay, we did get to see the Glue Arlot matchup yesterday, and it was more of a battle outside of the lane and became more of their effect when it came to the big major team fights, so they were all together. Baksha jungle getting shown early. This is a Black Sentence comfort, it feels like. Something they are used to playing in LATAM. It's game number 1 of our second series, LATAM versus Malaysia. Black Sentence versus CG. I want to bring this vibe in this real quick first. Do you have a preferred lineup at the end of the draft?
I have to say, after what happened yesterday, I might be siding a bit more, definitely with CG.
Yeah, with the
glue. Glue. Because it's gonna like help so much, and the amount of frontliners that are, see, there goes the Patrick skin, as confirmed. And the amount of frontliners here that are present for BSE. So there's a direct response, but we'll see about that. This is still a very fast rotating draft that Black Sentence has drafted, so maybe, just maybe, if they get the right tempo.
I think that's what this game is going to be about, right? It's all about tempo. These smaller trades that we see in these fights. God.
Speaking of tempo, immediately looking for Chico in mid, and now look at how low Valence is. He's actually going to be first blood. Gary gets a trade on Hide on Bush though, so I guess it's worth it.
Worth it for CG, not worth it for Black Sentence. They lose their jungler so early.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends, right? Because this has a lingering effect. Because Chico is now too low. He might lose some EXP here just because of that initial fight.
Yeah, in a way, it's a utility jungler too that they took out. So I guess it isn't as bad for Black Sentence just yet. And it's nice to see how aggressive it is, but
I mean, he's gotta stop. He's gotta stop.
Are you not gonna go? Oh, Gary's there. Maybe that's why. So they get some assistance in terms of clearing the mid lane.
I like how Chico's just playing it right at the edge, man.
I swear, if there was another gang from like underneath the tower from Hide on Rush, that would have been frustrating.
Of course, as Hide on Bush went down, he had to go back to his rotations. Pass out the F3 and Valence. Turtle will now spawn. And Hide on Bush, despite the early death, still willing to contest.
Emblems are still standard as ever, as we see that a majority of members are hitting the level 4s. In terms of support, Steffe, slight EXP advantage onto Valence. They're not going to have their big ults. And I think this is a pretty good example of when you should probably back away from the fight.
Okay, A3 now trying to look for a target. Steffe though, he's finding Chico. Chico though, using the Cyclone Eye and laid down the real world manipulation just in time. Picks up a double kill. Gary gets to run away. Steffe uses the flicker, but now he'll have to say goodbye as well. Yeah, 3. Can he take him down?
Why?
Gary helps him, but he gets taken down instead. What?
He just needed to walk up, skill 1, walk backwards, save your dash in case he tries to close the distance. Because at the end of the day, all you want to do is just negate a bit of HP before the Wilderness Blessing. What? I tried.
Not in the direction they wanted. Doom lives instead.
Oh my, Valence. Doom, of course, not backing Purify. That's just Flicker, and he didn't even use it.
Oh my goodness, Chico in mid! Early shut down by Steffe.
Now you see the Black Sentence plan, right? They're trying to target Chico as much as they can, and they know that he can take this type of pressure. They know that Steffe can get onto him for free because Valence is looking on the opposite side. I'm not looking to try and peel just yet. I want big sets, and I want to make sure that Shin will never feel comfortable to actually feathered airstrike. At least Valence able to hold away for his boy, catches back up.
Yeah, row mid trio. Focused rotations by both. Just a slight lead here for Steffe on the Hilda. Both did pack Encourage, but he did get 2 kills already. Skypiercer rush for Doom after building the Fury Hammer.
Oh, they spot Valence here. Curse of the Crowd connects, and now Orochi dives in. Using the final slash as well. Gary finding the targets, and they will trade out Orochi for that. A roam for an EXP lane.
Yep, very worth it, especially since Orochi had the flicker for it as well. So they know that this upcoming fight, Orochi's not going to be able to do too much and can't make a super play of his own to turn those tides. But they got to be careful because now Amzik is having to deal with a lot of pressure from the 3 members of Black Sentence as they look to position for this upcoming turtle.
Great follow-up by Orochi. Hopefully we get to see more link-ups like that. Final slash, make it worth.
Once again, Hide on Bush starting things up for Black Sentence. There's the counter real world manipulation though, but Valence, before he even gets to complete the Way of the Dragon, gets bursted down. Hide on Bush now gone as well. Gary still finding Orochi, and Amzik joining the fight helps so much in terms of the damage that CG Esports is able to throw out. He takes down Jin, but Doom picks up a double.
Okay, double, very important for Black Sentence. They get 2 stacks for their Granger. Skypiercer built up before that. Hopefully they stop sending their jungler as the main frontliner slash roamer. But Chiku gets the purple buff last hit, taking it away from Hide on Bush. I know he's a utility jungler, but maybe stop sending him in front all the time.
Honestly, consider that winning out like a majority of these trades. Let's find out!
Oh, Gary still finds the objective. Final slash doesn't connect. Steffe was trying to run after him, but Chiku, he's just blocking the way. Look at that purple buff, Eve. Oh.
Okay, all right. He's able to kind of just show the border here, and that's the most important part. As Orochi has already used his final slash, Amzik, again, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. He is the main win condition, as Chiku is now in a phenomenal position. Look, he's a full 900 gold against his opponent. He's 5-1 and 4 against Shin, and Shin only has completed a Lightning Truncheon. In terms of DPS output, Shin should be the one who's feeling overwhelming. However, this glowing wand is doing a lot of work. Steffe can't walk up comfortably. Orochi isn't going to be able to sustain as long as he would like to. Even Hide on Brush has to be a little careful.
Every single time Black Sentence tried to go for Chiku. But now it's Chiku who's up there in terms of the leads. So that's potentially denying Black Sentence of their initial plan, so they might have to change things up a bit. Now Valence trying to look for Doom, once again lands the kick, but maybe not in the direction that they wanted. Gary fortunately was there though to finish off the kill. A bit of slows from the Void Crystal, but does Gary have a way out of this? He doesn't, as he's getting shut down by Hide on a Bush.
Alright, with all of that happening, CG Esports get to push up top as Amzik free to split push. but the reduction on the turret's still up, so he's going to stop that. But that was a great setup between Gary and Valens.
I don't know if Gary messed up there. I don't know if his dash was still on cooldown or he tried to dash and then got hit by the rolling pin of Hide on Bush.
I feel like the moment the kick was in the wrong direction and CG Esports decided to just force it.
What if this whole time his name isn't Hide on Brush? What if he's Gideon?
What if he's Faker? Maybe he's smurfing, I don't know. We don't know. With the Wishing Lantern in hand, Chico Guys is going to make him pay. At the very least now, Chico Guys is like, I've got enough utility. Hide on Bush, he shouldn't be a problem, just give me some time. Same goes for Steffe, but let's play the poking game. Let me and Ye3 do some work.
Oh, speaking of Ye3, might actually find Hide on
this.
Bush here. Oh, Orochi still not using Final Slash, trying to get a bit more information before they actually try to go for a play. Now CG Esports pulls the objective towards their side.
Yeah, and you can see that, like, Ye3, he's basically taking negative damage, right? He's pretty tanky.
Oh, now Valens once again, he uses the way of the Dragon on Hide on Bush. Was that the right target? Gary, though, gets the objective! And look at the amount of damage that's coming in from them! Onto the back lines, Ye3 successfully isolates Shin. Amzik with the free hits, and Hide on Bush once again on his 4th death of this game. Oh, Steffe though, will he get to pick out Amzik here?
Oh.
Ye3 helps him and he does not!
This is a very different CG. I don't, right? Chico, he should be okay. Oh!
Oh!
Lethal
Still
ignition.
gets him with a lethal ignition. Burn too.
What?
Lots of fights, very scrappy. 24 kills. As we're heading into the 9th minute of the game, folks.
This has been one of the bloodier battles we've seen here at M7. Chico giving a huge shutdown over to Shin, though. I don't know if that was worth it, because now Shin is in a much better position now to actually scale back up into this game. And Ye3, let's see, does he have any MR? He's halfway there. Okay, still in the process of it.
Yeah, but so far this glue has been way too tanky for Black Santas to really think about, which is messing up their team fight, because Shin and Doom can't team fight comfortably. They always just have Ye3 standing up on them, grabbing them with the ultimate, messing up their flow, that it just leaves Hide on Bush and Orochi, excuse me, Hideon and Orochi to just now be at this. They're both 4 deaths apiece. Yeah, I think they have to think about the glue first before they start really fighting heavily, because it seems like the idea of, all right, let's ignore the glue, he's just gonna be there, it's not working out well for Black Sentence.
I think that Shin and Doom need to split up, right? Because we know that Ye3 is going to try and get on a one or the other target, but Shin has Purify and Doom has Flicker. I would say that Purify is probably a more expendable spell in a lot of these situations, and considering that Orochi wants to displace his targets, I think the biggest problem right now is that half the fights that we see is Black Sentence chasing, and then by the time they realize that it's, oh wait, this is a potential trap, CG has already initiated, right? So start first, figure out where Chiku Guys is. If they look like they're doing something silly, there's a good chance that Chiku Guys is probably going to catch you at max range with RWM.
Because Ye3, every single time, he just links up with Gary, or Gary decides to link up with Ye3. So whoever he gets to find, and it's a bonus if they get to find Shin and Doom close together. So that's
it's threat as oh, what a kick!
Good.
And they get to find Orochi, have the right amount of damage, and Gary once again onto the back lines. Still, somehow, Doom survives though, but that will then result into CG freely taking this Lord.
Yep, they should be able to get this.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx it, but looking that Doom is going to the top side of the map and Steffe is just hovering around, it should be a guaranteed secure.
Chico has really set the tempo here for CG, 6-2 and 7. And yeah, once again, the link up. Black Santas has way too many divers and ultimates. Can Valens actually stop Doom from getting back?
Oh! The last phase of the Jeet could though!
Wait,
but then
might
the
get
damage
punished.
from Doom is a bit too much. He gets to deny the recall though. But Hide on Bush and Shin are there to help.
And even Ye3 was looking for a potential interception. Well, at least it didn't surmount too much, but now BSC at full fighting capacity, ready to deal with this upcoming Lord, despite being 5.2k down. And I think that it's a good approach. CG understand that their biggest problem is that if they initiate, Orochi could counter-initiate with Flicker, Final Slash. Oh. I don't know if that was...
The damage, though.
I don't think that was necessary.
Yeah. Orochi didn't need to burn that. Now they're not going to have a flicker and final slash for this defense, which means that second tower down. They'll be able to take the second tower up top. And Black Sentinels will now have to play from a massive deficit. What I like about CG Esports in this game so far is that it feels like there's always someone somewhere. They're fighting one way. Gary can easily access the back line. Oh,
Yeah.
Gary's a little bit still catching up to the team fight. Yeah, 3's already on them. Of course, you know how many angles Valens can initiate through. Well, Chico and Amzik have just been having the time of their life. Yes, it's 2 deaths on Chico. It's a single death on Amzik. But majority of the team fights that we've seen them in have been just them comfortable. Yes, they'll take some damage. Maybe they'll die here and there. But overall, it's a much better time compared to Doom and Shin, who it seems like every team fight is so demanding for them because all the members of Black Sentinels decide to move forward and dive together. No one's really peeling for the back.
Yeah, nobody is designed to peel for the back. Maybe there's like an argument for like Steffe to like buy a little bit of time, but really you're not stopping Gary if he plays it perfectly, and that's the big issue. And I think when we're looking at how Haidambush and Orochi need to kind of like position themselves, a lot of it boils down to whether or not they see Amzik or Chiku, guys. And now that Chiku is super far ahead, he's getting free poke on the front line. So when that happens, when Chiku comes up to go for that poke, Orochi needs to have his flicker final slash to punish.
Yeah, and the way that CG are making sure that they're positioned from the opposite side of wherever the final slash could come from. When we saw that even from Amzik earlier when he was handling the top lane, Orochi couldn't do much. Couldn't even commit on the final slash because they wouldn't be really putting Amzik in a dangerous position nonetheless. So now they're left to just defend with this 6.5k gold lead in the hands of CG Esports. But Valens, okay, he gets revealed by the Magic Sentry.
When we hit critical masses, somehow Black Sentinels can come back through this. No, wait. Can they actually? Should be fine.
Yeah.
Oh!
Once again, Doom might just be safe from this. Feathered Airstrike 2 dealing a lot of damage, but there's the real world manipulation and the electrifying beats! Gary makes sure the job gets done! But then he goes down to Amzik still here, however, and there goes Ye3. Might have to get out of this though, because now they force the fight under the turret. Chiku finds the kill onto Steffe, and a mega kill for Amzik comes through!
It looks like it could be more here. Black Sentence forcing out the Feathered Airstrike from their own Shin just so that they can defend.
What? Oh, since the Feathered Airstrike was used on the minions, now they can
stun.
go for a
Oh,
round 2! Purify!
This
Forced
kid.
out of Shin! And it's a wipeout! CG Esports successfully take down all 5 members!
This kid, wow, had he survived that, that was an endgame scenario. Chiku and as well as Valens would give up their lives to save that last minion, and they would just close out the game. He saw the stun come out, instantly flickered. He does not want to be disrespected like that. They've got to be careful. Amzik is playing a strong game here today. Even Doom, he's playing pretty strong, but the problem is that there's too much CC targeted towards him.
The gameplay for Valens is, or the game plan for him, told by CG is, dude, just kick Doom, even if you kick him the wrong direction, it's fine. Force out his flicker. I'm okay with it because every time they see that the flicker's gone from Granger, Gary has the easiest dive of his life just taking down Doom. And that's like 80% of the damage Black Sentinels can dish out in a regular basis. Then they'll have to turn it around and play solely through their Farsa, who, again, it's so difficult for this Farsa to play.
Oh, Haidambush once again alongside Steffe and Orochi. They actually find a 2-man set with the final slash, but Gary once more. Who's gonna stop Gary from doing this? Haidambush falls next, and Gary still reaches for Shin. Steffe all alone, and finally the angle's right. Once more, CG Esports with the wipeout.
Beautiful, beautiful work coming in from CG's side. This is the, honest to God, this is the first time I've seen them play in this way. It's new, it's unique, I like it, and it truly speaks the brand CG. If you are gonna die, I will make your life worth it.
40 kills in total in 16 minutes and 22 seconds. To say that was action-packed would be accurate. To say that was the cleanest, not really. But man, was it entertaining. They put on a show. Black Cetus, though, in the end, outclassed, outmatched, and way too easy for that Joy of Gary to access the main damage dealers. Match point for CG. There's something I could ask Black Cetus to fix is, if you're gonna end up with that, make sure you're taking your conditions. They kept fighting as if the Joy was not there. But you cannot fight until you have info as to where the Joy is.
I couldn't count the amount of times the Vaxia Shield Unity was just used to dive onto members and everyone else would just follow.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the right call.
Just look at 90% of these fights. How do they always progress? It's always, I wait for Shin to do something, then I let loose, right? Because then you know the borders of exactly how far you need to be to really get some major value. And obviously we're looking at like the last few fights, but this similar scenario has happened at least 3 times.
There has to be a lot fixed up here by Black Cetus in terms of their decision making. They could have made this draft work. The glue ultimately still would have been very problematic to deal with. But you saw it. They were able to fight it out. They were making CG struggle. They weren't being able to dance with them. But in the end, forgetting about the Joy, not respecting how easy it is for a Joy to access the back line became their doom. No pun intended.
It's just...
Doom was also there.
Yeah, it's a tough game. It's a tough game for BSC no matter what, right? Because again, they were looking for scenarios where they actually traded up. The most they got was traded evenly, or they were punching down, which is again a large reason why we saw the gold deficit end up the way that it was, right? It was a 6K deficit overall, but generally speaking, if they could have minimized the damage with the timings of their fights, they could probably negate it down to about 2 and get like, I don't know, at least a 60% discount off the deficit.
Yeah.
Towards the end, it was even approaching 10K. That was like how many times did we see them? Twice. There was a 2-time wipeout throughout that entire game. And it's as if BSE did not learn their lesson from from the repeated approach that they did in the team fights.
Yeah.
It's not like they did something different. They didn't do anything different. It was the exact same procedure all over again for all the team fights that we saw. And by the time you realize it's not working, you should expect that something would change, but they didn't.
Well, I think I think they'll understand why they made the mistakes when they VOD review, right? Because when we're talking about a line of sight or how much vision they actually have, I don't think Shin saw exactly where Chiku Guys was actually sitting when the RWM happened. He was doing it in the bush halfway across the world, and 90% of the time, the rest of the team is trying to look. Even Steffe made a point to try and look for Chiku ahead of time, just to be like, where exactly is he? And then you don't have the final slash to counter engage, and then the resources start falling through. And of course, Gary, once he's scaled up, there's no counterplay.
I'll give it to Black Cetus. They had a lot of pretty sick initiations. Like, oh, cool. Nice final slash, bro. Great bump with the shield unity. What crowd control ability do you have left, man? Here comes the Joy. Here comes the rest of CG. You have nothing to deal with the glue anymore. Poor Shin, poor Doom, which Shin and Doom positioned as well as anyone could in this game. But of course, Gary is going to have an easy time every time if all crowd control abilities were already used and there's nothing to lock down this Joy. Your lineup already doesn't have the hard target lockdown other than the Hilda. No. Can't blame Steffe. He'd want to be able to use it to start things off for punish. He went 5-5-4. That's an impressive stat line. But Hydra, Bush, and Orochi could have timed their crowd control much better.
Yeah, but even if they didn't want to use the Hilda to look for engages, right? We're so used to seeing the Hildas just being the guy looking or going from behind, but I think this is your time.
Yeah, no, I think you guys have great points because at the end of the day, it's about the way that you manage the fights. As we see these fights continue to progress time and time again, right? A lot of it comes down to, can we actually get access to the backline? And Ye3 shows right here that he became an invincible wall of meat. Let's pause this for a moment, right? In the middle of this fight, as you can see, a lot of the members here, and especially where Chiku Guy's position is on this side, it's clear that he wants the RWM, but he doesn't let the RWM loose whenever he feels like it, right? He's particularly looking for a target. A lot of it comes down to where exactly is Shin, where exactly is Doom. And 90% of the time, they know that this Tri-Brush is going to be the most important area that they want to actually contest for. but they don't want to face check it. They gotta let their opponents come in first. Why? Orochi is their biggest stopper. If Orochi has ult, they are nervous to walk in. If they clump up too close together, they will die. And as soon as it happens, the RWM pops in the nick of time, and he's always outside of the range of the feathered airstrike. Now, this is one attempt. This is, well, technically the second attempt of the RWMs. This is the third. Once again, he's getting blasted down, but there's not enough shots on him. We're gonna see another RWM almost immediately after this as well. These fights are predetermined by these ults. And the most important part is whether or not Shin is in range. If he's out of range, you eliminate one huge possibility. If you don't have their ults, that means Yetri and Joy can just walk in for free. Which is why Amzik, no stun, I kill you. Simple as that.
How many times have we seen this happen? There's another
That's
final
4.
flash that they did though. Or that's the fourth real world.
A lot of these highlights look very similar.
Yes, you see? It's the same formula being reproduced and given to the public in mass quantities.
Gotta change things up. Black Sentence.
Yeah, they
gotta change up your timings a little bit.
Yeah. Just gotta get those views up real quick.
yeah. Why was I punching my... I mean...
It adds to the intensity.
It gets so frustrating at times.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. It's a very similar feeling to our last best of 3, but this one, I really think the BSE had a pretty decent idea, but they don't realize how valuable some of these resources are. Like, yes, the final slash is pretty short, but as soon as you whiff it, you're gonna see an instant response. And Yetri is just like, I'm waiting for you. He's 0-1 and 17.
Yeah, I wonder how things would have been if CG were the ones to be to start the fight, or like how could have BSE utilized their resources to turn things around? Maybe even just when Shin, or during that point in the game where Shin got the shutdowns or got a bit more gold and was able to catch up, because all the initiations started from BSE, and it's not like all these initiations were on point or on to the right targets. So it immediately resulted to wasted resources. Like, there's no other way to put it.
I think the few adjustments that they could have made is probably towards understanding why Chiku wanted to go for this Yve pick, right? I think this Yve would have worked phenomenally if Shin had access to it, considering what their lineup is all about. As much as they want to have that quote-unquote burst, the peel is a lot more valuable when you are playing against like a tank style, and more so to deny it from your opponent, because now High Bush isn't afraid of a Wishing Lantern anymore.
So much control on the side of CG that I wouldn't mind if CG decides to play around this idea for this entire series, or just for this game too, if ever they're going to sweep it here. Because it seems like Black Sentence, that game 1 was so exposing in the sense of, okay, we know how they like to fight, which is, it seems like it's just, let's think about the setup, let's think about starting things off, and then let's just go on from there. Because if we get the initiation, then it's good for us, but that is not true every time. What's true is, our friends are really great, and M7 has a lot of friends.
Dude,
I'm very games, man.
Remember, I'm so in debt. I'm missing 20,000 USD, and I need to pay in like a week's time.
Well, we have a solution for you. We're gonna do that, Reed.
Oh, you just gotta download Fairy Games, Gideon.
What? That's it? How does it work?
Gideon Bush. Play MLBB 1v1 and win up to $20,000 US. How it works, you just have to download Fairy Games on the App Store or Google Play and play 1v1s, no teams, versus AI. I think this is the important point. It's versus AI, and you submit your best personal score. Then you can win up to 20,000 USD and many more prizes from the app. It's just that easy.
Yeah, you know, excuse the debt. I'm curious. How difficult is this AI now that I'm curious? I'll check it out later, but I think for now, I just gotta focus on the Battle Pass, my guy.
Yeah, because you can get a Yu Zhang Emerald Dragon skin for MCGG So from now to February 8th, reach level 45 in the Go 1 Pass to unlock that. And you can purchase the Go 1 Pass to instantly unlock Yuzhong's Go 1 skin, Dragon Shade, and you reach level 75, you unlock Yuzhong's Prime skin, Cosmic Dragon. So just when you thought it's only the MLBB, the M7 pass, no, we even have a Go 1 pass for our go-goers out there.
No way! I have to complete 2 battle passes now. How am I gonna do it, man? I'm already 20,000 USD in debt as well.
So here's what you do: you do fairy games. You get number 1 there. You get $20,000.
Got you.
Use 10,000 on, maybe not 10,000, but let's say a lot of money on the M7 pass. A lot of money on the MCGG pass.
Sell both accounts, get the 10,000 back, pay the debt.
I mean, it goes to your bank account. Then I'm not good at math. Yes, let's just go with yes. Which hero do you want to see picked more between these two? So if you missed yesterday, it's because yesterday we saw a Harley brought up by Aurora Turquía's TNZ and it won. And then Chip by Aurora Gaming PH's Light and it won.
It just had to be both Aurora teams picking up these picks.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
If the Northern Lights were in the skies of Jakarta right now, you'd just see images of Chip and Harley just floating by in multiple colors.
That is quite terrifying.
A phenomenon that shouldn't be happening, not natural in Jakarta, but more so, I would say Chip. I think Chip, Chad, you better agree with me. If I see one of you dirty Harley players in my goddamn game, I will use my good credit with the big G upstairs to get you out, to make sure you don't make it into the pearly whites.
Hey guys, let's piss off Gideon and just type Harley in the chat.
Why do you hate Harley so much?
Go to his social media at Fatal 5-Way.
Just use Gideon Q. I think that's
or Gideon Q, and then just DM him Harley. That's it.
No, Harley Impure Rage.
Harley, specifically that. Who needs lethal ignition, man? The damage is already busted.
You missed out 2 kills, TNZ. I'm just saying. You could have been like 3 kills up if you just had lethal ignition.
Hey man, he ended up getting the MVP.
Disgusting. If I ever was like derogatory, it'd be towards Harley. I get where Mirko was coming from that other day. Yeah. I was just as mad. Just Arthur clenching his fist. Yeah. Why?
Okay. Game number 2. Type it out in the comment section if you think Black Sentence will be able to win this, or will it still just go CG Swin. We're going to see another sweep for this day of Swiss. Again, Chiku was terrific on this eve. The glue was nigh unstoppable. Valence, off kicks here and there, but at the end of the day, he got the job done on that show.
Yeah, he ended the game with a highlight kick.
He did.
At least it was in relatively the right direction, but I think that most people who weren't like paying attention to how his kicks work, usually at the very least Doom was flickering out of them, or it looks like a weird angle, but Gary's like, I've been waiting in this off angle for years.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's not just the kicks. There was this one moment in the top lane where he also got to deny Doom from recalling with that last phase of the Jeet Kune Do. They didn't convert that into a kill, but like that was one of the many things that they were able to do. So they just were the ones setting the tempo for that game, which BSE did not like clearly. So
yeah, it was a very good read. And I think, to be fair, with the bans that Black Sentence decided to go for, Juice and Claude Fanny, they picked up the Hilda. It seems like today, why has today been like whoever gets a Cho in Bluetooth 3 just ends up winning? I think CFU did it twice, won, dominated. CG got the Cho again, dominated.
I personally believe that right now the easy adjustment is just pick up Gatot. Because again, both sides play for mid laners that want artillery. Just pick the Gatot. And then you know that Chiku plays Lunok, so you just have to just play around that or ban it out. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder. Because even for Team Zone, they used to prio pick the Gatot. They didn't at all in that entire game. What they did was go for the high loss. And now, in this scenario, they prio pick the Baksha. So there have been some interesting prio picks in the red side.
If there's something that I could have changed, I think it would have been the Baksha priority. Again, They did not need to pick that up. It was not gonna. They were not gonna lose it unless, of course, little birdie told us that what if maybe these two know each other a little bit too well and decided that the Baksha was priority.
I feel like there is more than meets the eye, right? Because it's one of those draft patterns from both CG and as well as BSE that felt very intentional. Yet I couldn't see the logic until the first initial picks come through, right? So it's not like it's telegraphed to them, but it's curiosity for us. Let's see if the adjustments are going to be the exact same thing, because now we're seeing that BSE, yeah, see, right? The Claude band is maintained despite being on blue side.
So we're gonna see the exact or some similar picks. The Yuzhong 2 still open for both sides. That's been banned earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
I will be the truth this world desperately needs.
This is turning out to be the exact same draft, right? If not, at least the exact same bands.
Yeah. Even though they switch sides, it's still the same priorities.
Except for this, I think this was on the blue side earlier.
Yeah.
Yes. Ban out Eve.
I think.
Just get rid of it.
Yeah, just get rid of it.
Let's just get rid of it.
So that leaves the
priority
Jushin
of Shin.
open.
Oh, you're right. Jushin is wide open. Ooh, that kind of sucks. Okay, you know what? You ban out the Jushin. You give over Farsa, Yve. You choose, and then we pick Artillery Mage, or just Gato Jungler.
Yeah, checks out. Zone's gone. So.
Oh,
okay. They open up both.
Also.
Yeah. So. Because if whatever Black Sentence picks, the other one just goes. Lance first, knowing that it's just going to be a fight between Eve and Jushin in terms of the mid-prio.
All right, Carl TZ, let's see how it's going to go, man. Yeah. Like, this is very bold. Even the GOAT himself locked it in and dropped the game when it mattered. So, Hilda... Yep.
Look at that. What you get for prioritizing Lancelot.
Okay.
Easiest two picks, CG.
Should we see?
Everyone for.
Should we see Gatot now? Or maybe... I don't think you'd want to Cho either in this kind.
Honestly, hot take, maybe pick up the blue early on.
Get
latch on the Eve. Don't latch on to the hill.
Still high loss.
I don't think it's a bad idea, but I think that it will suffer in the second half, because then you can really start to pinch down on your opponents. It kind of depends whether they committed to it or not, but high loss carry, I think is really safe.
Yeah. And also there are a lot of much better EXP laners open. The Lapu-Lapu's house is still open.
Yeah.
Remember, the Lapu-Lapu would be more than happy to go up against a lineup that has a glue. Ranger for CG, so now this time they're going to be playing the Black Sentence back line, focused lineup.
Wow.
Take out the Jushin, and now Shin might actually run out of heroes here. Just to even add more to it, CG just straight up bans Farsa, and then now Shin is gonna have to play something like a
Lunox.
Kimi or a Lunox. Or a Valentina if he's up for it, but then...
There needs to be a bigger reason other than just RW.
Yeah.
There has to be a bigger reason. Baxia is gonna get banned out this time around. Okay, so with the high loss and the carry, it just means that CG is very unlikely to go for a jungler who is that's going to be super dive eccentric. Maybe with the only exception of like maybe high loss and arguably a Joy, because Gary probably felt really good after game number 1. But other than that, there's not a lot of mobility to actually work with this point and click stun if they stand just next to the high loss.
Trading in the mid might be difficult here for Black Sentence, considering that Chico has the Eve.
Oh my goodness.
That is actually a Shin favorite pick.
So they're okay with the Farsa, and
considering that the red 4 pick, even if they just decide to show, okay, we'll just pick up a hero here right now that can just easily dive the Farsa, then they're fine with it.
Yeah, that's right.
Either way, it feels like CG has already kind of won the draft here. Yeah, the Joy finally gets banned out. Now it's going to be purely based on the performance of Gary. I mean, he can go for Yishin Shin if he wants to, and it still wouldn't be much of an issue for him. They could go for, I mean, Hayabusa seems really safe, but I think easily, do they want to reveal where this Hilda is the question.
I'm okay with it. Pick up an EXP now, reveal the Hilda at roam, and then adjust your jungler. Whether it's gonna be the Hayabusa as the last assassin, or you suddenly swerve and you go Fredrin. So you have a tank jungler. Yes, you're up against a carry, but then you only pick that up if you don't see something like the Kimmy or anything that could really give it difficulty. If you want to play solely around your Granger and Eve, because if they also go assassin here early on, that's 3 carries already. So they show it, they'll go for EXP.
That's such a great pick.
Which is exactly why. They go Vengeance. It makes sense now to actually pick up the Fredrin as their last pick if it can actually go well with whatever Black Sentence finals picks here.
Yeah, very, very interesting here. Now, Esmeralda will eventually come to a point where the Esme outscales the CC, but it really depends on what the CC's build is, right? Because CC becomes a lot less tanky and has scalable damage, assuming that you have access to things like Hunter Strike, things like, obviously, War Axe, but most importantly, having access to Sea Halberd, right? Once you get that Sea Halberd on top of the Hunter Strike, then you've got a pretty decent chance. But there we go. Finally, the Nulok shows up right at the very end. You don't need to do anything crazy anymore.
So much shred, maybe. Yeah. Fredrin's gonna
Nolan.
Fredrin, after the Lunox showed up, it's like, yeah, this is really tough for Fred, so just go for the Lunox, and then you get damage. Excuse me, Nolan, and then you get the damage. So, a lot of options for CG Esports in terms of their damage department. They can play through their Eve, their Granger, their Nolan. Their CC has some great link-up as well.
Yep.
While for Black Sentence, it's very honest for both. Quite too honest, maybe, but maybe we're gonna see another kill fest between the two. Lineup rating favors CG in terms of the late game.
Yeah, I'm loving CG's lineup
early
because of the CC op CGCC, the CC and the
CGCC, yes.
The CGCC. It's just because it feels like it's so easy to use the curtain call.
Yeah.
In this scenario, and it soft counters the land a lot, and it just like makes things so much more difficult, even if you want to go run over towards your opponent. So let's see how BSE could potentially turn things around here.
Welcome to
Even though it was mentioned in the first phase of the draft, it was already quite.
Why do you sound so worried? I mean, they've got a chance to even it out 1-1. It's anybody's game, and yes, CG may look quote-unquote cleaner, but it doesn't mean that it's a guaranteed win. BSE, if they get like an early first blood, this is gonna get a lot harder.
Oh, but wait, that early first blood might actually be balanced if he did not use the flicker there. So now we see the revitalize effect.
It's a little bit too eager to take that trade in the center, huh?
Well, it's a trade, but look at Shin. He is making sure that he is putting the hurt onto Jiku, right? Every single time. Like, Jiku, as much as he can poke out Shin, he's just healing off the wave every time, which Jiku cannot do.
Very easy for a Lunox to self-sustain at the center. Also, maybe one of the best that you can do to pack up against an Eve. Still, Valens wants to fight this. Can easily get movement speed for himself, but without a flicker, he'll need to be a little bit more tactical of when he decides to take those fights.
Yeah, because again, even if they try to go for the all-in, there's a very good chance that Shin actually wins out in the fight because there's just more bodies that he could heal off of. Jiku just doesn't have the raw burst damage just yet, right? Let's not forget that even for Steffe, that Revitalize, very low cooldown. It's already 19 seconds before it's off, and then maybe could potentially save somebody else's life. I am curious about the top side, though. Is Ye3 winning the lane as hard as he possibly can?
Seems like he's somehow forcing Orochi to not overextend as much. And the fact that Gary too is currently over there. But it seems like they're going to change their priorities a bit. They want to go for the mid lane, but instead Balance will be the first to fall. First blood for Black Sentence, and it's Haidon Bush who gets it.
Yep. Balance was probably hoping that he could live a little bit longer there, but just the raw damage coming in from Haidon Bush gonna be enough to take him out. On top of Shin, let's not forget Shin.
A much better start for Black Sentence here, and Shin,
Gary?
speaking of Shin, finds Gary! And now, instead, Amzik will be the one to trade things out. Steffe though, oh no. CG Esports 2 will find 2.
Oh, that was so dangerous. Thank God Amzik checked that and saw the light wheel coming out. That would have been an awful way to die.
Yeah, Doom would have been ready. Let's look at the hand cam brought to us by the Realme 15 Pro 5G, the M7 official gaming phone. Highlight onto Haidon Bush, who was able to get the first turn of the game and now dash in and out in this one. Kin
Chiku forced to flicker out. Black Sentence are dealing with Valence really, really well so far. It's like they're not afraid to throw out their damage.
Yep, they shouldn't be because, again, they have a lot of ways to actually maintain themselves in this fight. And let's not forget that Valence, his debuff for the Power Wilderness is all based off of, hey, are you using armor? Does my mid laner use armor? No. So literally he's getting a net nothing from it, other than maybe Amzik and arguably even Gary. So every time you see Gary, Ye3, or even Amzik looking for maybe an entrance in, Valence is going to be your trigger finger.
Amzik now double laning here, just to speed up his farming process. He does have a lead over the carry, floating around 400 to 500 gold.
He's got to be patient. They got to be extremely patient because those first items, especially when you start developing a 2-point-K lead, the neutral objectives suddenly become uncontestable.
Yeah, and their rotations can be an opening for Black Sentence once again, since Steffi and Shin are not really letting go of this river control, and they've been constantly trying to burst down members of CG Esports who passed through. But fortunately, they regain control of it, though, and force out a reaction somehow from Steffi.
Valence just man-to-man marking this guy. Okay.
Okay, so glorious pathway and the real world manipulation both used at the same time. Chiku actually takes the turtle for CG Esports, and now they're trying to look for the kills as well. Steffi goes down, but so does Chiku. Orochi dealing so much damage and zoning. Hydon Bush will show himself up, and now CG will disengage. Oh my goodness!
Oh, yeah! Nicely done by Gary. He understood that somebody was going to walk down. The high likelihood that it was going to be either maybe Shin or, in this case, Doom, he got him for sure. Wait.
They actually want to go for Orochi. Oh, Falling Star Moon lands onto both of them, though. Valent has to run away!
No!
Now the flicker finishes off the kill.
Wow, Orochi 1v2s that. Yeah, who would have guessed?
Esmeralda, right? We can handle him. Don't worry about the shield that you get for yourself, Hilda. It'll be okay.
I don't know what the decision there was, but I think they kind of forgot how this hero works. But that's fine. That's fine. This is just a lethal reminder not to put your shields in front of Esme.
Yeah, I have a feeling that CG Esports was way too greedy in getting Amzik another Sky, or getting Amzik a Sky Piercer stack, because he built up the Sky Piercer before that turtle. So that means Valence was probably like, "Hey, Amzik, you want to get this guy? It's an Esmeralda. He's really low. You want to stack, bro?"
Dude, that's
of course Amzik. You can't blame him for saying, "Oh yeah, lead. I want to stack."
That sounds like a great idea. I'm 1 in 3. Oh.
Don't be fooled. And now Valence gets slowed so much.
Bro.
Nowhere to run for the Hilda. Ye3 all alone here, uses the Vengeance, tries to take on Doom, but now he sees Shin and Steffi running after him. Fortunately, there's no glorious pathway anymore. And with the Cyclone Eye, where is he planning to go?
Keep running circles.
Oh.
Just give it to the tower, Ye3.
Yeah. He's gonna go for an execute. Wait, can he go for an execute? No, he went back into combat. Yeah, now he's dead here no matter what.
He sort of tried dealing with the waves before going down, but...
Honestly, it's not a bad idea, right? Because now the waves, especially on top side, is going to be on a slow push in favor of CG.
Actually, it all worked out in the end, even though he decided to give the kill away to a member of CG instead of just giving it to the minions.
Brilliance forced out. Real world manipulation once again. Steffi using it to slow everyone down, and Black Sentence secures the turtle. Amzik too forced to flicker out. Great response from Black Sentence so far.
I don't like the risks that CG Esports are taking. They were posturing for a 4v5 without Ye3, and they didn't have the key positions on the map to actually find the fight in the first place. Keep in mind, Amzik is going to be the main win condition other than Chiku, who wants to poke out his targets.
Yeah, Chiku hasn't had a similar game compared to game number 1, for sure. Black Sentence have handled this even better. Look at Shin again!
They're going for the dive. Thorned Rose, another puncture in, but there's a stun! Now Hydon Bush goes down. Falling Star Moon targeting Valence. He's in the bush, but it's not gonna matter. Now Ye3 and Amzik trying to work on Orochi. He's running away. There is a decent amount of damage, but it's not gonna be enough. It's an Esmeralda that gets to escape.
The most painful thing about that is that Black Sentence couldn't even get the last hit on the tower that they needed.
Yeah.
That hurts.
That hurts. I was like, man, that tower's gotta go at some point. Nah, still gonna be alive, but they're gonna lose and trade a tower down on the bot side. That's going to be another T1 missing. Top and a bottom gone. In terms of items, though, I'm waiting for Gary to get to that point where he starts one-shotting targets, right? And I think he's almost there. The big issue right now is the fact that these boots are saving certain people. Doom, he's basically going to get one-shot no matter what, but this Esmeralda is kind of untouchable.
Yeah. Who else could deal with it? I mean, Amzik was trying.
They need Chico to get a Wishing Lantern first.
Oh. Now Orochi shows up.
Chico needs a Wishing Lantern and a Divine Glade, because eventually Orochi's going to get a Radiant Armor, right?
Oh, now they burst Orochi down! Wait! But with the flicker, he's actually able to stay alive! Gary instead will be the casualty of that fight. Balance going in. Yeah, 3-2 using the Curtain Call and the Yo-Yo Blitz. But all that for Gary.
Yeah, the Steph is stunned, man. The high loss.
What can you do? What can you do? Honestly, they got pretty close to bursting him down. Luckily, the Dreadnought armor really negates like a good chunk of that on top of the extra stun coming in from Steffe. But at this point, I think that CG Esports need to identify... Wait, hold on.
Oh, they're going for Valence this time around. Valence has to run away, but with the Glorious Pathway, he gets slowed so much. Okay, another flicker forced out of Amzik, and it seems like Black Sentence are in control so far. Ye3 has the Curtain Call. Does he use it already? He does, but without their retribution, they do not get to secure the objective. Now they're just trying to go for the chase. They will deny this purple buff. And that's about it for CG Esports.
Yep, that's as good as it gets. If they can get this mid-tier 1, I think even better.
Oh! And they get Orochi too. I think that's way better for CG Esports.
Dang, Amzik is slick with it. Like, I knew he was slick with it back at MPL MY, but on an international stage, it's looking real good.
Yeah, 2-0 and 5. Black Sentence got the Lord, but they lost a lot out of that one.
Uh-oh.
It's a question of can they even make something out of it. Gary not getting chased.
Shit is here too, and there are minions. There's no way out if you were Gary.
There's so many arguments that can be made right now, but for now, CG just need to defend, right? They just need to minimize the economical damage. They created small leads, but now that the structures are going to start falling down, that should put them at like, what, at 800? Yep, down to 500 now as they look for mid-tier 1.
Oh, Steffi.
Don't let them, don't let them.
Another beautiful Glorious Pathway, but from the sides. The damage from Shin and Doom are a bit too much for CG Esports to deal with. Not when they're frontliners, not when Valence gets bullied so much on this Hilda, even before he gets to do anything.
Latin America's brightest talent in a long time, 3-1 and 6. The entries have been perfect, and we felt it all throughout. Even in the early game, that Lunox, the timing, all so good.
And to keep on finding these timings, CG really need to start tightening up the way they play around the map because they just assume that they move faster, therefore they're not going to make it there in time. But these interceptions, now that the mid-tier one, that the tier 1s on top and bottom are missing, they need space with the mid-T1 to be destroyed. That's when you have full access to enemy jungle. That's when you have more aggressive jungle pathings to be able to get to places without getting punished too hard.
Because it seems like at this point, Black Sentence have found ways to deal with the potential threat of a Hilda or the pressure that they could expect from a Hilda. There's no hesitation whatsoever for Shin if they get to find him all alone.
Yeah.
And you get to poke him low enough, and it's like that's what matters, because then you take out the frontliner for CG Esports, and that leaves you with what? Yeah, 3, the CC. And that's pretty much a decent target for whoever your damage dealers are right now too.
Yeah, I think they were really able to set the story here after what they were able to do in Valence during the laning phase. They handled the Hilda really well. They forced the flicker out early. First turtle comes up, and without the flicker, the Hilda fell down very quick.
Yeah.
So now through that, they know that, okay, what could have been a Hilda snowball has already been managed. We're handling the lane really well. So let's look at the top 5 banned heroes for the M7 Swiss stages so far. Of course, Juicin up there, constantly banned and contested here, but a 40% ban rate. If he's not banned, most likely the Juicin gets picked up. But this is a really good picture of what teams see as some of the best Fanny, a year later, still up there in the most banned. M6, same case.
It will always be there. The kid is diverse, and the kid has such a high level of skill expression that no numbers will really change the fact that she can be across the map in less than a minute.
Yeah.
Especially with the changes in terms of the energy so far, the regeneration. So when you see games where the Fanny's on the losing end and they just defend miraculously because of the repetitive cabling over the crystal. So yeah, I think there have been a lot more highlights for the Fanny recently because of the changes.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about Fanny? They keep increasing the ceiling, but players easily maybe give it like a 2 or 3 weeks. It's like, all right, no, we're good. We're still back. It still feels like Fanny hasn't been touched at all.
Yeah.
There are no nerfs. What do you mean nerfs? It was just something just happened.
Well, the thing about Fanny at the very least is that I feel that there's enough skill expression where the scaling just depends on how well you execute at the end of the day, right? Like, it's clearly designed in a way you want to play mid to early. If you happen to get into the late game, you're going to have to like really go above and beyond to try and make that happen. But now we're coming to the end of the technical pause. It looks like everything has been settled. Thank you to Gary once again for settling that real quick for BSE's side. Let's jump back into the game real soon here. I want to see how this breaks out, right? Because Lunox is such a huge problem. Now that she's already got 2 items in the bag, like any tanks walking up is going to get poked out harder than Chiku can apply pressure.
Speaking of time, I don't think Valens has a magic defense item yet.
Oh no, he does not.
Oh yeah, so he only has the Chastis and the Dominance Ice.
But you do get magic defense from the Dumb Ice, so
Oh yeah.
should be okay. I think 40? 40 apiece, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it's not much when you're up against the Lunox. That's the big issue, right? It doesn't matter how much MR you actually have. Other than the Athena shield, it kind of feels a little sad.
So at this point, would you rather build the Athena shield or the Radiant armor?
You kind of need a little bit of both, right? Because the Radiant armor makes sense when you're fighting Orochi, but the Athena shield is particularly good for Shin because once you're in that darkening form, you're machine gunning. If you're not machine gunning, you're wasting time.
Yep. Especially if they go in and for the surprise, because you never know at this point. Shin might not even care about Valens anymore. Just go for a big play.
Oh, Shin, speaking of Shin, you just mentioned now has a Divine Glaive, so it's not going to be a fun time for Valens at all. At this point, he's wishing that he has the Athena shield. Even Year 3 doesn't really have magic defense per se in like the most rawest, purest form. Everyone on the side of CG is just going to fall down quickly to Shin's Lunox if they cannot get it down quickly.
Much better game for Shin. Year 3 doesn't use the curtain call just yet, but that was a great dodge that we saw from Hide on Bush. Are they forcing a fight here before the Lord?
No, they're probing. They're probing for a reaction against Black Sentence, right? If they get too caught up in the probing, then they're going to take that fight, and CG is more than happy to start peeling away because they've got plenty of peel with Chiku guys alone. Oh my god.
Great poke. Great poke from Amzik.
By the way, he has not died yet. He does have a single stack on that Sky Piercer from his second kill. That can easily just start chaining. Black Santas needs to watch it.
Oh, Gary tries bursting down Orochi, but now they just decide to go for it. There's the glorious pathway, the falling star moon. Year 3 forced to use the vengeance as well. But every single one of CG Esports is still alive. The real world gets cancelled. Gary tries to go for Shin, but the damage is not enough. Fortunately, Year 3 finishes it off, but I'm sick all alone. How is he able to do this? Orochi's chasing after him, but he still has the flicker. That's a 2-for-3 trade so far.
Amzik's out of bullets here, but he'll be able to get back to base. Meanwhile, it's Lancelot and Carry. It's Hide on Bush, Doom and Orochi. Able to secure this Lord for Black Sentence. Orochi stands in front of the Death Sonata, and now CG will have to defend with his Lord push.
I think Valens has to get on top of Orochi. I think he has to put the debuff onto Orochi to allow Amzik to actually deal some relevant damage, because right now Chiku is just not cutting it. Look at the way that this fight actually plays out, right? Chiku is point blank in their faces with the RWM. It's a great angle, don't get me wrong, but you put yourself in such a dangerous spot that both Steffe alongside with Orochi is able to do whatever they want. They had their way with him.
So long as Orochi's there, CG is always gonna have a problem.
It's going to be a bigger problem if they just leave it be. What else? Where's Chiku currently at? He's already got the Divine Glaive and the Wishing Lantern. It's not that like he doesn't have enough damage.
It's front line, dude. Front line is falling down way too quick.
They just need to peel slowly. Just let your boy Chiku do the work, right? Let him walk up. Let him try and get those Void Blasts down. Let him get those procs.
They'll be defending this lure down bottom first, but they decide to commit so much. Shin also going in. And look at the amount of damage that they're able to deal. Real World to stop them though. Curtain Call coming in from Ye3 alongside the Vengeance, but they cannot find any kills. It's only Orochi that goes down. They're probably gonna be happy with that, and they're gonna try to look for more, but Black Sentence don't wanna fight.
You can see how hesitant Gary is. He's like, I could go further. Dash retry, get him, Amzik.
I really thought he'd bounce after getting that retry off. It's like, oh, he just wanted to get the slow. Oh no, he actually really doesn't want to.
I don't want to go in, Chief.
I don't want to do this, man. Way too risky.
Dude, I can only imagine that Amzik, he's a really humble, really nice kid.
Yeah.
But imagine if Chiku's good old, like, toxic goal laner traits rub off on him. He's screaming at Gary, jump him! Why are you scared? Die for me!
CG, though, were able to defend that well. Black Sentence got as good as it could get. Pretty sure they wanted to get that mid tower too, but they ran out of the minions, and with how CG were defending, they needed to back off. Amzik now has 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer that still, I mean, it's not as bad as like having more than 50, but still, it's 2 stacks to work with.
Yay, Valence also has the Athenas now.
Oh, he should be able to survive a little bit more.
Little bit.
But Shin has been positioning very well in the fights. Chiku having a really hard time reaching the Lunox with real world manipulation.
This is so sad. He's participated in so many fights. Only 20 stacks, 7 assists. Feels bad. I mean, a lot of it just comes down to Orochi and Stefe just blocking a majority of the shots. There's so many times where it's like, oh, somebody's down to 1 HP, and Gary's like, man, I really don't want to die for this, but I have to.
Oh, Stefe again as the target.
Whoa!
Unfortunately, gets to dash away from the glorious pathway. Now the window of nature is for
Hello?
long. Chiku, Amzik, 2 crucial players get taken down by Black Sentence even before the fight is able to happen. Valence, Ye3, and Gary, they're the only ones left to defend this incoming siege. Doom! Every single member of Black Sentence is still alive. Shin goes in once again, not even with the Athena shield. Can Valence survive this? Black Sentence are bringing us to a game 3.
Nicely done by Black Sentence, really taking advantage of the disrespect coming in from Valence, and most importantly, took advantage of a Lunox. Yes, she does so much burst damage. Hide in a couple of bushes. Take him out. Put him behind. That's what you want to see.
Future looking bright here for Black Sentence. And for Latin America, they force CG, the runner-ups, to MPL Malaysia Season 16, all the way to 3 games. Again, this is an elimination match. If CG wins this, maybe to some, to most, as expected. If Black Sentence wins this, this could be the most high-profile win of a Latin American team in the M Series after a very long time. Shin was excellent on this Lunox.
Really, really great stuff coming in from BSE. Throughout this entire fight, we had to make sure that a lot of the members, the one thing I don't get here is why is Valence just kind of watching him? He's just like looking at him. It's just like, what am I gonna do? I feel like he already used his abilities, which is why he didn't really participate. He had no ult, wasn't able to get mini stuns off as well. Would have liked him to actually try and just, die for it, but even so, at the end of it all, there's just more scaling on the side of BSE in comparison to CG.
You can see how their comms are going. They knew that they had it already. The moment that we weren't able to see the value out of the Hilda disrupting as much of BSE and their early rotations, things started to get or look a bit sideways. Chiku, it's not like all of the attention was onto Chiku anymore even. I feel like majority of the attention in the early stages of the game fell onto Valence. And that was so difficult for CG here because Valence was such a crucial player to set the tempo and to start things off for CG, but he got picked off like how many times in a row?
He got bodied, man. He got put in his place.
Wow, CG. I'm pretty sure they were thinking that, hey guys, good ride here. We'll be able to get it with the sweep. Cool. After what happened game number 1, I don't see much from Black Set, and suddenly gets turned around after them, which is funny because considering the bans that they went for were really just focusing so hard into what the Rome mid trio can do. They took out Grok, Kalea, Juice, and Selena, 4 heroes devoted just for the Rome mid alone, and then of course use man.
And they knew
just put it there.
and they knew they were responding to a Lancelot first pick.
Yeah.
Everything looked like it was going so well.
I think that the wrench in the plans had to be the Hilda, right?
Yeah.
I think that was the biggest blunder there throughout the entirety of the draft.
Like, who would have thought, like, how they started it off with Valence getting forced out of the flicker and him dying in Turtle 1 just started a chain of events, which led to this, Shin going 5-2-9. Because after that initial trade, with Valence no longer being able to comfortably front for the Eve during the next little bits of laning before they have to go around this person trying to control the river, it meant that Chico was lagging behind, and then eventually Shin was able to comfortably find kills, get farm alongside Stefan.
Yep. And it's not just Shin that you got to worry about, even Doom, right? So you have 2 possible people who basically just melt you down like butter, and yet you have to be the one that actually opens up the map. Because if Chico does it, Shin's just going to darkening forward and just blast him and force out a flicker, right? At the end of it all, I think that Orochi caused way too many problems for this team. And there was a really good argument for Amzik to not be on this Granger and actually play for a Trinity-style marksman like Moskov. But let's really break down this game. Some of the major moments that we see really came down to the early fights, because honestly, I gotta give it to BSE. They played one hell of a game. They fixed their early a lot. Their neutral objective controls, huge A+. But I think they now are really taking advantage of the draft to hurt CG. Do not give them heroes that scale that well. If you need a snowball hero like Granger, it's okay. As long as we kill him one time within the period of 8 minutes while he has Sky Piercer, you reset him back to basically nothing. But as these fights continue to progress, notice the shape of the fights. They're always fighting in enemy territory. They want to make sure that they're really close to at least one of these lanes, so maybe Hide on Bush could either charge down their targets, utilizing that wave, or better yet, just chasing the entire team down. Which is why we see, as much as CG wants to play from many different angles, from top side to bottom side, doesn't matter. If they split apart, it's a tough fight. If they stick together, it's just more value for BSE.
Even during moments like this, Hide on Bush 2 was a bit too free during this entire game. The fact that they got to force out the flicker early and denied balance of the potential invades, Hide on Bush got to complete the farming rotations that he wanted to. And all his entries too were very much on point throughout this entire game. Like whenever he just wanted to dive in and look for Chico, I think Chico mainly was the guy who just couldn't settle with the real world manipulation unlike he did in the previous game because of this Lancelot.
Well, I mean, he also isn't like 6-1 by like 8 minutes. That's also another pretty big factor. But besides that, I really think that there was a bit of a blunder coming down when, to the drafting phase specifically. You're preempting for an instant counter onto a potential Lancelot when really every time you see these Hildas in these bad matchups, what's the counterplay? Just have a support that just clears faster than your opponents and then just move your dudes down. You get pulled back by like, what, 4 seconds on the delay, maybe 6 seconds if you get reset? Doesn't matter. Those 6 seconds are saved as soon as your mid laner shows up. It helps you full clear.
It's one of those games where you really get to see why us casters love to put a lot of focus into the mid priority.
Yes.
Who gets to clear minion waves faster, who forces out battle spells first during the first 3 to 4 minion waves at the center of the map, because you get this. These are the kind of results that you get, wherein theoretically the Hilda should be able to mess up the lineup that has the Lancelot. If it's not the Lancelot he's messing up, it's easy for the Hilda to access Shin, access Doom, because Orochi and Steffe have to spend a little bit more time going forward, the glorious pathway forward. But then what if the Hilda suddenly struggles because they messed up in the first few minion waves? this is what you get.
Exactly. And I think the biggest adjustment for the side of CG is when they start to divide their resources, because I feel like there were so many moments where they could have done that. They could have just sent Gary up to the top side, and after that, send Valens down to the bottom side, and then whoever gets a kill, it's great. We want one of the side laners to be strong.
I guess one of the ways they tried was the double laning and all that for Amzik. But like, since it was all on Amzik now, it's a bit too hard to continue and pull off.
So now we're actually going to have an interview with someone who was actually a member of Influence or Rage. It's Papa Dog. He's an EXP laner. Now he's here with Black Sentence. And I believe he's actually here to help guide the team. Let's learn a little bit more about what's he doing here.
Hey guys, Rose here. Right now I'm outside of Black Sentence's player room to have a little bit of a chat with Papa Dog, one of their subs. Hello, how are you right now? That was a very intense game too.
Bueno, tengo una sensación muy intensa, la verdad, fue una gran partida. Perdimos la primera, ganamos la segunda, ahora viene la tercera partida que seguramente va a ser muy emocionante.
The first match was very difficult, but the second one we came very hot. So let's see what is going to happen in the third one.
Yeah, just now I was passing by, I managed to look at the player room of CG Esports. They look quite intense, they look very stressed and like really focused. And then when I took a peek at Black Sentence's player room, the players were just chilling on the sofa as if a do or die match is not currently happening. How are they so chill?
Bueno, el clima está muy tranquilo, la verdad que los chicos están muy contentos, saben que es una victoria, estamos 1-1, es una serie muy importante. Es importante siempre después de cada partida, independientemente de ganar o perder, resetear la mente y enfocarse en la siguiente partida.
They are very chill, very happy. They know the importance of the next match, but they are going to play and going to win it.
Yeah, I could also understand that maybe discipline was also something that they have implemented in the game just now, right? Back then, just now, after game one, it was a very crucial game, right? What did you guys do in the player room to make sure that they had what it takes to bounce back better for game two? Was there any discussion that happened? Anything at all?
Es importante, creo que después de una derrota, animarnos todos mutuamente porque somos un equipo y saber que lo que pasó en una partida se queda en esa partida y a comenzar la otra partida porque es un nuevo comienzo y es otro comienzo.
Like they got a peppy rally, they talked a lot because what happened in the first game stay in the past, they got focused in the second one and that happened.
Yeah, we leave the previous game just as it is, just where it is supposed to stay at, which is the past. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about your players. We know that Shin and Orochi are new in the pro scene, of course, as a mentor and of course as somebody who's a little older than them. How do you advise them mentally or, anything at all?
Sí, siempre intento transmitir la confianza y mi experiencia a lo que es dentro del competitivo, transmitirle que más allá de todo, siempre en cada juego den el 100% de ello y sobre todo que se diviertan, ¿no? Porque al final de cabo si estás acá es porque amas el juego.
One thing that's very important is give like 100% of him in every single match. That's for him the most important thing.
I agree, 110% is always very, very much needed in every game. Now, as we dive into the final game of this series, it's literally a best of one at this rate. Is there any advices or anything you want to say to the boys inside the player room?
Que lo den todo y se diviertan.
But basically he's saying to have fun.
Yes, just have fun. As intense as the game is, always remember to have fun. You know what? Thank you so much. Thank you. I wish you guys the very best of luck in this last game of your series. In a potential do or die match, there's nothing we could do except for head into this game. CG versus Black Sentence. You didn't use your mic.
Gracias, Rosa. Imagine if we were in Latam and then we could just hear about Rosa.
I wish. I
Yeah.
really wish I could just go verbatim, word for word, be able to translate everything.
Yeah, me encanta saber de ti, Papa Dog. Great to hear from Papa Dog as always. Brigida here with Gideon. And now it's time for us to talk about some more friends. This is my favorite portion of doing this every year. Secret Lab!
Okay, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it?
Gideon always has the banger ones for
No, I
Secret
mean
Lab.
the.
So
What?
Oh wait, what happened to me?
Oh my
What
god, be
happened to
careful.
me?
Bring it up.
Oh, it seems that you've reduced the chair down to its minimum size with the Secret Lab Titan Evo. The way for ergonomics. Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
go
you can
for
go
it.
for it. That was what I was asking.
Okay.
Okay. Look at him. Look at him.
Wait, someone else join doing this.
Oh, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
It's
Go
okay.
wide, go wide of the green. I'll do it.
Okay,
He's got it. For the elite stage, for friends climbing to Mythic, Secret Lab can elevate your game with tournament-grade ergonomic support. The very same kind that powers the pros on the elite stage. So scan the QR code and pick one up for yourself here today. Because I've been sitting on these Secret Labs for 11 years. 11 years. I gotta bring that photo. It shows clearly I was sitting on a Secret Lab.
Yeah, maybe at this point, if you had the Secret Lab 11 years ago, I mean, it's just the natural course of time that things degrade. It would be an Ecrit Lab to this point. But now, Secret Labs, sturdy as all hell, still going strong. And hey, if you're a Granger main, we saw it. Granger starting to make a little bit of a comeback here in the M series. You can get his new Thunder Ascendant skin available right now. Unlock the M7 pass and it's yours immediately. So get it today. That's only like the starter skin for him because of course we have the Prime skins.
Yes, the Prime skins with the crowns and the wings, as we've also previously seen in the game. So with this true prestige with Granger's new Prime skin, this beauty is waiting for you at level 75 of the M7 pass. So unlock the pass and start grinding today because level 75 is no joke. It's up there. But you can get like the support chest.
It costs so much. It costs so I think most people don't realize the amount of diamonds you actually have to spend. And the thing is, it's not a fixed amount. You get like an RNG amount of EXP, which is really annoying sometimes. Because you might have to use 3.5 to get there. Sometimes you have to use 7K.
Yeah, well, the pass though encourages you to play with your friend.
Yeah,
so
that's
if
the
you
best
can
way.
group up, like a party of 3, and then you're good.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it.
Depends on which rank you're in
or if you have no friends.
or depending on what timing it is. Because if you start grinding 5-man in the beginning of the season, I don't know. I personally don't like it.
You know what the secrets to friend is? Friends is? What the secret to friend is?
What's that?
What do you call that? Just drag a random in, and then add them. That's how you get friends.
Oh.
I'm too I'm too antisocial to do that. I don't even play the game with chat anymore. I completely deny the chat. I don't care. I just play the game. Yeah, just mute everything. If you can talk to me, talk through pings. I don't want to hear anything else.
Really?
Yep. Because there's
that's the fun part.
Nah, I just hear a lot of dumb advice like, oh, we need to target this guy. I'm like, no, you don't. What are you, brain dead? Like, come on, let's think about this. Come on, we're better than this.
Hey, tag your friend who says map in all chat, but then he's actually the guy not looking at the map, you know?
Yeah, he's like 0-7.
He's like, guys, map. What do you mean, guys, map? You keep shoving your lane. Or you're gonna die 7 times.
Oh, that's too funny. That's too funny. But I think there's a couple of adjustments that we need to address here. Because again, we saw the side swap. The draft bans have to change, please. Unless the map reveal here gives us a different idea. I'm like, River? No, not River. Broken Walls? All right. Sure, Broken Walls. Let's take it. Okay. So at least with Broken Walls, we should have a pretty linear line of drafting. But whoever's on the red side has suffered so far.
Elimination is what is at stake. Tournament life at stake. CG and Black Sentence, the drafts have to be on point here. Great start, take away the Claw. Don't want to see that. CG, take away the Gronk, Yuzong. You don't want those aggro heroes that can just snowball out of control. Question for Black Sentence, are you willing to give the Eve again, or are you happy with the Lunox as being your answer?
Yeah. Or does CG even want to?
I think they should keep to the exact same draft as game number 1 if this is going to be the exact same pattern. Because the onus right now is on BSE to be like, oh yeah, we messed up by locking in the Hilda early.
And the Juicing if it gets snubbed again. Wouldn't be too surprised based on the way things are going in this game. The Sora gets taken out too. What else was banned previously? Now they take out the Juicing.
Yeah. Will Black Sentence open up the Kalea or ban it out? If ever, though, they ban the Kalea, then Fanny will be open. So it's up to Black Sentence to choose what kind of draft environment we're going to find ourselves in. It'll be so funny if Fanny gets opened up and just does not get looked at.
Yeah.
Straight up, just ignored.
Fanny,
I know Gary has a Fanny, but I don't remember whether it was like a really mean Fanny just yet, because usually Fanny priorities come later down the line unless the draft is pretty dictated where it's like, oh, we don't have Cho, you don't have Kalea, you have literally nothing to worry about other than the Grok.
Oh, what? The carry gets prio pick. Does Black Sentence have it in them too?
What are we smoking here? What is happening? What is happening? Is somebody like in front of the smoke machine just inhaling? Why? Why was this necessary?
I am...
Because the Eve Fanny is open, so...
Yeah. Even if Eve Fanny is open, I think their biggest issue was scaling the last time, and they're like, okay, since Chiku can play Farsa, can play Eve, can also play Lunox, we can't... I'm sorry, Zik, you played a strong regular season, but you gotta play carry.
Shot. BSE will just pick up the Lancelot right away. They get the Eve. 2 power picks.
If only I could explain their faces when the carry got locked in, but I can't.
Alright, Chico, you gotta lock in Lunox, right? You don't have a choice now. You kind of put yourself in this position here.
Chill, I'm just sipping a hot cup of Red Bull. So it's all good.
Why is it hot? Why is it hot, sir?
I like it. Don't ask.
It's how I got it.
It's how I get wings.
Alright. What else could you potentially punish? The Lancelot is not as punishable unless you want to go for the Hilda again.
Yeah.
So if you go like, what, Hilda... No, why? Actually, you know what? Just go for the Gato. Save you.
Yeah, I prefer the Gato. Okay, never mind.
I mean, this works too. At the end of the day, you just need somebody to potentially threaten the Eve or make somebody else's life difficult. In this case, it's going to be Doom who has to take Purify.
But the Gato then can be open for Black Sentence too.
Here's an even sadder thing. We don't see the XP lane matchup yet. I'd want to see Black Sentence open up the possibility of a Phobius so that they could consider themselves whether or not, okay, is CG gonna pick up Phobius as one of their last 2, or should we just pick it up ourselves so we don't have to worry about it with the Harith? You already see the Cho, the Traceless, that one single Traceless poke, all of the little Phantom steps carry will take will all trigger the Phobius passive, so that'll be good. I like Phobius with them as red 4, and then if that happens, they might get a slightly better EXP laner, but in the big picture, they will just win. Even Harith together already is something that CG needs to answer right away and find an answer for.
I am so nervous right now. This composition for the side of CG is so squishy. Yeah, so very, very squishy compared to BSE. And I think BSE, the only saving grace at this point, right, is who takes the initiative on the fight. Right now with CG, it's clear that they have a spearhead to kind of trigger everything from the side of BSE. They can bait, but the RWM is only going to get unleashed when CG commits to the all-in. There needs to be clearer signs of disengage. There could be another argument here for BSE to go back to playing something along the lines of somebody who has CC, consistent CC in the roam, and then maybe go for the Arlet once more, just for the potential outplay.
Yeah. And one of the best heroes to potentially tank things, like the Esmeralda, is already banned.
Yeah. A lot of the top...
Oh, they picked the Uranus.
Carry though. I wanted a little bit more impact. I wanted a little bit more crowd control. Because the roamer options don't really have a lot of crowd control. With Cho, Gatot, Hylos, Grok, Kalea all gone, they're forced, if they want crowd control, they go Batang. But then that's not really what you're looking for here.
Charisma, Lapu.
They used the, weren't they the ones used the Akai previously?
Yep.
Yeah.
Akai, there's a Minotaur.
I don't know about the Minotaur. I don't think the Minotaur is going to be as good. Actually,
okay, right?
it's not the worst thing in the world. The problem is that it's very difficult to like find value. You can out-sustain the RWM. I think this is a much better answer to it. You're gonna RWM, you want to get in my face, you want to fight, I'm a swan song. Swans.
Swan song. And there's shields from that too, by the way. So
I don't know. I
think
that
press.
I think that this comp is so is like unironically dangerous, but if you take out literally any one of the pieces, it just collapses straight away.
They go chip. It'll be very sad.
You know what? Just get Kaja actually. Oh wait, no. Do they have the raw burst?
Not yet.
Oh!
Yeah. I didn't think they'd actually go chip because they're up against an Odette, but at least they can open up the map. But I think, ooh, they really have to decide whether or not going inside the portal is really good or really bad for them.
I mean,
They could have gone for Tigreal. They could have gone for literally any way to cancel out the Swan Song would have been better. Even a Gwen support might have been a potential there. I don't know. This is going to be really, really difficult because the counter index says it all, right? Right now, CG have the better lineup rating and the better counter index. This early to mid-game potential coming in for BSE must be utilized right at level 4. It's a 50-50 for a do-or-die match.
Potential last game of CG, and Chiku, of all people, ends up with a hero that even makes us scratch our heads. But I'm pretty sure everyone is excited to see if Chiku can channel some of that good old CG magic again at the international stage. Meanwhile, Black Sentence, a little bit more familiar, a little bit closer to home. Can they get the most high-profile win of a Latin American team in a long time in the international stage? Game 3, win or go home.
Oh, yeah, I just realized now it is a Hilda EXP that we're going to be seeing in the hands of Ye3.
Yeah, but I think these earlier stages of the game are going to be really, really important here, especially for EXP priority, right? Because look at Ye3, he can basically fight anybody, and Orochi is unkillable, right? So Ye3 has to find value other than his lane.
That was close. Ye3. Now Black Sentence seems to be acknowledging the fact that they cannot afford to let the Hilda just constantly get out of here, and now they're paying so much attention to Ye3 in the EXP lane.
Yeah. And not only slowing down Ye3, it's that they allow Orochi to get out of lane and actually help hide on bush. As sort of like a pseudo roamer early on, as Stefan and Shin get vision elsewhere.
Oh wait, but he's getting bursted down though. Oh, Ye3.
Thinking about it.
Actually kind of surprising that Valens didn't actually want to take that fight, or at least like try and flicker for it just to get the empowered auto to maybe take out Orochi, but I think it's better to not risk it at this point, considering that this is a very close fight between the two teams, and the very first neutral objective is about to spawn.
Yeah. Things seem to be a bit more better now. Orochi has no idea. Mountain Shocker's there, but he is okay.
Yeah, and they also use the Mountain Shocker super early, so let's see.
The mid wave doesn't get cleared by CG though. Okay, fortunately CG is already 4. Now Orochi looking at the other members, zoning so much. Oh my goodness, Chico! I don't think he wanted to be there.
No. Gary, give this up. Give this buff up. There's no point fighting for it. It's not worth dying for.
Yeah, just go to your purple buff. You're good. You're not going to be able to get unless miraculous slash out. Oh! Gary, brother, did not expect that, but he still got it.
Literally, 0 loss. 0 EXP loss. Maybe, obviously there's the turtle EXP, but whatever. At least he's not falling behind in terms of his buffs. And I think that's really important considering the EXP changes to the jungle, man. Getting your buffs is so important. So important here. Oh my goodness. How do they play this game? I'm not even 100% sure. Because look, both Ye3 alongside with Orochi are essentially doing the exact same thing. They're like, who cares about this lane?
Right. Stefan has been getting a lot of... So really, it's Orochi. They still continue it. On this side of the map, they allow the Uranus to be the roamer to get vision, stay front. while cutting lanes, while managing the Hilda back into the EXP lane for the delayed rotations, while Steffe plays a little bit more back to see if he can get some nice counterplay through his ultimate.
No way, yeah, 3 made a bad call on the rotation. He should have proxied the wave after he saw Uranus proxy. He ended up being a little too late. Oh!
Purify already forced out. Orochi here in front of CG Esports Valence. Oh! Still had the flicker. And now they know the real world manipulation's down.
The push should be back at around somewhere 40 seconds at this point. Plus battle spell for battle spell, but the Purify does come back earlier. So Valence won't have the surprise initiation with the Cho. Good call by Shin to commit an ultimate.
EXP leaders finally see each other again here, but...
Wow, riveting gameplay. Oh my lord, look at these EXP leaders.
These micro plays.
Oh, he almost did the damage. Whoa! This is exciting, riveting play. EXP in a nutshell, man.
Steffe doesn't seem to find the right timing yet, though, for the shortcut.
So far, I think that Steffe's only concern is like accidentally throwing out the shortcut and not canceling out the Swan Song.
Oh, wait. Now it's CG who starts things up. Steffe doesn't even get to use the shortcut. Gary secures the objective while Ye3 from the sides
Dive him.
hands over a double kill to Gary.
Are we not diving this? Are we not diving this? We still have Swan Song.
Yeah.
Balance. Orochi's still able to clear it. Steffe, though, jumping in, now uses the shortcut, but everyone is able to dodge the stun. But look at Hyde on Bush! He finds the perfect target in Amzik. Ye3 trades out Steffe, but now that's 2 members of CG Esports going down.
Where's Chiku this entire time?
There.
Yeah, not use his ult. You're not wrong.
Oh!
There he is.
Why? Why?
Oh, no.
He had to dash to the other side, but the more important target clearly was Doom.
No way, dude. No way.
He probably thought the damage was gonna be enough, but Doom still got shield.
He's playing Impure Rage. He's not even playing Lethal Ignition.
What is it with Impure Rage nowadays?
I mean, it's just efficient, you know? In the laning phase, you poke people out, but it's moments like this where you're just like, I wish I had Lethal Ignition.
Yeah.
And I wish Lethal Ignition worked within a period so you can trigger it on multiple people and not just you do it one time and then you're just,
It's gonna be big regrets for Chico not going after Doom. That would have been Doom's second death if he just decided to go towards the other way instead of trying to get that kill onto Orochi.
Or flickered on him, whichever.
Flickered on him.
Yo, we saw this yesterday. Is it gonna happen again, though?
Oh!
Amzig's going down, but Chico responds with a Swan Song. Now he hits so many targets in exchange of his life. Gary trying to go after Orochi, but instead it's Doom who they find.
Oh. They're split, they're going after Shin!
Oh, there goes Shin. Unified Force. No! Now there's a knock-up again! Valence and Ye3 try to finish the job, and they do!
Hopefully Orochi trying to decide which one to get. But not at this point, he's like, oh, you know what, I'm a Uranus. There's not much I can do, man.
Yeah, and Gary's immediately going for the mid T1, which is far more valuable than anything else. A really great fight, and now you guys are understanding why Malaysians have a really controversial relationship with Chiku. He's like, he does some weird stuff, and then he makes like the super play, and you're like, I forgive you.
Yeah.
He spat in your face, and you're like, do it one more time.
Sir.
It's disrespectful, but it's necessary. He makes up for it every single time.
This is a love-hate relationship that you have.
It really is.
Oh, wait, Ye3 all alone, though. Now the shortcut's used, and
why?
Still decides
He could have flickered out. As Valence, Chico, and Amzik were going down.
He didn't, or did he have the flicker at the time?
He did.
Shin, okay. Now using the real world. Ah, another Swan Song on 3 members at that. But without Amzik, can they still fight this?
They can't, not at all. I don't know. Oh man, because Odette is an interesting hero, right? I feel like Chico is trying to maximize the amount of damage he gets by throwing out the stun first straight in to the Swan Song to maximize his damage, because technically the stun can bounce around if the targets are close to each other.
Up top.
I think they just need to I think he just needs to ult, right? And save his abilities. He just needs to be a deterrent more than actually profiting from it.
Because like for the past 2 instances where we saw the swan song, he was either waiting in the bush, trying to go for an ambush, or down bottom, he decided to go in. And even in that most recent fight, he started it by himself. So.
With the Genie Swan being the only item so far, though, once the Oday gets to the 3rd item, then Black Sentence really needs to watch out for every Swan Song that gets stitched out. With all of them sticking together at some point, most likely he'll go for the Genie Swan. Even the Lightning Torch, that's going to be really painful to deal with. And with everything that's happened in this game so far, Hydon Bush has gone under the radar. He found Amsic in that fight.
Yeah.
Got the kill there. He's 3-1-4. 2 turtles over 1 compared to CG. He's been on point in this Lancelot.
The short range from Carrie is really hurting her odds because Hydon Bush has successfully found her 2 times already. The 3rd time just feels really inevitable and something that they have to answer for. I think that at this point, what could they do? Gary, where is he currently at? He doesn't have the Endless Battle yet, but he's already completed the War Axe alongside with the Hunter Strike. And then when we're looking at Chiku's side, Lightning Truncheon finally complete, but I don't see any Dominance Ices done yet.
Wait, Valens.
Could be big.
They don't know that Steph is there. They're gonna try.
You're waiting. They still don't know.
I think it's okay. It's pretty okay as long as Amzik doesn't walk up first. I like the fact that they're like, let's probe out with Valens. There's a good chance he might be there, so let's just hold on.
Oh, they're spotted. They're spotted.
Now that
the trick is up.
Oh! It doesn't land. Oh, that could have been something for CG Esports. Definitely could have been something.
That could have been one of the most high play predictions of all time. It just turned out to be Stefan was 1 step ahead. He didn't use the flicker out right away. He walked a little bit more flickered.
Yeah.
You saw it. It was almost there.
I mean, was Valens 1 step ahead or was he 2 steps ahead? I feel like he was 2 steps. He could have just walked up, forced the flicker, and then followed up.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't be too excited.
Okay.
Try and get it off.
At least CG Esports now, though, have a clear adjustment. They're not letting anyone alone on the opposite side of the map because they know that there's a potential threat of Steffe with the shortcut, and they force out the Purify from Orochi there.
I'm all for it. I am all for it because Orochi, they're waiting for his stacks to run out. He's going to sit on the Lord to maintain it, right? But there's no way to get him off of this realistically. Maybe Chico, guys, when he does eventually get into the Wishing Lantern, but for now, Amzik is supposed to be their main answer. And without a Trinity completed, he is just a little off of DHS. Once he gets that DHS, it's going to be a bigger problem.
Honestly,
wait a second.
Oh, there.
They saw him.
Oh, they found him. Now they have nothing to worry about. They're going for Orochi. Still not using the shortcut. There you go. Steph is still alive. 1 hit more needed. Real world manipulation committed by Shin, but all members of CG Esports are able to remove themselves out. Thorn Throws committed by Hydon Bush. Steph is still not going home. Gary spots him. And now Black Sentence, they're all low.
Yep, they got to go back to their neutral objectives, right? But first, clean up the waves. Top side is on net negative for CG. Bottom side is a net positive. Mid is already shoved in. This is a really good time to start getting involved.
And Steffi doesn't have the shortcut again. Doom has the Zaman Force though, so that's one. They just have to be careful.
Careful is one thing, but I think that Amzik has a really tough job. That ult, as good as it is, can only take out 1 guy at a time. And they know that Orochi is pretty difficult to deal with at this point. What does he have? Does he have the Pauldron yet? No, he does not have. The Dom Ice is on its way, but he's only got Oracle, so he's praying for the best.
Huh? Oh, Yenja goes for Doom.
Gotta pour something out. Purify still there on the Harith. Valens.
Now Valens finds Shin. There's the Purify, however, and the real world manipulation. The shortcut too, right at the corner. Stop CG Esports from potentially pursuing this fight. Now it's Black Sentence who might be looking for the re-engage, but CG Esports, they don't want to fight anymore.
Too resource hungry for everybody here.
A3. Orochi zoning everyone out really, really well. Chico, he finds him there, doesn't use the ultimate just yet! And they rely on sheer damage to do that. Now they've regained control over the Lord Pit. Stephanie trying to look for an opening, but now Yari gets to secure the objective for themselves. Doom might be next, but then he gets to put himself under the turret, and CG Esports have found a way around this.
Dude, Chico is holding on to that all until next Christmas, my guy. He's waiting for 2027 before he releases it. Because so far, his ults have been interesting. And it's strange to see, but Odette so far has a 25% win rate in 4 games in the M-Series stage. Wow, Chico posted 80% in 5 games in MPL. I didn't realize it was 80. I thought it was still 60. I missed out on two games, I guess.
CG Esports on the brink of getting a victory here. 10-7 of the kills.
Come on, do the thing.
Chico, a massive swan song. But he's not going to pull the trigger just yet. He wants to really savor the moment. Is he waiting for a savage?
I don't know. It's either he really wants to use it immediately or he doesn't want to use it at all.
That's the thing. I feel like he wants to be in the center.
Okay, Orochi now. Oh, Amzik dealing so much damage, but he has to flicker out because you can expect the same from Doom. Stico finds Doom! But on the other side of the map, Steppe also gets to use the shortcuts. Ye3 though, trying to pursue Shin, and he will be successful in finding the kill. But Chico's traded out too. Now it's Ye3 all alone.
So, explain to me what the call was there. Like, how, right? How could you botch this up that hard?
I mean, trying to buy time, but at this point he will eventually fall. This means though the Black Santa's out. Oh, Ye3.
It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. Even if you get a wipeout, there's...
Clear out the minion waves.
Yeah. They got to deal with the minion waves. Man, this is hard to watch. This is pretty hard to watch. Let's look at that replay one more time to see how bad this was a biff, right? Because the fight split in 2, and that's something that CG does not want to do, right? They kite to the same side, they see Steppe, but then the information was cut in half. Chiku's going for Shin, who's supposed to be the main target, and don't get me wrong, I don't think it's the worst target, but you have 4 members attacking your backline who is already less than 25 HP.
Yeah, I think if he got the kill on Shin and Doom, it would have been different, but Shin was able to get away with it. So all the other frontliners were able to just regroup and help Shin survive that for a bit more longer. And unknowingly, those frontliners had decent amount of damage too.
Why are we going for a Rose Gold Meteor here? Is Shin that big of an issue to Amzik? I feel like as much as you're up against this Harith, the range is kind of important because Orochi is pretty much in your face 90% of your times, and then the last 1% is Doom, the other 9% is hide on bush.
Yeah, it feels like he's just thinking of all the magic damage dealers. He's thinking 4 magic damage to 1 physical. I build Rose Gold.
I will not let Steppe kill me.
Yeah. Not this chip. Anyone but the chip. Great position by CG, by the way. Black Santa's Pryo on the turtle, but they have a little bit more map control. The Sun Gary down bot, cut that. The beacon.
Oh, wait.
They need to do something right now. What a gang! What a gang!
Oh, Steppe doesn't know, but everyone else is there too. Now Chico, is it time that he uses the Swan Song? He finally does, but no one goes down. Ye3 blocking off the other members, and every single one of them remains alive.
That was hot.
That really was. Good thing Gary used the Mountain Chakra in time, because if he didn't, he would have just gotten surprised. But he felt it. They knew something was up. And then they were able to spot out the chip play before it fully pushed through. 5v5 still. This could be a very intense and dramatic end to this 3-game series. CG and Black Santa's fighting for tournament life.
Dude, look at the goal lead. It's just going back and forth. It really doesn't stop changing. 12-11. These teams are so strangely equal in terms of the playing field. Despite having such a better composition and counter index. Oh, wait.
Orochi, where's that damage coming from? Gary, he just wanted the Lord. And now that they got it, nothing matters anymore.
Yep.
I was thinking they'd use the chip ult to send the Lancelot back faster, but where was it?
They're nervous. They're nervous. He's like, Chiku's not holding it until next year, guys. He's using it this game.
Yeah. They knew they're still, again, that's one of the threats of this Adet up against that chip. Even if they did decide to use it, they would have just all eaten the Swan Song. Although Dead, And now CG easily got the lure. They're marching forward, very close in the items. Black Sentence has great defense, great high ground. But can they make it work, Chiku?
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised if Chiku flickers in.
Yep, he honestly should after this right here.
Okay, doesn't have the Winter Crown, but maybe right now is a good time. Black Sentence, though, will focus on clearing out the waves first. And there goes the Does Chiku go in? 4 members of Black Sentence are down. Doom could not defend this anymore. CG Esports, stay alive!
Such a toxic relationship I have with Chiku. I doubt him. He says, no, I pay back with dividend every single time.
Poetic! A swan song from Chiku! Unfortunately sends Black Sentence home. And CG are still alive here. It is not a Black Friday for Malaysia. Thank you, Black Sentence, for your effort, for everything that you've done, for what you almost achieved. But it's CG who walks away victorious.
A heartbreak for the region of Latam. More rebuilding to do, but great potential, a bright future, and truly competitors that could change the game in a year's time. 5 months compared to a year. Imagine if they were on the same footing.
Yep.
5 months. That's how long BSE have been together. From MPL LATAM Season 1 to MPL LATAM Champions to this moment where it looks like, it almost looked like they could have taken this away from CG, but hesitation meant that CG pounced.
That makes it 2 Malaysian teams now.
Yep.
Well,
not just it.
No, this is an elimination match.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
that's right.
So at least for CG, they make it for just one more round.
Yeah.
Qualification is one best of 3 away. And I mean, we're trimming down the fat here.
Yeah.
We're getting to the lean meat already, and we're getting there fast.
Yeah, we are. We have one more elimination match coming up today, but of course, in just a moment, we'll be hearing from CG. Unfortunately, Stefan will have to wait another year. I think you're starting to see the emotions on the faces of BSE. They were so close, but the moment of hesitation. But they knew if it was like a loss, and they used the shortcut, that would have been an easy swan song for Chico.
Yep. No matter what, it was a matter of chicken. Whoever pressed the ult first, guaranteed to lose.
But no matter where they decided to put Steffi, right?
Exactly.
CG were just quick to react, and it's not react in a bad way. It's like they decided to rotate towards the bottom lane, fully knowing well that that could be the call for Black Sentence.
But it's crazy. The runner-ups of Malaysia was taken to 3 games against Black Sentence. 5 months again. I hope Black Sentence considers taking this team together.
Wow.
They've had a wealth of experience this M series. They started off Swiss by taking that 1 game against CFU Gaming. They struggled against Alter Ego and Team Falcons, but they took CG to their limit. There's a bright future in LATAM, and I hope the region gets behind Black Sentence, for there could be a team there to make an even deeper run in the next major international. But it is the joy of Malaysia as CG is still alive here on Swiss Stage. We're going to go on over to Rose for the interview to hear from CG.
From MDL Latam to the World Championship stage in 5 months is no easy feat. Keep your heads held high, Black Sentence, and we hope to see you come back stronger next year. And now the winner of our 2nd elimination match of the day. Give it up for CG Esports! Right now on stage, we have with me Yetri and Chiku. Boys, that was a very intense Game 3. How are you both feeling right now?
Feeling good.
Feeling good? Chiku?
Feeling tak tahu nak cakap macam mana. Hampir rasa macam nak kalah kat tadi.
He felt like he almost lost just now.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, almost. Now, Chiku, we learned that CG is actually Scream's partners with BSE. So, did that make today's match harder or actually easier?
I think harder because mostly we fighting in Swiss stage, the FYG and BSA our screen partner. So yeah, a little bit harder.
It makes it harder because more or less you guys know who's going to pick and ban, who's going to
each other,
what, rotations, all those kind of stuff. Yeah, that was a very intense full series actually. Now, Year 3, this journey in the Swiss stage so far, especially since it's your first international tournament, right? How different is CG from when you started in the Swiss stage until now? What changed?
The different maybe the confidence because before this we just lack of preparation and our team is not fully ready, but right now we are fully together and change our mindset.
Fully together, and of course the mindset has definitely changed. You said that the confidence also has changed, so are you guys more confident now?
Of course, we're confident to going to knockout stage.
Confident to go to the knockout stages. Now, yes guys, tomorrow CG Esports has actually one more do or die match to get one of the last few tickets to the knockout stages. And speaking of that, since you guys are one game away, do you feel more pressured?
Pressure is come every time but I already usual to that, and maybe because whoever the opponent, we try to fight.
Whoever the opponents, you guys try to fight. Now, we know that back then in Malaysia, whenever you guys are stressed out, you guys would go release some stress by bowling. Have you guys done any of those activities here in Jakarta to help manage the stress?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, 2 days ago, right? We go bowling 2 days ago.
I think yesterday night.
Oh, yesterday night.
Yeah.
Okay, so for all of you guys who don't know, here's your little fun fact. CG uses bowling as a way to actually de-stress. Now, Chiku, I see in the audience today that you have a special buff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My family.
Your family is here. Do you have anything you want to say to your wife, your baby?
Untuk wife saya dengan Dania, hopefully kita akan balik lambat lah. InsyaAllah kalau ada rezeki.
He said to his wife and to his daughter, hopefully they will go back to Malaysia later, not anytime soon. And of course, earlier today, we showed a video message from Yums, and he was giving his support to you. Is there anything you want to say to Yums?
For Yum and semua SRG punya player and coaching staff mostly, terima kasih sebab banyak bagi tips kat kita orang and membantu kita orang perbaiki masalah kita orang. Ya, terima kasih.
Once again, congratulations to CG Esports for making it out of another elimination match. Thank you so much, boys. Congratulations. I will see you both tomorrow. And of course, now it's time to throw it back to the casters to actually analyze what happened in this full series match.
Great to hear from Year 3 and Chiku, of course, showing their love and thanks to their fellow Malaysian orgs, members, teams, Yums, SRG, of course. Because I hesitated there because I remembered Cram and Innocent are Filipino. So that's why I was like, I don't want to accidentally lump all of them as Malaysian, as there are Filipinos who are surprised that Cram and Innocent are Filipino. So
I think no matter what, it's going to be help from the organization, right? Because Coach Ark, technically, if you're talking about quote-unquote help, that would be kind of the go-to. But let's give it up for our MVP of this game. Without a doubt, as much as I was like, okay, maybe, I don't know, he's holding on to that swan song till next year, he has paid dividends again and again and again.
Yeah, it's like Chico was like, guys, the ult is called Swan Song. It should be the final goodbye, the very last. So I will get the last. Yeah. I will get the last big Swan Song right before we win. It's all part of the plan,
He was saving it, even his flicker. So maybe that's why he wasn't showing himself anymore.
It's for the sake of conceptual symmetry.
Yeah, you guys can fight, and I'm just gonna use my flicker and my swan song when I want to end things.
Look, there are many different arguments that can be made here, but truly there are only a couple of facts that matter. Now let's start looking at the highlights real quick, because let me tell you, this swan song had so much potential to devastate every aspect of this fight. You can tank an entire RWM if you're sitting right in the middle of it, but the biggest problem is how does it get cancelled? Now, a lot of the knockups really just boil down to, hey, if Chip gets on top of you because everybody else doesn't actually have CC. Well, that, I mean, the RWM, but even so, it doesn't cancel out the channeling at the end of the day. So it's about positioning in these fights. When you are looking at Harith on the opposite side, he can only dash as far as the zone that he has created with the Zaman Force, which is why we see that in a lot of major fights that BSE is looking to try and take out some key characters before the fight even begins. But then the Swan Song comes in, always clutch at the very end. As we see the rest of these fights continue to play out, the worst thing that BSE could potentially do is to start a fight by a Lord, and that's why you were seeing that Steffe was heading to opposite sides of the map, looking for potentials. Luckily, Amzik learned a little bit off of the team spirit game. Maybe don't walk up too far up in the lane. You know, maybe wait for the Mountain Chakra. Let Valens do a lot of the heavy lifting. And I think that Valens, I am worried about him because his hero pool seems to be more proficient towards Cho and nothing else, but I could be entirely wrong, similarly to the Swan Song, because in this final moment, it was so telegraphed. You knew exactly what they wanted to do with this Swan Song and Flicker. We're going to siege. We're going to take you all out. If you walk too far outside of your crystal, it's game over.
So you really can't fault, again, going back to the main point with how the Swan Song disrupted a lot of the ideas that maybe Black Sentinels just could never bring out, that they had to hesitate, that they had to think about the Swan Song every single time. You cannot blame them for not deciding to use the Chip Ultimate to send the Hydon Bush to the Lord in the last Lord fight, and then they just decided, let's just play for the defense. But then at that point, Chico was like, I have one condition. I look for Shin. Once that real-world manipulation is up, I'm going in.
Yeah.
Swan Song.
It was like a collective call to just come from behind the wall so everyone gets surprised, because no one saw that CG were ready to fight inside the base just yet. But then you just needed that single dash from Amzik, and then Valens could do it easily. But Chico was the difference maker in that team fight, because he literally sacrificed the flicker just so he could also get in and cross the wall. I love it when I see unique mages in the mid lane.
Yep, and hey man, none other than the man who brings unique stuff all the time to you guys. God, he's already played so many different roles. He's made an impact, and it's great to see him back on the stage. But I'm really excited for players like Amzik, for an example. Yeah3 unironically played one hell of a game. He bought literally, what, a total of a minute and a half of just delaying his opponents?
And the presence of the Hilda really showing up as to why it's one of the picks that may fly under the radar, but impactful, whether it's in the roam and the EXP. In the roam, as we saw here, a little bit more demanding. Make sure you get the timing right at the mid-trades. But in the EXP, as long as you're managing your lane, you're good. You just go straight run to the back, get that target down. A very fun one here. Between CG and Black Sentence, it went to 3 games. I was expecting like a pretty sloppy, one-sided affair, but no. Again, which is why Black Sentence, hopefully they keep this roster. It's only been 5 months. They could only go up from here. I hope we get to see more of them, maybe in MSC.
It was really fun, even if it was a Hilda-Uranus matchup in the EXP. It's not like we watched them in the EXP lane anymore. Our observer did not go there anymore. So we were just...
Come on, what are you going to see? You're going to see...
riveting gameplay.
Uranus going, whoa. Hilda going, whoa.
We just had to watch Chico, right? And whatever Chico wanted to do.
Well, I mean, Valens was also a pretty good second place to watch, make moves across the map, because I think that he started to pick up on the idea of like, how exactly should I be dealing with this Chip? I don't need to deal with him. I just need to see him once.
Well, we have one last remaining match for today. It's Evil up against Onyx Indonesia. Who would have thought that Onyx will be fighting for tournament life, now up against a Singaporean champions? We'll be back after this break.
M7 official gaming foam.
Are going to the M7 World Championship.
Let's go. Futbol uğraşıyordum, futbolcu olmak istiyordum. Ama pandemi girdikten sonra futbola ara verdim. Birazcık da Mobile Legends oynamaya başladım o zamanlar yani yaklaşık.
Que nosotros empezamos desde la MDL, la ganamos, después subimos a la MPL, también la ganamos y ahora estamos en el Mundial y también esperamos ganar.
I think Team Zone is underdog in M7. Nobody expected us to be here.
Evo was once a dark horse and we break through the expectation of everyone.
They broke history!
Even though we are coming in as a newcomer, we are not just coming in here for experience.
We know we have power, that's all, we are good.
Nosotros somos el equipo dark horse.
Who do I think will be the dark horse? A bit of a Malaysian bias, but I would say CG for sure.
I'll lean more towards Yangon Galactic. I don't think anyone really is expecting CG to be a threat.
Kita orang bukan dark horse, kita orang cuma pendatang baru.
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့အဲ့လိုတော့မထင်ဘူးအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်နေတော့ကြောင့်မလို့ပွဲတဲ့ကြရင်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံစံနဲ့ဆော့ရသွားမှာချပြသွားမယ်မလို့ချက်တော့စောင့်ကြည့်သေးတယ်
Sebab kita orang ni suka invade orang, bantai orang, memang gaduh tak berhenti.
ညီရဥအောင်ချတယ်ပေါ့အဲ့ကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ aggressive ဆော့ရတဲ့ဘောကြတယ်
Agresif, kenapanya? Karena suka perang. Karena kalau misalkan bermain agresif, musuh bakal kena pressure duluan.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេង aggressive ដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំកាលមុនគឺមើល player ខ្លួនឯងនីមួយៗហើយគិតទៅថាអ្នកគឺដៃខ្លាំងមែនតើអញ្ចឹងលេង aggressive គឺត្រូវ
我们战术打法无规则打法，就对手可能研究不透我们吧。
We are not that serious. We just playing for fun because it helps us not get pressure. If you play for real, we get a high pressure international.
可以打进世界赛的关键之一是早睡早起，保持好身体。
Siguro determination lang din talaga and focus sa sarili kasi doon nalalabas siguro yung pagiging consistent sa paglalaro.
Our secret in our veterans in our team. Enemies need to respect us.
Strong mentality and discipline because it's all about out of the game. King teams for me are gaming us.
Siguro para masabi kong king yung team or legends, siguro meron muna silang MSC title and M-World title.
Kalau dibilang tim raja, enggak lah.
The Sky Kings have been taken down!
Kita belum layak lah dipanggil raja. Ya, back to back dulu lah semuanya, baru bisa dianggap tim raja.
Tingin ko isa kami sa mga king teams kasi sobrang dami na namin pinanalo na tournaments and sobrang dami na namin na-achieve ng magkakasama. Sa tingin ko kapag na-achieve na namin yung Golden Road, hindi na siguro king team yung tawag sa amin, siguro mas angat pa doon.
I think we are because based on the recent tournament in NSC, we are the top 2. If we win, we already show everyone that we have the potential to become more than a king.
Let's do it for Malaysia.
I will redeem Indonesia.
I will complete the Golden Road.
We are going to be closing out this Friday night here in Jakarta, Indonesia, watching the champions of MPL Indonesia fight for tournament life against the champions of MPL Singapore as Evil face off against Onyx. I cannot believe I'm actually saying that.
Yeah, it's a little interesting to see considering that Onyx was supposed to be one of the few, I would say, part of the top 3 of favorite teams to eventually make it to the end. We don't know which one of the 3 was going to make it to the end, but they were definitely high up there.
Yeah, because I think even for, let's say, the coaching staff of like teams or the other teams who we would assume would be placed in top 3, like Liquid or Aurora, would all acknowledge that Onyx is one of those teams to beat, to really get past before you could eventually say that you would confidently be able to win. But maybe it's the best of ones, maybe it's other factors too, but honestly, it still remains a mystery to me because prior M7, we thought they had such a great grasp of the meta already.
Yeah. But to be fair, again, to Onyx, this is the first time we're going to be seeing them in a best of 3 match here at M7, as they have only faced off in the BO1s against Boostgate, Yangon, Team Spirit. But that just really contextualizes this thing that I can't believe that a team the caliber of Onyx ID struggles in a BO1 format, whereas the team that they faced in the grand finals of MPL Indonesia Season 16, Alter Ego, have gone perfect against Aurora Turkey, Black Sentence, and then they swept the team that beat Onyx in Yangon Galactica. So the Sky Kings must rise before Evil takes control. I like that headline. That's pretty good. Nobody thought that we'll be here, but we're here. It's Singapore's champion taking on the champions of Indonesia and one of the favorites to win the entire tournament in an elimination match.
Yeah,
Wow.
M7 is something else. If we end the Swiss stage in a similar fashion as to how we ended Wildcard, which was like a major upset or a team we expected to advance not advancing, then that'll be crazy. But I think a lot of us are in agreement that this favors Onyx.
Yeah, no, it definitely favors Onyx, and considering their entire run up to until this point, it seems like they had issues of being a little. Again, this team is very much free flow, right? We gotta have creative ways. We gotta be able to kind of flow, be able to get people into the fights, in and out every single time, but they lack decisiveness. And I think that's something that we saw in their past 2 losses. They weren't decisive enough to take an initial fight. And sometimes even on their wins, that's why we only see up until the late game where that free flow really matters take into effect.
Yeah, because I'm surprised. Like, the drafts they tend to go for are still, I'd say, centered around Keyboy Sans and the plays they can make. But as you said, they look like they're trying to go for it, but then they don't. So I think that's also one of the things we want to look out for.
One thing Onyx can look at is that history works well for them in the sense that the last time we saw an Indonesian champion in the M series started off 1-2. They eventually made it to the grand finals. I'm talking about Team Liquid Indonesia in the M6 World Championship, where that was the record they started with. Well, but now looking at Evil in the history of Singapore in this format, NIP Flash were pretty darn good during M6. They lost to CFU, they beat Aurora PH, they beat S2G, then they would go on to take a then really hot in the tournament Twisted Minds to be the 4th team to secure their slot. That was M6. Let's revisit now, though, the history that doesn't work well for Onyx Indonesia. The fact that when it comes to best of ones, they do not have a glowing track record with this format, either in the BO1s or even in the BO2 format.
And it's kind of ironic, right? Because the only times that when we look at the BO1s, it's like, oh man, this is kind of difficult. And obviously, in M3, they beat their brothers. But up until that point, coming down into those best of 5s, the only times we see them actually drop the ball really, really hard is either A, to at the time, gonna be eventual champions, Echo, and of course, Deo's Fault, who we now know as the one and only Team Spirit. Like, so again, very much recalling back onto the history of the teams that they have lost to, they are still losing to, and the track record of BO1's not being great, honestly, still adds up.
Yeah, and now they're gonna be filling this M7 portion, depending on how things go for their best of 3 match here against Evil, where I'm wondering how Evil feels like heading into this match, because I feel like they've been on a great momentum. You could see it and you could feel it in their interviews and how motivated they are actually, because they've beaten like some of the more significant teams for them personally, on a personal level, I'd say. But to prepare yourself against a team like Onyx, I wonder if it's like a similar feeling to how CG felt, or like are they gonna attack this in a different way, or are they gonna stick with what's familiar to them, in a sense, and especially in terms of draft?
I think so far, the biggest ways that we've seen teams try to punish Onyx, especially in those BO1s, really comes down to the performance of whether Lutby is able to get into position. Because Skylar, he's getting to the kill points, he's getting to the critical mass, he's unable to convert it due to a lack of space. So maybe that's the way that Evil is going to hit him hard.
Yeah, if they can hit Lutby hard, hit the side laners hard, they also have to look at Keyboy, if they can give him a hard time. I've been asking around, a lot of people behind the scenes have been thinking that they're sort of underwhelmed by Keyboy's performance so far alongside Sans. But hey, now that we're in a best of 3, it might be a little bit better. To know a little bit more about the champions of MPL Indonesia, one of the favorite teams to win it all, we gotta watch this to understand them.
Tim Onyx kalah.
High above the clouds, it's the Dragons of the North that take the Sky Kings down in front of their home crowd.
Ya inilah M7. Gak ada yang bisa dilihat, gak ada yang bisa tahu gimana jalannya pertandingan ini.
Nggak tahu juga, memang kalah aja.
Hindi po siya common siguro. Nga po, dahil hindi po siya madalas nangyayari, kaya medyo nahihirapan po kaming ayusin.
И мы знали, что Оники достаточно в плохой форме, и этот матч можно спокойно выиграть.
Normally, when you see a team struggling, you have to see about the inside and the outside of the game. Based from the outside, I just think that they're not in sync right now and they have some communication issues.
Ya kita main menang kalah, maksudnya menang bareng kalah bareng gitu. Kita nggak ada kayak ngesalahin satu player atau gimana.
I don't know what I can say. They still bad drafting, bad playing, and have a lot of mistakes and in gameplay, in micro, in macro, in some strategies, in some fights, in some drafting also.
For me, kailangan na nilang ilabas yung talagang hero nila. Huwag na sila mag-try ng any composition.
Sometimes it can be a simple problem that can, kind of affect your team.
Mungkin dari tekanan pressure dari fans juga ya. Karena kan kalau di Indonesia diharapkan banget untuk menang.
Sebenarnya kalau dari gue sendiri, gue kayak ngelihat mereka gimana cara mereka ngangkat piala sih. Jadi kayak benar-benar itu ibaratnya kayak redemption dari dalam diri gue.
Dia akan melakukan yang terbaik dan meningkatkan lagi cara bermainnya.
Untuk Onyx tetap semangat.
Semangat ya. Onyx semangat terus. Let's go Onyx.
Come back stronger Onyx. This time Onyx.
Community sentiment is that Onyx needs to stop experimenting and ego drafting. But should they?
I think
Are they actually experimenting and ego drafting? Just because we saw Kyrie pick up a Leo Mord, which is one of the hottest picks of the tournament.
I don't know. I feel like it's really the small little things, right? Because again, it's just how much preparation have you put into the game for each and every individual teams that you have to play and account for so many different situations, right? When we saw them play against Yangon Galacticos, I think it was the most obvious that they were not synced. And even their draft, again, a little questionable, right? And then we look at their fight against Team Spirit, where clearly Team Spirit just got whatever they wanted to, right? Canceling the correct abilities at the correct time. It felt like they couldn't make a mistake, but really the onus was on Onyx, who wasn't peeling for each other to create those beautiful moments that we know Onyx for.
Yeah, it was that game which brought back my faith in the Leomord, because I lost it because of the Onyx game, and then it was brought back by Team Spirit when they went up against that exact same team, which was Onyx. But I agree, because I feel like the way that they've been drafting, except for the Yangon game perhaps, is very much Onyx identity, like those pick-off heroes, those burst-type heroes. So I would personally think that it's more on making sure that they get to activate the Sans Keyboy connection that we know, because I think that's where a lot of it starts. Lutby in the sides, it's not like you expect him to get the advantage all the time. But so long as those two are working, then everything eventually falls into place. And I think you could say the same for Skylar. Like, Skylar's very dependable in the gold lane, so I think majority of the attention is going to fall on the mid of Onyx.
I'm going to look at it slightly differently, though. it's now in this situation that Lutfi definitely needs to step up.
Yeah.
And because if the argument is, then if as long as Kiboy, Sans, and Kyrie are doing good, then everything should be going good. But what if it doesn't? Then someone needs to pick up the pace. Someone in the side lane needs to pick it up. The pressure is on the EXP. EXP jungle are the focus of this meta. A lot of the pressure is on there. So now let's look at the other side. Let's look at Evil, a team that could potentially end up getting the greatest upset in MLBB history if they can take the Sky Kings down today. But it is a tall order for Gear, Aether, Sayla, Powerful, and Ven, as even their victory against Flash in Singapore had question marks on it.
I mean, people say that there's question marks, but at the end of the day, they're here at M7. And they're also backed up by veterans like Kieran as well. Sayla, who was part of an international 4th place finish during M3 to push Evil forward. This is what they're looking for. My biggest problem with Evil right now, and their biggest opportunity to actually beat Onyx, comes down to what is their win condition. Their win conditions are always extremely tight, highly mechanical, super demanding. We need easier win conditions to make this happen. And as much as I believe that Onyx like to have those easy win conditions, the timings of those are always lackluster. And as you mentioned, Remar, I don't see that secondary carry just yet.
Now that you mention it, actually the way that they've been drafting seems a bit too dependent on a certain play. Or there has to be this sequence for you to be able to guarantee that you get the most out of your lineup. It's the Tigreal during their first game, and then the Freya Faramis in the second game. And they've been trying the Sora out as well. So I know they're a team which is very textbook, and or at least they're described to be a team which is very textbook or fundamental. But these drafts kind of take it away from them to play that.
My worry for Evil here is that when they went up against Team Spirit to open up their Swiss campaign, and then they went up against Aurora, Turkey after they defeated the FYG, they did not look impressive in those games. I did not see an Evil that I feel like going into today, I could say they can beat Onyx. But who knows? Singapore has always been the region of many surprises when it comes to the international stage, and they might bring that out. Here's an interesting fun fact. Did you know that Sayla, the mid laner of Evil, and Kyrie are actually good friends, and they've been good friends since M3. And there's even more details about their close friendship, and even with Coach Yeb and Sayla in an interview that we had with Rose, Sayla, and Kyrie. So we're going to throw you on over there to find out more about this, and maybe their friendship will be a good factor.
Hey guys, Rose here, and right now I am with Kyrie and Sayla.
Hello.
A very interesting mix-up. Hello. Hi, Sayla.
Hi, Rose.
Now, I know some people would think this is a very interesting mix-up, but actually, the last time these two met was in M3. And in case you guys didn't know, they actually became quite good friends right after M3. So, tell us, Kyrie, how did you guys eventually become friends during M3?
I think it was while in the tournament, he asked me to eat out. That's when it started.
Yes, because M3 did happen in Singapore and Sayla is Singaporean. Where did you guys go eat?
Haidilao.
Hot pot.
Hot pot.
A good choice, a very good choice. So, Sayla, so after so long, how do you feel finally meeting Kyrie again? Did you miss him?
Yes. But I mean, I met him quite a few times throughout since M3, so we'll be keeping in touch since.
They've been keeping in touch. Okay, since the mic is with Sayla, Sayla, what was your first impression of Kyrie in M3?
Actually, his vibes is very similar to me. We are both really shy. So, yeah.
What about you, Kai?
I think the same as his answer. It was also, my first impression of him was, he was like a shy boy. Yeah, shy introvert.
Yeah, M3 was definitely quite a while back. Now, what's your impression of him now?
Still the same, I think.
Still shy. Sayla?
Exactly the same still.
No difference at all. You know what? Just a little bit. Since you're in Indo now, which is kind of Kyrie's home ground, is there any food you recommend Sayla to eat while he's here?
I actually asked him to eat nasi padang, which is my favorite food here, and I don't know if he already tried it or not. Did you?
No, not yet. You bring me.
Not yet. Okay. Before we enter into this game, you guys will become enemies later on. Friends right now, enemies in the battlefield. Is there anything Kyrie wants to say to Sayla as a friend?
I just want to say I'm sorry because I have to send you back in Singapore.
Sayla?
I also want to send you home. Sorry too.
In order to see who will be sending who home, we shall head right into the match.
Thank you, Rose. Nice to see the dynamic of Sayla and Kyrie. Dude, I would pay to watch a buddy cop film with these two as stars.
I'm telling you, the Wattpad is going crazy right now.
The Wattpad.
Yeah, the Wattpad is going wild. Singaporean youngsters are out there thinking about this relationship right here. A bond that can't be broken.
Because the way that they were just standing beside each other like that and not moving. It was awkward, but it was so cute.
That's how you know they're true friends, the shenanigans that they've been up to. But it's time to welcome them up on stage. Let's start with Onyx. They are down, but not out just yet. The Sky Kings, while on their knees, graces anew to prove that not all hope is lost. EXP Ludby, Mida Sans, Ronky Boy, Gold Scholar, and Jungle Kyrie. Your time is now. Onyx Indonesia! The home crowd has shown up. EXO Hall is filled with Sonics. But maybe, just maybe, it's a team from Singapore. They're champions and a little bit of evil that can spice things up.
And on the other side, from the Philippines runner-up now facing Indonesia's champion, does Singapore's representative have what it takes to pull off a great upset? It's Gear, Aether, Sayla, Powerful, and Ven. Take control! Evil!
This team has worked far too hard to get eliminated now. Singapore, known to be upsetters in every international tournament. This could be their moment that could change a lifetime and a generation for MLBB esports within their own region. Of course, we have the brawn lined up in front of us. We must get the brains up on stage. Give it up for the coaches for both Evil and as well as Onyx. From the side of Evil, it's Coach Bitoy. And from Onyx, it's Coach Adi and CW. Once again, we'd like to thank Gary the Marshal, making sure that everything is running smooth up on that stage. All technical issues will be handled.
A lot of us are thinking this is probably going to go a very specific and predictable way. But what if just a little bit more magic from Singapore, a little bit more shock? What if that DNA of NIP Flash or the now Flash is still there in Evil? And it might just be enough to shock the champions of Indonesia. Here's the champions of Singapore on your screens.
Yeah, because if you're talking about the magic of Singapore and their lineups or their runs ever since in international tournaments, it always feels as if it's an almost there. Like they bring out something and then they almost accomplish the upsets, but it's never enough. And that's been the trend for Flash for how many times now in a row? But now it's different. It's not Flash that we're seeing, it's Evil who defeated Flash. And with this mixture of new or young bloods and veterans, this might just be that recipe to accomplish that.
I think a bigger topic we need to talk about are the imports here. Aether and as well as Ven. Ven from MPLPH. From the side of MPL Indonesia, we have Aether. Both considered pretty mediocre in their own routes, and now they have to fight to not only consider tournament favorites, but some of the pillars of the Indonesian MLBB esports scene. They're facing up against Skylar and Kyrie.
When all else fails, trust Kyrie. It's a good way to look at Onyx IT, but it's definitely no longer Kyrie Esports as the old stigma was back then. But the entire team definitely need to carry their weight. Skylar questionable Bruno pick with a fighter emblem. Will they experiment with that? I don't know. But Skylar has always been one of those gold diggers that I feel like can get away with whatever pick he ends up with.
It's true. It's true. The Sonics are out in droves here in the Exo Hall and online as they start to dominate who will win game number 1 in the chat.
I could barely hear anything.
Me neither.
Yeah, they're singing. I wonder if like there's an end to that singing.
What did you say?
I'm just glad.
See, I can't even hear.
No, I'm kidding. Now I can hear you. I can hear you guys. Just trust. We learned from this.
Yeah.
It's not to try and beat the noise. The mics will pick us up. But if we don't hear each other, then no hard feelings. It's not that I'm not listening to you. I really cannot just hear you.
I'm just glad that the Sonics are on the Indonesian broadcast side because my goodness, if they're in front of us, it's over. It's literally so loud here in the EXO Hall, and we haven't even gotten into the draft. I don't even know what kind of map we're playing on.
Yeah. This is all on. I think there have been a lot of sentiments too, or shout outs towards the coaches, like Coach Adi, what do you want to do now, and stuff like that. And so same goes for Coach Vitoy for sure. So now you're asking what map we're getting, it's gonna be dangerous grass.
Yep. Okay, so now we look for the surprising picks. We look for the picks that can disrupt a lot. Excuse me, Vivian showed up right in front of us, and I may have gotten just a little bit distracted.
Wait,
so,
where is she?
Oh no, ice too slow. Bring it down, ice too slow. By the way, randomly shout out Naisu. So, now we watch out for Hildas. We watch out for Kali's. These heroes that have done very well in Dangerous Grass. But Evil, surprisingly, are very willing to give Onyx a Yuzhong for Lutpi.
You mentioned it. You wanted Lutpi to step up. Isn't this like the best hero to allow you to do that?
This is the easiest to step up with.
I think he really has to, right? Because there's no excuse for him at this point now that the major first picks are kind of out of the way. I mean, Grok is still there, but that's not really going to stop a Yuzon from getting into your back line. That's the beauty of the Black Dragon form. I'm curious to see how Evil is going to draft because Kalia and as well as Carrie are going to get locked in for Evil. Carrie was expected. I wasn't expecting the Kalia this time, but it just means that they're setting up for Sayla, right?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if they're gonna pair it up with another burst hero like the Kadita or something, since the Yuzhong pretty much denies you of confidently picking up the likes of a Farsa, which you still can, because oh wait, that's an Onyx thing by the way. But like, let's see where it goes.
Yeah. I mean, the Phantom War results really just show how much of an uphill climb this is going to be for Evil in the eyes of many. A Baksha priority first phase. Yeah, this feels familiar.
I like this a lot because here's the relationship, right? Yishin Shin is a little nervous about walking too far to the Kalia, right? And he sucks when he starts falling behind, but he will eventually scale. So the early game, you have an advantage with this Baxia, and now as much as Gatot is a direct counter to the Kalia, he can't deal with the Baxia pre-level 4 or after that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time dodging everything the Baksha's gonna throw at him if ever. Wait. Tari taken out for Skylar.
I mean, with them taking the claw, taking out the carry, actually theoretically it makes a lot of sense with how they decided to draft this. In terms of the best picks for Skylar, they whittled it down, but then Onyx can honestly just go double fighter. The thing is, they still have to think about the fact that there's a carry on the other side. So you see the train of thought here for Onyx. Onyx took out the Sora. If there's a gold lane pick that might show up here that Evo needs to be wary of, I think it might actually be the CC Gold.
Yeah, it's just that I'm probably worrying a bit about Onyx and if it ever does go to the late game and how can they close it out if they've been struggling in their previous games to do that, even with the presence of a marksman already.
Yep, that's actually an excellent point. That's one of the problems, I guess, for Onyx that has been evident for them here at the Swiss stage.
I think this might be a Moskov angle. I think that there's a potential for Moskov to actually get played here for the side of Onyx, but it really depends, right? Because at the end of it, double fighters is still very much on the table. Loyi gets banned out here, but considering that Onyx is already getting rid of things like Lapu Lapu, I think they're either setting up for a potential Farsa, because it doesn't look that good if Farsa goes on Evil's side. Onyx is going to give them that choice and take whatever's left. In that case, it's probably going to be Lunox, right?
Yeah, the Lunox would actually be nasty for Onyx.
Ban glue.
give him
Lunox and Carry
Uranus.
together is just.
Maybe they're not thinking about the Lunox considering the ban of the Uranus, because honestly, they would have had they already had the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, let's see if this is a mid lane pick coming in from Evil, right? Because they can opt not to go for it.
Yeah. Farsa's still available if they want the range. Double fighters might be difficult. They could save mid, show their XP. I mean, like, it's no hiding the fact that this box is going to go into the jungle.
What do you put against the Yuzhong, though? The Era.
I think you just go Glue, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like the only thing. All right.
Okay.
It's going to be Farsa and then Glue here. Onyx, if they want to like really ruin his day, they can preemptively just go, you know what, I'm going to go into the Farmus even though it kind of sucks against the Farsa. But considering that this is Onyx's time to really take advantage of the best of three, let's stick to standard stuff.
Yeah.
Will Sans end up getting the Kadita, considering it's a low bid for him?
Yeah, I feel like Sans is not gonna Paramis. It's just not giving Sans.
It's not giving Sans?
Not unless they're planning to pair it up with something really, like what we saw in previous series, but still seems like a really good... Oh no, what the heck?
Because they know the glue's coming up. Yeah. As expected, they pick up the CC.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. It's just what was going to be the mid lane pick, and the mid lane pick determines what the side lane pick is.
Are you still gonna glue?
The hell no.
Hell nah. You're gonna lose your little longs really quick.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, for the Arlott into the Faramis.
But that's still somewhat a great way to deal with the Faramis too.
Yeah.
So like...
well, I mean, I suppose, but I still think that at the end of the day, this is some really tight win conditions from either side, right? Yeah. Because they're immediately looking to answer a problem with a solution, and that's the entire draft. You show a problem, I instantly answer. And now it's come to the point that it's so convoluted, the ordering and the stack matters more than how the composition positions.
Interesting decisions for these two. Lineup rating, though, will lean towards Onyx. Early to late game potential, way better. The damage potential, though, the hypothetical damage potential of Evil, really, really good. Maybe that's where they'll play it through. As the drums of the Sonics thunder out in EXO Hall, we welcome you to game number 1 is best of 3 elimination series. Two champions face off, the champions of Singapore, Evil, and the champions of Indonesia, Onyx.
Let's get this last BO3 on the road. Everybody has been excited to see whether or not Onyx has recovered from the previous mental and emotional damage played throughout the best of ones here at the Swiss stage.
The drums have stopped, but their voices did not. We're already in game, but we're still hearing the Sonics cheer loud and clear. So now we finally get to see, will Lutpi actually live up to whatever we mentioned? And does Keyboy actually get back in shape?
I think he does, because again, Lutpi, he knows this. He doesn't want to mess up level 1. As soon as he hits level 2, he's got a pretty good chance at finding a solo kill onto Gear, and Gear's well aware of it. It's all about maintaining lane pressure. It all means where you don't lose your HP. Losing HP, or at least losing your... No, he misses that, right? Yeah.
He wings by wings in. Now Keyboy gets the taunt. Sayla already pretty low, but none of them will use the flicker just yet.
Pretty dicey mid-trading, though. I mean, good thing that they didn't use the flicker. That would have been a bigger loss, favoring Onyx ID.
Yeah, and now Sayla's gonna lose. I mean, let's count. One minion's gonna be is gonna disappear before he gets there. I don't know if the second one will disappear too. Doesn't. Only missing out one minion total at the end of it. While the gank happening on towards the top side, right? You can see that Onyx literally is looking for anything while Evil is trying to match that pressure. We're not going to let you get free ganks off. We are man defending you each time.
Yeah, that was a great dive. He forced out the Petrify already from Lutpi. Oh, but Sayla, now that's a flicker down.
Put lots of pressure on this Farsa. Not going to have level 4. Contesting this first turtle is going to be really tough for Onyx. Look at Sans.
Oh! Sans does it, picks up first blood, and there's another fight happening up top. It's Gear who's going down. 2 members already gone for Evil, even before this turtle.
Yeah, Sans didn't just take down Sayla, he diffed him there.
What was Powerful doing? he was holding a key point on the map. I think he should have just given it up and said, you know what, there's no point. Because Sayla is not even level 4.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't get this wave and he isn't healthy, he has to recall even if he does hit level 4. So the choice really needs to boil down to who are your anchors? We must play for them.
Play for the Sparsa Evil, you need that feathered airstrike.
They're getting tipped so much. Even in terms of the energy shields, you could see how Onyx ID are already able to get a lot out of that. And they just double it by picking off gear for the second time in the EXP lane.
Clean, going as expected here for Onyx ID. Play around your conditions. Slow, disciplined.
Oh, Konami Slam already committed. Feathered Airstrike 2 is there, but so is the Nether Realm from Sans. Can they get out of this? No! They pull Sayla back! And now with Kyrie joining the fight, Evil have to disengage.
Oh man, Sayla thought he was so safe. He gets taunted, loses his last 2 shots of the feathered airstrike, tries to get away, gets yoinked back by Sans. Everything that could have gone for Sayla went wrong. And now, you can see that Ven, he's having a bit of a tough time against Skylar, but it's a matter of time, and that's what Evil needs to do. As much punishment as Sayla takes, as long as he's able to scale up, that's what matters at the end.
As much as they're besties.
As much as they're besties.
As much as they're besties. This is not a fun time for Sayla.
Really isn't. He's being read. His roamer has left him in the weirdest spots. And now he's just getting dove on. Got outplayed by Sans. That was just Sans really understanding the limits of a Faramis there. It's just like, wait, yeah, I could just go versus you right now. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, I think the animation's weird because it's like the GFX looks like it's way shorter than it actually is, but it's really just a small projectile that's chasing you in. For some reason, it's like mildly slow.
Oh, Keyboy checking the book. Now he spots 2. They are actually gonna go for Powerful. Powerful 2 responds though with the Tsunami Slam, but there's not enough damage just yet. Powerful goes down. And that's another successful play before an objective for Onyx.
Yep, and Sans didn't even have to use the Netherrealm for it. I thought maybe it was going to preemptively do it, but true trust into Keyboy, only maximizing the Revitalize to initiate this dive. And now, with 2 turtles in their hand, a 2-level lead from Lupti on the top side, everything that could have gone wrong for the side of Evil on all 3 lanes have gone wrong.
All the conditions of Onyx ID have been checked. First 5 minutes, they have the kill lead. They have a 3,000, almost 3,000 gold lead. All turtles have got to them so far. They're playing around a fighter-centered lineup. Kyrie hasn't died yet. He's gotten 3 kills. Everything is going perfectly for Onyx ID.
Okay, now Evil might want to look for a trade. Skylar has the Vengeance though, and the Nether Realm! Right at the edge! Skylar still survives! Keyboy as well. Now Kyrie goes in. Mountain Shocker picks up a mega kill and another pull from Sans to potentially take down Aether. And they successfully get a double for him.
What's it gonna be, Gear? Oh!
That's a final slash, but it's a flying Faramis. It's a floating or flying Faramis who just gets to walk or float away.
Because of this, because Gear having to travel halfway across the world, he loses his tier 1 because of this, and even so, Aether is still falling further and further behind to Kyrie. As fast as Boxia can clear and can rotate across the map, Kyrie is making sure he is losing no time.
That's another attempt. There's no Nether Realm, so Sans actually will go down. He doesn't have the Purify too, but yeah.
It's a good punish, though. It's a good punish. Sayla still has Feathered Airstrike, and they know that in 33 seconds the turtle is going to spawn. If they can find an initial kill onto Skylar before his Vengeance, that would be ideal.
Right, Evil will now eye this lower turret. Skylar will be there. Keyboy as well.
Yeah.
He has the AOG available for him. Here comes Sans, also has Nether Realm.
He's already back.
Yeah, Keyboy and Sans are showing themselves, made Evil go, nope, let's not do this. Which is sad. They're not going to be able to find a trade because Kyrie is pushing up top. He's going to steal the orange buff away from Aether too. So Gear's going to see if he can try and cover, but Kyrie got away too fast.
And that's a tempo punish right there. Your indecision has costed you. Now Turtle's coming up and you're going to be way far behind. 3-level difference.
Oh, now they finally trade. Skylar will be the sacrifice, but they could potentially pick up the turtle after this. They're gonna block off the entry points for Evil. Do they still actually want to look for an opportunity? They see Powerful, but he's just gonna back off.
Kyrie's also making his way down to the bot side of the map, and so far, everything that has happened, Gear has not been able to really participate in any of these fights. It's starting to frustrate him because he's just bleeding out money every time he walks out of the lane.
Yeah, the laning phase is terrible for Gear. Now he's really just a final slash machine. See if we can make the most out of that. Maybe we can even get like a Dauntless Strike, few Vengeances in. It's not going to be the big impact outside of the ultimate. Evil still trying to find a way to recover. The unfortunate thing about the pick off of the Skylar in the bottom lane is that it happened while the minions weren't there for them. So instead of it being a kill plus a turret, it was just a kill while waiting for the minions.
Yeah, and now they're going to make an attempt to group as 5. Luffy still has Petrify, and that's something that Ven just honestly, considering that he is currently running... What is he running? What is he running? I can't remember. Flicker, right? Is he running Flicker or Purify?
Yeah.
Flicker, there we go. Then he shouldn't be walking up so closer.
Yeah.
Because he will get one shot.
Ooh.
That was so close. Good thing Aether was able to recall back.
Yeah. But again, he's still second in gold, so it's not too bad for Evil just yet. If they're just banking on the idea of Ven eventually being the focal point of this draft.
The thing is, though, Evil cannot defend. They can't even defend their own resources.
Yeah.
That you're not necessarily playing to get a lot of farm for your Baksha, but the YSS is getting all the farm, meaning that one of the main cores for Onyx is really getting resources.
Yep, the trade isn't fair. And Evil is trying to even out that score. They managed to get at least one back, but that's off of initiating, right? Knowing that they don't have battle spells.
Oh, powerful. He wants Skylar, but the Netherrealm will save him there, and Keyboy goes in too, tries to counter them out, but surprisingly, Evil actually had damage, but with Lutby coming in as well, a Black Dragon form alongside Kyrie, they finally get the advantage back, a double for Lutby, and Kyrie will be there with him as Sans takes down Aether.
Beautifully done by Lutby. Great initiation after the initial attack coming in from Evil, and Sans and Kyrie did not miss a beat. This was the Lutby that I was missing out on in the Swiss stage in the BO1s.
The Ghost Bursters from Sans hurt as well. It's Ghost Bursters with Lightning Crunch, and everyone was close together, and now Onyx gets the Free Lord 6,000 and climbing for their gold lead. Let's look back at the instant replay to see that pretty disgusting damage that Sans and the rest of Onyx were able to dish out.
And that's the thing, right? Because when you see the AOG come in, and even the Feathered Airstrike, once Keyboy was on top and managed just to get the taunt, things started to go wrong after the Netherrealm, right? That's when Lupti gets into the middle of it. The knockup ends up hitting Powerful accidentally, and Powerful honestly shouldn't have dived him in the first place after seeing the Furious dive.
Seems like he forced it there. He used the tidal strike to get close. The range wasn't enough just yet. I think there was a flicker that was committed too, just to secure that. And again, the Lord just spawned so fast. So now, in no time, Onyx ID, they're just this close to getting rid of all the remaining outer turrets from Evil. And this is not looking too good.
Oh, unfortunate.
No more holy shields for mid too.
Yeah, really good spacing coming in from Sans. He knows exactly what he's doing here, but now they're also getting the holy shielding on that top side as well. Wait, the Lord doesn't take the damage!
Oh, they could still utilize this if they wanted to, but they're gonna respect Evil and their potential. They know that the final slash, the knockups from Powerful are available too. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's the curtain call AOG combo. And now it's going back on ID. They finally go for the dive alongside the Netherrealm. They're trying to walk away, but Kyrie doesn't let him. Onyx ID are so close to taking away game number 1. But can Ven make something happen? They don't even get to clear that single minion left. And that's gonna be game 1 over to Onyx ID.
Wow, what a game! What a game we got lined up here today. Really well played coming in from the side of Onyx, making sure that their fluid motions really brought up a new level of play. Win the laning phase on all 3 of the lanes, have the time of your life during the mid game.
My goodness, the adjustments.
Yeah, that was way too easy for Onyx. Honestly, even it feels like Evil were wondering, it's like, how could that have gone better for us? That was just Onyx being Onyx. Lutby stepped up, dominated gear in lane. Keyboy and Sans, deaths and trades here and there, but ultimately got the job done. They got their winning conditions, all of them. Easy win for Onyx.
Really, really good stuff. Again, this is only the very first match here as they start heading on over into the back, making sure They're keeping the fans' hopes alive. But this was the major combo, right? Again, we didn't get to see it too often, but it's something that they had in their arsenal this entire time. It's the curtain call into the AOG. It's really hard. It's an almost guaranteed hit on the AOG every single time, and they only whipped it out right at the end.
Yeah, what was that? What was Aether and Powerful caught together, I think. So you get those two players out, and Van couldn't do much anymore, not even with the presence of the Arlott by his side.
There's no other way to look at it than you're seeing here the Sky Kings. This is peak Onyx form. But what I liked about this performance is that I didn't really see a lot of moments that made me go, what are you doing there? It was just a whole load of, they were all there at the right time, initiated at the right time, entered at the right time. Everything was just at the perfect timing for Onyx time.
After all the series we've been through today, it feels weird to not have a what was that one.
Exactly. No, I'm happy about it. I'm happy about it. It keeps the right side of my brain still active before it runs out of gas. And at the very least, looking at the way that Onyx is playing, it's really telling Evil, hey, you are the ones who need to crack us, not the other way around. Once Onyx gets the tempo, they get into that flow state. And that's something that we need to address, because why did Onyx decide, you know what, we could have dove at any point in time knowing that we have the Faramis in hand and the Black Dragon form. So why didn't they do it right at the top side inhibitor, and instead went straight into mid? Final slash. Still, a massive amount of respect despite Gear being 0-2 by the time he got involved in these fights.
Yeah, it's like every single time they knew that there is even the slightest chance that Evil could get maybe 1 or 2 members out or force a couple things out, then they would rather not risk it. Because I think we saw a glimpse of it almost happening in the mid lane. Before Lutpi jumped in, and I'm not sure if he used the Petrify, but basically he was the guy who seemingly went for the cleanup or allowed Kyrie to go for the cleanup. So that was a moment where it could have happened, but Onyx were just too careful about it, and they made sure that this ended in less than 12 minutes.
Yeah, let's go. Lutpi finally didn't get shafted in lane and now shows us what an EXP can do given the right amount of resources. He doesn't need a lot. He's 3-0-7. A majority of his participations were just assists.
Yeah. Really easy to step up with one of the strongest lane bullies in the game, but to be able to shine with it, get an MVP performance with it, that's a little bit more difficult because it means it's requesting perfection of you to make the most out of your Furious Dive, all your combinations to apply the pressure at the right time, which is exactly what Lutpi did.
So good, so good. When we look at these highlights, right, we need to break it down simply just by the way that Onyx is looking to fight. A majority of these fights that we see here really just comes down to, like, how do I punish the mid lane? How do I make sure that Sayla is never going to be in the right position at the right time to get maximum value out of that Feathered Airstrike? And especially since you have 3 losing lanes and priority in each and every single one of them, this is why you see moments like this where it's like, oh, the AOG is definitely going to connect. Who else is nearby? They win a 4v5 with a late addition to Gear coming in at the end. All of this, every move that we see coming out from Evil gets punished in one way or another. This is something that Onyx has been doing since its inception, especially since their import Kyrie has made waves here in MPL ID and now the international stage as per always, but even more so to the level of perfection where, honestly, even then, how do you realistically play this game? You walk up, you're gonna get engaged on. You stay too far back, you're as good as dead anyways. All of which, just nothing they can really do. I have not much to analyze about this because really the only thing I can ask for Evil is to take bigger risks. And if they fail those risks, they just lose faster. If they happen to win out in those fights, good for them. They buy themselves 2 minutes.
I guess it was a bit too difficult for them to feel confident enough because Sayla didn't have the best possible early game. Or like Sayla was the focus of Onyx during the early stages of the game. And Sayla had to play such a big role in terms of the early damage, in terms of the early rotations, because they're on a backshot jungle. So that was a requirement, and Onyx immediately took it away from them.
It makes me wonder whose call it was. See, look at the deficits. To send Powerful away from the mid to ensure that Sayla, instead of ensuring that Sayla would hit level 4, Powerful just decided to hold the key position as if the Farsa was already level 4 alongside Aether, which they were a little bit closer to the EXP lane then at that time, instead of helping Sayla out in mid. And that little decision eventually snowballed into a big runaway win for Keyboy and Sans at the center of the map, and which meant Kyrie was like, I'm just gonna farm, man. I'm gonna be here getting a perfect game.
I think that EVIL really need to evolve their template style of gameplay, right? They have such tight win conditions, and they're always assuming that the opponents are going to fall into it one way or another. If, you know, they get a little tired, you go on autopilot, bam, that's when we're gonna catch him. We're already in the international stage. It has been 4 consecutive years where we're seeing teams, and honestly, this is where a lot of people leaned into Team Flash more than EVIL for a majority of it because of the experience, right? We see people like Diablo forcing out plays against their opponents to get something back. We don't see that from EVIL.
Yeah, those plays, even those heroes that Diablo, let's say, decides to bring out, and it's the flavor which a lot of people really appreciate about Singapore, despite them not really getting those commendable finishes just yet. But hopefully we get to see that in as early as game 2.
So that was game number 1. Again, best of 3. But it seems like EVIL has way more things to prepare and work on to make sure that they can make this a competitive series and force a game number 3 against the champions of Indonesia. But now we're going to have a little conversation with fans of EVIL who flew out all the way from Singapore to join us here in Jakarta at the Exo Hall. So there's Rose.
Hey guys, Rose here. So right now I'm actually interviewing a little bit of the EVIL friends that I have spotted out in the arena. Hey boys. Okay guys, introduce yourself to all of our audiences.
I'm Musa. I'm Vada. I'm Elvin, also known as Tizu.
Okay guys, so, oh wow, the energy is overpowering right now. So guys, where are you guys from actually? Did you guys fly from Singapore with EVIL?
Correct.
Wow, dedicated friends I see. Now, tell us a little bit more. Why did you guys decide to support EVIL despite having so many teams here in the M7?
Why? Why? There's no why. No such thing as why. Yes, it's who we are supporting.
Oh, who are you supporting?
Correct. EVIL. EVIL.
EVIL as a whole?
I mean, yes, generally, but like specifically one person.
Who?
Our brother. Person. Our blood brother. Brother from another mother. Powerful. The only person.
Oh my. So, Powerful is your brother from another mother.
Correct. That's correct. That's correct.
How did you guys meet? Back then in school? What was it like?
When we were 12 years old.
Oh, 12 years old. You kind of just exposed your age a little bit. Now, since you guys have known Powerful for quite a while, and of course you guys are here to support him, how does it feel to finally seeing him play on the big stage? He finally debuted on an international stage.
It's a fantastic experience as like we see him like perform at the big stage. It brings smile and joy to us.
So like we seen everything he's done his entire life. So like kind of proud.
It's a huge dream for him.
Actually very proud.
Very proud.
Very proud.
Really supportive friends. I really like that. Now, we know that currently you guys are going up against Onyx Indonesia, and from the arena over here, it's a full house, and most of them are definitely Onyx fans, or Sonics, that's what we call them. Do you guys feel extra pressure for EVIL?
Yeah, crazy people.
I don't feel pressure.
The whole stadium against us.
I don't feel pressure. He's our first international, by the way. This won't be the last time you guys will be seeing us.
It only go against the whole stadium.
So 3 versus the whole arena.
Correct.
You
That's
know
all
what?
we need.
I think right now EVIL and Powerful is probably listening to us back in the player room before we begin the second game of their series, and potentially this could be their last because it is definitely match point for Onyx ID. Is there anything you guys want to say to your brother from another mother?
Just gotta adjust, you know. Everything's possible. Just gotta lock in. Lock in.
Last message. What? Last message.
No. Once we're evil. Wait, can I just share one thing?
Yeah, you want to say one thing?
So back in M4, both me and Powerful came to Jakarta as well. Then I remember he told me clearly that Elvin, one day we're gonna come here. And then now that we see him here, like, you know, it's like a really touching and proud moment lah for us. Especially us, like his friends for 9 years, you know. So like we're really very happy and proud for him lah. Yeah.
There you go, Powerful. You have 3 brothers from another mother who is definitely cheering you and supporting you in your journey. We wish you the very best in this potential last game for Evil. Thank you so much, boys. And with that, we are throwing it back to the game. Onyx, ID, or Evil 1 will continue their journey on the M7 World Championship stage.
Let's go, Evil!
That was one of my favorite interviews of all time, bro. No, these guys are a vibe. That was so good.
I'm waiting for Powerful to come up with an album at this point.
Yeah,
Drop
same.
the EP with your friends, man. Like they feel suited for it.
I wish I had friends like that. They were just so.
We hype you up in MPLPH, so we're not your friends.
No.
We've worked with you for 2 years now.
Don't worry, forget about
And you're
that.
still wishing you had friends like that.
No, I meant like.
I hope
Look at them.
all the PH talents just heard that. Naisu. Who else is off of the PH talent? Wolf.
While he's thinking about it, don't worry, Brigitte, because there are new ways to celebrate esports. Tell us about it. The official MLBBM Series tournament trading cards.
Oh, I want to have my own set of this because they bring premium design and modern tech together, and they're available this January. You just have to head to play.com for early access and grab yours to hold a real piece of the M Series legacy, because who knows which player you're gonna get out of all the M7 players we have right here.
It's just one of the few things that you could be doing. Have you gotten all the talents out of the way? Because let me tell you, I have an easy way to memorize stuff, right? It comes with a simple system, and all you gotta do is look at these characters, and usually they come back up in your head pretty quickly. Look at this. Who does this remind you of? Come on, come on, come on.
Bring it up.
Easy.
Yeah.
And all you guys have to do is to be able to memorize these names and all of our talent names, because most of you forget it, you sickos. Check out Acecraft, an STG built around adaptability, random skills, bullet deflection mechanics, and a retro cartoon style, all designed for fast, skill-driven aerial combat. So jump into Acecraft now for some new nostalgic fun.
Attention! MLBB Academy has been fully upgraded. Get personal weekly reports to understand your pacing, strengths, weaknesses, along with a complete match history, so every big moment is recorded. You can also rate trending topics, such as your friend telling you that she doesn't consider you as a friend, despite spending 2 years hyping her up. I was gonna say earlier that Brigitte is like a plane, because she just keeps going up and up with all of her achievements in her career, but yet she says that she wishes she had friends like the friends of Powerful in the interview that we had earlier. I guess apparently we're not good enough hype men. So MLBB Academy is where you're watch matches and understand your growth in MLBB. You can check it out at mobilelegends.com/academy, hashtag MLBB Academy, and hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Soon, eventually, it's going to get so high, it's going to start crashing into towers or something. Either way, I think for the upcoming game, Evil's adaptability needs to be put in a little bit of a box, right? Because the way that we're seeing Onyx dominate these lanes, Evil need to bring the same type of hype there. They need to be able to kind of match those lanes and hold on specifically to priority. They don't have to win the lane necessarily, but if you're already losing all 3, it's almost guaranteed that it's a downhill slope.
Wait, what's with the face?
Don't worry about him.
What's with the face?
He's thinking who other MPL talents he's missed out.
I'm thinking about.
Oh no, not the second one! All right, Evil, back up onto the stage here.
Wait, okay.
They're on match again. Onyx is on match point. It is not an easy position to be in, but Singapore is notorious, and this is why I don't count them out. There's too many times where Singapore as a region has knocked the Malaysian representative out, and I feel like they can do that to anybody.
I mean, unlike the other regions, right? It wasn't entirely a reverse, a sweep, or whatever, but hey.
No, it's just the effect that T-Boy had on the camera there was actually pretty trippy.
Oh, okay, fine. Anyway, I do feel like Sayla would definitely want a better game here.
He definitely does. I think, again, they need to work together. Like him and Powerful, right? They should operate as one, and they need to be ambidextrous, right? And what do I mean by ambidextrous? Yes, it means to be able to write with both your left and your right hands, but they need to work in tandem with each other. If we're going into the same directions, hey, let's both go into the same direction. You open up the map, I'll do the rest. if we need to spread our resources, at least make it very clear how we're going to make it happen, because we're going back to the dangerous grass.
Ooh, yeah, and just at least don't leave.
I like grass.
What?
I like grass.
Ah, okay. Don't leave crucial people in crucial moments. Okay. I wonder how similar it is. Will we still get to see the Yu Zhong? Okay, not anymore. Never mind.
That's an instant ban. Don't worry, Lupi still has Lapu, so it's not the worst.
Yeah. Good call there. Just take it out. At least you aren't gonna have like super sure matchups. Like, oh, the Yu Zhong is pretty much gonna dominate whoever is gonna go up against.
Better question.
Most EXP laners.
Better question, why did Evil ban out Claude here? Is Claude not a consideration for Ven? I know that the one common thing amongst Filipinos is that they're really good at singing. They're all good at Claude.
Yeah.
Like it's built in your blood.
Yeah. But even the Freya gets respected here by Onyx immediately. So a lot of heroes are open, honestly. So the Jushin's won for sure. So is the Eve, which is, I think, a great response to that. Eve.
Yep. Cryo.
They call me how did he contest for it though? Shin.
From falling apart. Among the planes exists.
So we expected the Eve. I wasn't really expecting the Yi Shun Shin to come out this early on, but I guess they're using it as a blind pick, right? They're like, Kyrie, no matter what happens, we're gonna take care of you. Let's first show your pick, just so we have a better idea of what Evil is trying to grasp with this Zushin, and banning out the Claude, man, it's so strange to me.
Yeah, it's very concerning considering that they ban out the Cloud, they ban out the Yu Zhong, they leave the Eve open, they prioritize Jusin. Okay, maybe this is why they want to pick the Leomord into the Jusin. Into the Eve, excuse me. That's sort of like their answer, considering that they took out two of the best divers that can give this Eve a problem. Then they pick up a Uranus, which has been okay. Going back to the past, it's always like, okay, YSS on the other side, Uranus is a good pick.
Yeah, I think I figured it out here. I think Evil right now want to bait Onyx into picking, giving Skylar the carry. That's just the suspicion though, right? Because there's no real reason for you to show your Uranus this early on. Yes, it does work well with the Zushin, but now Esmeralda going to be the counter pick on the opposite side, and they still don't necessarily have to take the marksman. I feel that now that they know that Skylar is comfortable in playing the fighter style and will take advantage of Vengeance, Evil might just do the exact same thing.
What if this is also a flex, honestly?
Uranus Gold?
No, for the Esmeralda. Okay, there's the high loss, because I thought we would be seeing two horses finally, but maybe not. That's a lot of dive we're expecting to see from Evil. And maybe they'd want to take note of these options that could counter or answer back to these attempts. So the Gatot Catch-up being one also gets taken out.
Very nice, very nice. I like this Gato ban. As much as I want Evil to have it, there's almost no way they're gonna get it. I'm pretty confident that Onyx would have just blind picked the Gato anyways, just as denial and raw appeal against someone like Leomord. Because if you taunt him out of the way, or he has to get on top of Barbiel, you can almost kind of preemptively AOG or taunt.
Because even if they're not playing like with Burst, I wouldn't mind if Onyx decide to pick up Cho as their role. Considering that they pick up the Esmeralda this early on because they're thinking, okay, Esmeralda, no matter what, will hit the point where Lupi can just front. It's not going to be easy to take this Esmeralda down. So they're already saying, this is our front line, then you can play for pickoff. You take away the Hilda, you took out the Grok earlier, there's no roamers left that could help potentially match that rotational speed that a Cho has. So if you just want mid-control, aggression, river control, you pick up Cho.
I think it's Cho Khalid that's going to be the contestant, actually.
Yeah, actually, yes.
There's an argument for both, because Khalid's really good playing into the RWM, and Onyx can honestly pick it up for themselves to just try to like, hey, if you are going to try and out-rotate me, I'm going to cut you down. Instead, they go for Chip, a more all-in style of it.
Yeah, so it's just Cho. I just got the last two letters wrong.
Yeah.
That was way funnier than I was expecting it to be. Very nice, very nice. I like that one a lot.
Okay. Well, at least there's not much sudden answers that Evil could throw out if ever they go for the shortcut plays. I mean, there's the Crimson Beacon and the Phantom Steed. But if they get to go in first with the right amount of damage, then that'll be okay. Especially if we don't know what Skylar is gonna pick yet.
Yeah, I don't think he has any decent options at this point. I mean, Claw would have been really, really nice for him, but you know, you get what you get. The Cho, as expected, gonna get locked in, called by Renmar himself. Their final pick, though, is going to be into the carry. So they waited all the way till the very end just to give it. I'm pretty sure that Skylar. Whoa!
What? So it is an Esmeralda gold, or it's an Arlo. No, it's an Esmeralda gold. It has to be.
Wait, did they switch? I'm gonna have to double
Wait,
check that.
let me also. Okay, it is.
Yeah, okay, it's Esme Gold.
It is Esme Gold. Interesting. I mean, Skylar, it's not uncommon because Skylar has done this before, but I like the fact that Onyx are really leaning into, hey, we can really play fighter golds. Quit letting it through.
Yeah, it seems like they also took the little thing that we mentioned earlier that trust Kyrie. That's 2 games now where they played fighter, and then it's really just play for the Yisan Shin. I mean, it worked out for SRG up against Team Liquid Philippines. Team Liquid Philippines. So if that's the idea, maybe it'll work.
I don't know. I think it's kind of risky here right now. I think that Onyx main win condition, if we're looking at the way we're heading on into the Land of Dawn, knowing this could be the final time we see evil, we need to look for weaknesses. Wait, Gear takes Aegis?
Oh!
Huh? Why? Why would he take Aegis?
We're against an Esmeralda.
There's even an Esmeralda on the other side. You didn't flick, you didn't purify, you go for Aegis.
Like, even Sprint makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Oh. A lot of questions for Evil in the early stages of the game, but at least they're doing decent in.
They're not losing lane. that for starters already doing better than game number 1.
Yeah, and it's also Master Assassin. Cool.
What?
Master Assassin, Aegis, this.
What is he going for?
A unique approach.
Okay.
But in the center, look at your boy.
Maybe this is the Singaporean, MLBB surprise.
Wait, I'm thinking about this because Gear has a natural advantage against Ludwig at level 1 and level 2. So taking Master Assassin to really put him at odds, he can do stuff like this, where he can take like one auto, one tower shot, and then as long as he gets Max Sack Ionic Edge onto Lupi, he guarantees a winning trade. So I think right now, it's to make sure that Lupi doesn't get as far ahead as he did in game number 1 on that Yuzong, knowing that he's out to make plays.
Okay. At least Sans doesn't really show up.
This is so cruel.
Yeah, they're holding the minions. Sans wasn't able to get it. Or he was. He was able to get 1 or 2 out of that.
I mean, credit to Gear. So far, he's been the one constantly shoving lane, and he is controlling Ludwig somewhat. So it's working out well for him. So far.
So far. Now Gear making sure that Ludwig is really like deep underneath his turret, right? If anybody tries to make a move, at least he knows that Evil's got his back.
Evil is slightly ahead of Onyx in terms of the XP. Skylar goes in with a falling Star Moon here. He's just trying to zone out so many members. Real world manipulation though committed, and 2 members immediately get deleted. That's the final slash committed by Ludwig and the flicker just to get away. Kiboy lands the stun on 3, and Onyx are still here, but it's Aether who gets the turtle away.
And now they take everything. This is where Kyrie. Oh wait, actually Ludwig is a little too low. Same goes for Kiboy. They don't have enough HP to kind of maintain this, especially against Gear. But hey, Aegis, wow, you saw that Aegis go off. Wow, it protected him from so much damage, but he still died. That's crazy. It's like it's not a good spell.
So really fast. And even Skylar benefited from it, even for just a little bit.
I don't know, it just feels silly. It feels really, really silly to take Aegis, especially when you know that there's an Esmeralda on the other side anyways. Sure, you could be using it pretty decently for lane, but why not just take Sprint? Or why not just take, something real simple? I would honestly make an argument for Execute even to be better than this Aegis.
Because he's the guy who can chase and just finish off kills if he wanted to.
Exactly. Don't play for Peel.
Oh, and now Gear looks to be the target. There's a shortcut that's gonna be committed on him. And immediately after that, they're going to resume and return to their individual lanes. Skylar gets the sense that there might be something up top though.
Oh my god.
So he will not try to defend any further. We'll just have to sacrifice the energy shield.
Nice. I thought maybe Boy had his ult ready to go, but he used it down on the bottom side, which is why it kind of snowballed in this particular manner. This is a good response from Evil.
Yeah, they went map to map. They get their carry out of lane. Now they can easily play S5, play 4 Ven. Was able to maximize the energy shield. They really don't have to worry about the Esmeralda too much, even though it already has 2 kills. Has enchanted Talisman. They have their first item on their carry, and then they can just build from this point. Hopefully with rotating together, they don't forget that there are still gold cards that they can give to that carry for just a little bit more of a boost in the gold department.
Yeah, beat him up, Gear. Beat him up ever so slowly. Punch him in his face. Riveting EXP gameplay. Wow, look at him go.
Let's watch this. Okay.
Wow.
That actually hurt.
I mean, he does. He genuinely can like dive him underneath the turret, knowing that Lupi just used his final slash. But now that wait, he missed out on 1 minute. You know what? Never mind. He doesn't need it. He's just gonna proxy the next wave, right?
Ooh. Boy's just holding this.
What is he doing? What is he doing? Are you proxying the wave? I want pick one.
Decision Gear. Did not cut it. Now he will make it to the turtle, goes to the mid. But then there is minion wave pushing down bot.
Your face.
I am losing it.
I gotta do play-by-play. Hold on. Now that's Way of the Dragon, which doesn't connect. Evil will freely get this objective once again, but Keyboy and the other members of Onyx are actually gonna go for it. Gear is down, and not even the Aegis keeps him alive.
Oh. Okay. All right. Despite all of that, the biggest loser in this is still Gear. He lost an entire wave, nearly lost his tier 1, joined the fight, used his Aegis, still died. It's just, it is not going well for Gear at this point, and Onyx ID are taking full advantage that he doesn't have a Purify.
The kick from Powerful off angle, but that ended up being a turtle for Evil and another kill maybe.
Oh, Aether gets Barbiel. They're chasing after Skylar. That's 4 members onto him, and he cannot survive. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Gear will not die for the 4th time.
Yep. Not yet. Not until he has his Aegis, of course. Classic. The classics. But Skylar honestly got pretty close to actually escaping that. Had he just charged his Falling Star move just a little bit longer, I think he would have made it over the wall before Sayla was able to get his max stack Sub-Butterfly to lift him up.
Still a very close game. It's Keyboy is being managed relatively well.
Yeah.
The gold lead has not ballooned to an insane amount. Evil has gotten the first 2 turtles. Fed still hasn't died yet. They got him out of lane quicker. They maximized the energy shielding up top with the carry. By all means, Evil can suddenly turn this around if Onyx slip up. The thing is, it's a little bit more conditional of Onyx actually messing up instead of Evil taking the charge here. But they do have the tools.
Yeah.
There is still a gap favoring the Yi Sun-Shin over the Leomord, though. The good thing is Leomord's that hero. He can just clean up. So how do you get to the point where the members of Onyx are low enough for Leomord to clean up? Now that's the question.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just has to come down to Powerful and Ven making the initial attack, killing the target that gets Way of the Dragon, and then having to deal with the RWM later. Because Aether, no matter what, has to come in from like either a flank angle or needs to just peel for his backline. Yeah. One or the other. He can't do both, unfortunately, but that's kind of up to Onyx, because this is a really good case study of Evil playing the reactive draft and defensive draft, while Onyx are the ones who are forced to make more plays.
Yeah, it's Powerful and Ven who have to work together for now, especially if they find the right targets. But at this point, Onyx ID, they're just showing themselves up, and it doesn't feel like they care. Powerful's already pretty low on this Cho, even before this turtle fight.
Yeah, it looked like Onyx were also trying to force the flicker out of him, but he decided to hold on to it, knowing that there's a lot of value with having the flicker on him. Free turtle for Onyx as no more roamer means no more contention for Evil.
Okay.
Again, I don't want to keep. Oh no! Oh no!
Now that's the Aegis.
Yes.
Now he's alive, but there's a shortcut and a falling star moon all thrown out at them at once. The final /2 catching multiple members. They trade out gear for Lutfi, an EXP for an EXP lane, but Evil at least defend the mid, but will also have to give up Powerful.
Okay, a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Onyx. They now actually have a decent lead against Evil at this stage. Man, it's so sad. Even with the Aegis, could not sustain the raw damage being pumped out right now. And the fact that Aether is already 2 levels down on Kyrie, these neutral objectives are pretty much uncontestable.
Well, Aether and Ven have not gone down yet. Even Sayla. The formation that Evil have been playing, it's sort of like a Singaporean Ube, just stick it together, play for your carry. Yeah. It's worked out well for them. The Crimson Legion of Sayla has stopped on it being overly aggressive.
Another real world and final slash, bringing them right back into the real world manipulation. They get to finally take down that tier 1 in mid. Aether also using the Phantom Steed, but Onyx are not gonna fight head on.
What the heck, are we fighting or what? They need to make a couple of calls here, right? As much as they need to trade up, I think the one thing that Evil's really good at is identifying how much gold profit or loss they get from it. I think they have a very good sense of it, because now they know that Onyx ID has a lead. Being able to fight back is a good thing, but if they don't get a guarantee, they need that 100% guarantee that they get that one guy. If not, it's just not worth the time.
Food peak goes in, but it's like everyone gets to dodge it. Powerful doesn't find the way of the dragon to answer back.
Still waiting for the flicker to get back on that show. Sayla, Ven, Aether holding on to your life every engagement. And slowly the lead of Onyx ID is getting to a point where it's unmanageable for Evil.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this split that we got with Kyrie on the top side. He's got Keyboy already at a pretty good intersection, monitoring both the purple buff alongside with the Tribe Rush. Meaning anybody on this top side who starts moving past the tier 2s are going to be visible to Keyboy, allowing Onyx ID to make the decision. This is why Kyrie, he's coming back. He thought he was going to recall. No, they start moving towards the mid lane and now they're attacking.
Oh, the combo was not it. Keyboy now finds Ven in the backlines, and the perfect usage of the real world, and the final slash seems like it might be a wipeout for Evil. Aether finds a trade on Sans, but now here is next, and that's the 5th to go down as a wipeout indeed happens, courtesy of Onyx ID.
Wombo combo done beautifully by Onyx ID. That flank from Keyboy with the conceal straight into the shortcut. Immaculate.
Powerful decided to call it, but in the end, it ended up being a wonderful setup for Onyx to get a massive win there. They get the Lord, they got the wipeout, and it now has gotten to an uncontrollable lead for Onyx. Evil's time is ticking. Let's look at the instant replay. Everything fell perfectly. Even the falling star moon. Everything aligned for Onyx to pounce on that.
Just look at Keyboy. He's targeting Ren this entire time, and even Lupi is conveniently on top of him, which is like the best case scenario. It's like you're looking behind to see where the killer is chasing you, and when you look forward, it's just a wall full of knives. It's just, no matter what, you will find death.
Yeah, honestly, even the shortcut layered perfectly with the real world and keeping every single member of Evil in the range of the real world manipulation. So it's not like Keyboy's been using it aggressively all the time. It's like he's always also finding the time to use it in a manner that'll make sure they're able to maximize their other resources as well. Final Slash doesn't connect way of the dragon, just used to kick him away from the range. They still have the Lord. It's healthy in the mid lane, but they'll focus on taking down the other base turrets first. Here looking to be next, still has the Aegis though. Will he use it now? He does, but then he just needs one more hit before he goes down, but Onyx ID don't care. All they want is the sweep, but Evil are still trying to defend, but for now, they can! They take out some minions that are left, but finally, Onyx ID complete the sweep!
2-0, and now they get another life. One more series away for qualification. But unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to another region, another representatives. Evil put their hearts here up on that stage, and they played with everything they got.
Evil ended the 4-season reign of NIP Flash, or excuse me, Team Flash in Singapore, ending their streak. But today, they are not able to take down the Sky Kings. As Jakarta goes wild, their champions still holding on. They now go up to the 2-2 bracket. Evil will have to go home.
Look at the Sonics. They're all having so much fun. and they definitely missed seeing Onyx in this form. Because even those plays from Keyboy on the Cho, and even when it was on the chip, it's a Cho, but he got the last two letters wrong. The chip and the Eve still finding ways to link up to. This is the Onyx we've been wanting to see.
The Onyx that people were expecting. And with the faces, you can tell they wanted to have a better showing. They understood the enemy ahead of them, the Goliaths, the Sky Kings, as you may call them. But at the very least, they wanted to show that Singapore had just a little bit more.
Yeah. Clean, perfect. And as expected for Onyx, this is the type of performance that they needed to deliver. Because anything other than this would have raised questions. This was a definitive answer to all of the doubters here today. Onyx are still here. Best of ones historically, maybe it just doesn't go well for them. But definitely the best of threes. Much more comfortable, much more determined as well.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps build up that ego, build out that confidence, because the journey isn't over yet for Onyx. They still have another match ahead of them after the draw to see if they can qualify. But the smiles on Kyrie does tell you, and considering that both Sans as well as Keyboy nonchalantly take off their headsets, they know we can definitely do better, but for now, this will be good enough.
Yep.
Thank you for the effort, Evil. Hope to see you bounce back in the next one. But now, it's the Sky Kings' time of glory.
Evil has let the world see a different side of Singapore MLBB. We bid you the best of luck as you make your way back onto the world stage. And of course, another team that survives elimination today, the home ground heroes, Onyx Indonesia! Right now with me here on stage, we have Kyrie and Skylar. Boys, congratulations. That was a very clean and deserving of victory. But let's cut to the chase. A lot of people has been wondering or even worrying, what is going on with Onyx? Why such a shaky start?
I think, personally, I think it's just because of the best of one curse for Onyx. I think that's our biggest problem.
The biggest obstacle is getting over the curse.
Yeah.
Now that we have entered a best of 3 and tomorrow you guys will be playing again, you think it's gonna be smoother now?
Because it's not best of one anymore, I think it'll be, a lot smoother.
A lot smoother. I think that's what the Indonesians want to hear in the arena. And of course, Skylar, you guys entered the competition being one of the favorites. A lot of people expected you guys to win. But how is it like managing the expectation? While Kyrie is translating, so masa Onyx ID qualify untuk M7, ramai orang ada ekspektasi tinggi untuk Onyx ID. So, macam mana Skylar manage expectation ramai orang tu untuk perform yang lebih bagus di M7?
Bahasa Indonesia kan ini?
Well, now we're stuck!
Mungkin kekalahan kemarin menjadi pelajaran lah buat kita, dan kita sekarang ya udah nothing to lose ya, jadi kita nggak pikirin apa-apa lah, jadi kita kasih yang terbaik aja.
They're currently on a nothing to lose mindset. So you know what? At the end of the day, they have nothing to lose. They're just doing their best and performing on the M7 World Stage. So, adakah kemenangan ini maksud tu Onyx sudah selesai semua masalah dalam Onyx? Does this win mean that you guys have already fixed whatever internal problems you guys had with the best of ones and everything? Udah selesai kah masalahnya?
Nggak tahu sih, nggak mikir ke situnya, jadi cuman ya problemnya ya kalau BO1 ya menurut gua nggak ada problem juga, cuman ya kita adaptasi juga, dan sekarang udah BO3 harusnya kita lebih confident.
Skylar said that problems will always exist, but they have adapted to it, and of course, they're just gonna do their best. And Kyrie, before the match started, we were catching up outside with your friend Sayla, and you did say that you're gonna send him home today, Kyrie. Is there a message perhaps for Sayla after you really sent them home?
Be careful in the airport.
Be careful at the airport. Okay, that is something. And of course, Kyrie, tomorrow you guys will be playing your final game this Swiss stage. Is there a message for the Sonics to reassure them that you guys will be getting 1 knockout slots for yourself?
I think Skylar wanna talk.
Skylar.
He has a message for the fans.
Okay, nice one. Skylar, mau cakap anything kepada Sonics?
Oh, pesan-pesan.
Yes, untuk mendapatkan last knockout slot untuk Onyx.
Pesan-pesan buat Sonic, ya ada istri gue juga yang udah support gue, ya dan buat Sonic support kita juga karena besok kita masih ada match dan doain semoga kita kasih yang terbaik.
Alright, he said tomorrow we shall pray for the best and hopefully the best will come for Onyx Indonesia. Once again, boys, congratulations on making it out of the elimination match. What an intense day. With that, let us show it back to the casters to give us a rundown on what happened in this incredible clean sweep from the side of Onyx Indonesia.
The perfect series for a much-needed comeback for a team that needed it. Honestly, best way to describe what we just saw. 2 dominating games by Onyx, where we saw their best qualities. Clearly, a lot of things need to be shaken up for Evil.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that can be said about it. I feel like very lackluster. I don't want to be too harsh on them because no matter what, they're still our brothers just across the causeway for the Malaysian region. And I do hope that they eventually, this is a learning experience, it's something, you know, to take. But we say that every year. It's M7 at this point, so it's like eventually they're going to get there.
Yeah, hopefully so. That's been a lot of learning experiences for Evil. And especially for those players who finally got to return or play in the international stage, that's definitely something they are going to carry over to their next appearances, if any. But our MVP for that game has to be the Yisun Shin, which, as we've talked about, the hero they just decided to trust everything with. It's the Yisun Shin for 2 games in a row that they decided to prioritize and not anything else, not the Leomords, not the other usual assassins we're used to seeing from Kyle. So it seems like for this series at least, they've revolved their playstyle significantly around the Yisun Shin.
I mean, not only that, right? If we say that Kyrie is like, oh, he's going back into his like Yisun Shin days, well, let's say Skylar is going back into his fighters because that's exactly what we saw here in this game. Every single interaction did feel very intentional, specifically coming in from our boys here at Onyx, right? And I think that Onyx Indonesia did a really good job in a couple of areas. Number one, when they're in losing positions, what are they doing? And a lot of it just boils down to how do you out-macro your opponents with Chip? That's why, look, B, he never needs to be quote-unquote in position, he's just waiting for the trigger. And in each one of these fights, the RWM is so instrumental in buying just enough time for Chip to actually get in and drop the portal in the first place. So with all these delayed times, where do you find, if you are Evil, how exactly do you find these big punishes? Number one, a lot of it really comes down to the macro. And I think that the macro is very, very evident in moments like this. Now, let's look at the map that we see right before us, right? Yisun Shin is on the top side of the map. Chip is looking for a potential angle to get him in there. The question is, how is he going to do that? And as you see the play slowly develop, Kyrie gets into the middle of this fight with the portal that was just dropped after the RWM almost instantaneously, while the top side of the map is getting pushed down into enemy territory. So again, it's not like Onyx is fighting for the sake of fighting, but more importantly is making sure that even if they do lose the fight, the convergence of gold for Evil is close to 0, or better yet, in a winning situation, they get everything. All the jungle, all the neutral objectives, and every single one of these towers don't stand a chance, especially in these last moments. After out-macroing them for about 8 minutes straight, the deficit is just too big. Outscaled, stat-checked, and the people who are supposed to hold out in the early game, they just didn't scale, and Uranus fell off.
Well,
just the way,
Onyx,
the way it happens.
Yeah, exactly. And what's great is that they also just, despite everything that has happened, they also just showed up and said, Kyrie, take the charge. No matter what happens, we'll protect you. We got you. You'll get your farm. You'll be able to pop off when needed. And he ended up walking with a maniac. Of course, you also see there the frustration from the members of Evil.
Yeah.
I believe in that one it was Gear, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, there was Gear, the reaction that we got to.
Yeah.
Even Powerful also had frustrations with that game. I mean, can't blame him. Onyx just looked like every single motion that they had was just red.
Yeah, but it's just so hard to think that some of the most important calls in that game, which gave Onyx the full advantage, were made by Powerful.
Yeah.
Especially though that one instance where we saw the real world manipulation into the shortcut into the final slash happen, because I feel like that was obviously a call for Powerful to go for someone, but do we still wanna point out the?
I mean, there's nothing much you could have done, right? Because no matter what, the layers upon layers upon layers of natural CC that Onyx actually has, if he wasn't going to get canceled, if the Way of the Dragon wasn't canceled out by the RWM, it was going to get canceled out by the shortcut, or when Keyboy decides to ram into him, or the Falling Star Moon coming in from Skylar, or the final slide. There's no way you can dodge all of it. And I think that Powerful tried his best, but I think they needed to break out of the template. When was Powerful going to show up and maybe set up a kill for Gear with the help of Aether, right? Yeah. A lot of these motions are too staple, too set in stone. We need to be a little bit more flexible in these areas. Maybe not so the early game, but hopefully it improves from there for Evil to see that there is a bigger picture, because their macro is good when they are actively thinking about it. But when it's the autopilot, holy, they crash.
And they just forget about one of the key conditions. One of the main things when you're going up against a chip is that make sure you know where the chip is. It's not you. Yes, every time people think about chip, they think about it's that guy who can suddenly bring a massive 5-man split push off the side because one guy's defending, the chip shows up with a portal. But no, in terms of the team fighting, chip is really good as well. Make sure that you're marking him, because his shortcut will kill you if you're not careful. Congratulations to Onyx, who have done it perfectly. Now it's time to say thank you to some friends. Gideon, is the real me still in you?
You don't want to know. You don't want to know. And I'm not going to tell the sponsors whether or not I'm going to give it back later, because it's so good. It's got all these crazy features like the AI inside of it, like the AI gaming coach they like to call it. But it doesn't just stop there. When fights break out, you can also have preset combos with just a single tap. So with the combination of the AI coach to tell you exactly what you need to get better at the game and preset combinations so you are the ultimate show god that nobody will ever doubt ever again, the real me is the way to do it. Don't bother looking, it's definitely not there.
Yeah, I can't find it. Let's just leave it to other people to get it from Gideon.
Yep, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Because that's not all, right? Because thank you once again to the Realme 15 Pro, the M7 official gaming phone.
Hey, I can see someone there.
He's
here with us again!
Hello, mortals.
Oh,
It's good to see you again. I am V. Meet V. He is I am a very cheerful buddy.
First person.
At the heart of V's biggest cultural moments. It's V with 2 E's. My last name is Suh. He's here at the M7 World Championship to cheer us all up. Isn't he cute?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sometimes people call me V-Chan, but you know, V is a fluffy blue card-shaped entity. He refers to himself in the third person like Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Sometimes he even gets mistaken for a cloud because he floats around it. He floats? Why does he have legs?
To cushion the fall.
Yeah.
I got you.
Okay, so do you have any other V facts that people would like to share?
Oh, V, do you have any advice on how to be the champion you want to be?
Ooh.
Simply get Visa. Visa is powerful because big plays start small. And with Visa, well, you can start getting bigger.
Getting bigger
in life.
Ah,
all
yes.
the purchases you can make.
Yeah. That's do you have any final words, V?
Stay fast, stay secure, be the champion you want to be, and be the real MVP.
Yes. Get it.
I will now float away from this man's mouth.
No, V, don't go. Well, with the great advice coming in from V, I feel like I don't want to walk into ongoing traffic, but luckily, you guys can really double down and go, hey,
glue Patrick skin available in game now. Please don't miss it because this has been so funny throughout the entirety of the show. It's great to see every single time. It gets a kick out of us.
Yeah, there was a highlight moment by Team Liquid Philippines EXP laner Patrick Vinuya yesterday with a terrific performance on this glue.
Hello, SpongeBob. I said it again.
I will admit that's the cutest Patrick impression I've ever heard.
Yes, I did it. We'll not let Gideon do it because then I would.
I'm out of voice. I've got nothing left in the tank to top that at this
Yeah,
point.
I'm gonna save it. Apparently, I'm also being a part of the group draw later, and I have to somehow keep it together while being around the Mother of Tanks. That never goes well for me.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna stand there stoically and let Rose do all the hosting.
I can't. I'm gonna fangirl if I were in your position.
Yeah, I will fangirl later. You'll see me do that. Thank you once again for joining us all today. For all the teams that bowed out of the M7 World Championship today, we want to say thank you. And I hope that back home, when your regional leagues start happening, you pop off, and we hope to see you again in the next big one. Renmar, Gideon, Brigada, RGB, that's it for today. But we're going to have a little draw, so see ya.
Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming foam.
Welcome to the M7 Carnival, legend. You traveled all the way to the Land of Dawn? Don't worry, we'll guide you through all the activities and wonderful experiences we have. Here's everything you can do in the M7 Carnival for ticket prices as low as 20,000 rupiah. First stop is the Stage of Legends, filled with performances, music, cheers, the biggest M7 watch party, and a special performance from Stephanie Poetry on the final day of the carnival. Game recognizes game in the M7 Carnival, as we'll be collaborating with the NBA. And history is made here at the M7 Carnival, the first ever MCGG World Championship. The Go 1 Grand Final will be hosted here at Stadion Maja Jakarta. So come join us and feel the energy. Next stop, the Heroes Playground, to take photos with giant hero statues and meet cosplays of heroes from the Land of Dawn. Come to the Hall of Creators and Pros to meet and greet with top content creators. Teams from MPL ID and Legends are here. Line up, take photos, and even walk away with an autograph. Play games in the rewards arena to win prizes from all of our brand partners. It's at the MPL Market. Booths of your favorite teams, exclusive drops, and surprises from your favorite teams. Take a quick bite at GoPay's Land of Dine. We've partnered up with GoPay for your food and drinks. The Magic Map has shown us all 6 zones in the M7 Carnival. We're calling you to play, explore, and wander. Don't miss out on exclusive gifts ready for visitors worth over 2.5 billion rupiah, including M7 limited edition swag bags, exclusive merch, in-game chests, and special skins. Are you ready, legend? Get your tickets soon, because we can't wait to meet you at the M7 Carnival.
Rise beyond greatness and reignite your star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
Welcome back to the M7 World Championship Round 5 Swiss stage draw. You're here with me, Rose, Renmar, our very special guest, Vivian, the mother of thanks, and Alyssa from the ID broadcast. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Vivian.
Hi, beauty.
She's a bit shy, but it's okay. We're very nice people, right, Renmar?
I'm shy too. I did not expect I'd be on the stage with Vivian today. Everyone knows I'm a big fan, so I'm just trying to keep it together for the draw.
Yes. Now, a little bit of a recap. We have just finished our 4th round of the Swiss stage. And with that, only 6 teams remain fighting for the last 3 slots in the knockout stages.
Yeah, I mean, the results today of the matches, a little bit expected for a majority of the people, but now it's down to the wire. Tomorrow's going to be our very final day of Swiss, and I'm excited to see who are going to go up against each other.
Yes, indeed. And because of that, we will be doing a little bit of a draw, just one last draw this Swiss stage. But before that, of course, we would like to talk a little bit to our special guest. Vivian, how are you feeling?
I'm a little nervous because I have to choose well for Onyx, for win to Onyx ID.
Actually, okay, I was wondering, it's like, okay, so Vivian has literally pretty much won almost everything in female competitive MLBB. She's gone against the best women's teams in the world in an international stage. Yet I was wondering, why is she nervous for this? But of course, she's picking for an Indonesia team.
Yeah, she won like 33 times or something like that. Yeah. Now, Vivian, how do you feel about the Swiss stage so far? Are you surprised with the results or do you expect most of it?
I'm shy because I must to speak English.
You don't have to worry, that's why I'm here.
Okay.
I will help you.
Ya, apa katanya Kak?
Jadi gimana sejauh ini kamu ngelihat nih dinamika di Swiss stage sendiri, Vivian? Dinamika di Swiss stage.
Banyak hal yang gak expect lah kalau yang kemarin-kemarin itu ya. Kayak apalagi Onyx habis kalah mulu, jadi agak deg-degan nih milih yang sekarang.
Okay.
Semoga menang, amin.
There are so many unexpected things, and especially because of Onyx streak loss, and yeah. Rose?
Yeah, I do understand her feelings right now, Renmar, because it is rather unexpected for Onyx to be on a lose streak so early into the Swiss stage, no? But now that Onyx actually extended their life by winning today, 2-0, convincingly 2 up against Evil. Yeah. Do you think Onyx is ready for the knockouts?
Kamu rasa Onyx udah siap belum nih untuk knockout stage?
Harus siap, pasti siap sih dia. Soalnya kan pasti dia mau banget gak sih M7, orang baru 1 kali doang menangnya kan di Indonesia. Jadi harus menang, apalagi nanti aku pilih semoga tangannya wangi ya Allah, amin.
Amin. Definitely. Vivian believes that Onyx will be more than ready for the knockout stage, especially because M Series has only one time winning for Indonesians. So hopefully our representative could win this time.
Yeah, and considering that how interesting the meta is, I'm glad that we actually get a moment to talk with Vivian here as the mother of tanks. What's your feeling towards the meta for roamers and tanks? Just your general thoughts on it.
Kak, aku ngerti, cuma jelasin lagi.
Oke, jadi menurutmu dari meta roamer dan sebagai mother of tank nih, dari meta roamer and
Yeah, for tanks and roamers in general, like the meta.
in general aja, menurut kamu seperti apa nih untuk metanya sendiri?
Menurut aku metanya lagi yang tebel-tebel banget. Karena terakhir aku di SEA Games pun kayak main hero inisiator gitu agak susah karena nggak ada yang bisa ditarget kan. Terus kayak damage-nya bawa Purify, jadi harapannya semoga nanti bisa main dengan gameplay yang berbeda-beda lah buat Onyx. Biar jangan kayak main yang ngeburst satu orang doang, bisa game yang war gitu. Jadi tanknya lagi pada yang tebel-tebel kayak Hilda, Hylos gitu kan. Jadi semoga draftnya bagus juga, amin.
Okay.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, Vivian thinks there's a very thick meta, especially the gameplay that we look, especially from Onyx. So she hopes more on the like spreading on the gameplay more than just one by one.
Yeah, she's looking forward to more of the pick-off composition, more towards the tankier types like the Hilda and the Hylos, and avoid those like single-targeted heroes in order to potentially secure a win based on her experience just in the recently concluded SEA Games.
You know what I realized about this stage? I kind of feel bad. I need 2 translators. I'm just here like, all right, cool. Yes, okay, thank you for translating for me.
It's okay now, Vivian. Are you ready?
Bismillah, ready.
Okay, you may put your mic inside here. Okay. All right. Let's go, Vivian. You may put your hand inside. Okay. But before we begin, I would just like to remind you guys of a few things. Hold on, yeah, Vivian. 2 teams that have faced each other before cannot face each other again. So the following are the restricted matchups. Onyx versus YG and Onyx versus Team Spirit.
If a team is drawn into the same matchup, they are placed onto the next possible matchup and draw all left side teams first is what you'll be seeing, and then we'll draw all the away teams to determine the matchup. So this first team showing up here is
Dun, 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 dun.
Yangon Galacticos.
Yangon Galacticos is the first team on the left side of our draw. All right. Up next, Vivian. A quick reminder to everybody, it's YG first, followed by another and another before we head onto the right side.
Yeah, just to make it clear for everyone, again, this is not the opponent of Yangon that is getting drawn.
All right, up next, we have... Dun, 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 dun. I think we're making her more nervous.
Our sound effects.
Dun, dun,
It
dun.
is...
Oh. Team Spirit. Ooh, the left side is getting a little bit hot.
Yeah, so we're not going to see Yangon Team Spirit. Again, we cannot see Onyx versus Yangon or Team Spirit. So whoever gets drawn here last, if it's not Onyx, they're going to be facing Onyx.
Yeah, indeed. All right, 4 balls left.
Oof.
All right, let's go, Vivian. The last team on the left side is...
Who is it?
Team Falcons. Oh. Okay.
Well, you know what that means. Again, to confirm, Team Spirit and Yangon cannot go up against each other, meaning that means Onyx is going to be going up against Falcons.
Yes. Okay. The next one
Okay.
will be going up against Yangon Galacticus. But just a reminder,
Yeah.
if a team cannot meet that team,
Yeah.
they will either be swapped or flipped in an order that they haven't met before.
The next possible matchup
Is
that we are getting.
Onyx, Indonesia. And like we have mentioned, Onyx cannot meet YG and TS, so
They
Onyx
are-
will be meeting Falcons.
Yep.
All
It
right.
goes down there.
Are the Indonesians in the arena happy? Oh yeah, they're happy.
Very happy about that. Of course, we had to do that for the formality of it all, but hey, it's like we immediately got to see right away. So who's
Vivian is not happy.
Yeah. Who's this matchup gonna be?
YG will be
For
going up
Yangon.
against. Oh no! CG Esports from Malaysia!
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh, this is getting hot.
Yeah, they went to a 3-game ringer against Black Sentence earlier. Of course, they are victorious, but Yangon, that is a tough opponent
Yes,
for CG.
exactly. And for formalities, the last one will be CFU Gaming. But just for formality, we're still gonna open it up, and there you guys have it.
Great matchup.
Whew.
That's a great
Oh
matchup.
my. I am sweating.
Yeah, me too. But the draw is done and the matches are clear. The final set of matches for knockouts qualification.
Yes, indeed. All right. Vivian is very happy. She was at the backstage just now asking me, who should Onyx meet? Who should Onyx meet? I'm scared. I'm scared to draw. There you go. Are you happy?
Happy because sesuai apa kak?
It suits
Exactly
yeah.
what you expect.
Exactly what I expect. Anjay.
She's
Let's go.
so happy, guys.
Let's go.
No, she's so happy. Now, which matchup are you most excited to see? Because we have 3 matches of best of 3s tomorrow. Which one are you most excited to see?
Yang mana yang paling kamu nantikan nih dari ketiga match yang akan ada esok hari?
Ini doang atau ada lagi yang
Ya, ini aja.
Oh ini aja ya?
Ya, ini aja.
Mana yang paling seru?
Ya lawan yang Onyx dulu, yang paling seru pastinya Onyx. Udah sih Onyx aja.
She's excited to
Definitely
see Onyx and
Onyx.
Onyx only.
Yeah. Fair.
Very
Fair matchup on
Yes, very
fair,
fair.
honestly. All right, so well, we've already seen a lot of the matches so far. I'm pretty sure you're happy with the draw, with what
Sudah
the matches we
hasilnya?
got.
Sudah puas, Vivian?
I'm happy because I think make Onyx too easy next step. Wait.
It feels like she made the next step for Onyx too easy.
Yes.
All right.
I'm very
That's a
excited for
clip.
tomorrow.
That's a clip for you.
Yes. Oh, guys, just another reminder. The order of which we have drawn the matches is not gonna reflect on the schedule tomorrow.
Yeah.
To know more about it, do stay tuned onto all of the MLBB esports social media pages to know what time your favorite teams will be playing tomorrow.
Yeah. And remember, if you're wondering how come Onyx can no longer face Yangon and Team Spirit, it's because Onyx has already faced Yangon and Team Spirit. So even if it was the other way around drawn, Team Spirit cannot meet up with Onyx, vice versa, all that.
Yes, yes, yes. So how about we look at our Swiss draws on the screen right now? I think it's coming up.
It's time to look at the bracket.
The bracket?
Yeah, it's been quite a journey for the M7 World Championship, so just time to run it back again. Every match that has led to the moment tomorrow with the last set of qualifications. Of course, we've had to say goodbye to Boosgate, TFYG, Evil, Zone, and Black Sentence, but now the last 6 teams facing it off tomorrow.
Yes, and tomorrow we will know who the last 3 teams that are heading to the knockout stages. Honestly, Renmar, it's been a ride this Swiss stage, and it's only about to get hotter, honestly, this M7.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see that the results that Onyx had earlier on led to this, that we have a very interesting final day. Yangon against CG, Team Spirit versus CFU. Team Falcons from MENA against Onyx ID.
Are you excited? Which match are you looking forward to?
Oh, well, personally, it's Team Spirit versus CFU. I feel like Spirit and CFU are going to be a really good one, especially if CFU can continue the form that they showed today.
I'm very excited and scared for the YGCG match because I think that's going to be crazy,
Yeah, oh, for sure it will.
wild, and definitely nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be one of those games that are just very entertaining, MLBB, fighting, and meanwhile, you're hopefully not too stressed out in the back, and CG doesn't make it too stressful for you, Malaysian.
Yeah, you know what? Fingers are crossed, but it's fine. At the end of the day, we already have one Malaysian representatives in. And you know what? It's been a long day. Tomorrow is about to potentially be longer than today, as it is the last day of the Swiss stage. Thank you so much to Alyssa. Thank you, of course, to our mother of tanks, Vivian. I hope you're very happy today. And of course, thank you to Renmar.
I'm very happy. I got to share the stage with Vivian again. And you, of course.
You can stand beside Vivian.
No, don't wait. Yeah, sure, baby. Okay.
Go.
Yeah.
As we close up, you
Yeah.
may stand beside Vivian.
Yeah, I love Vitality, so yeah.
Yeah, he loves Vitality. And to everybody watching, I hope you guys are quite happy with the last Swiss draw that we have tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning into the M7 World Championship broadcast today. Once again, this is Rose, Renmar, Vivian, and Alyssa. We shall see you tomorrow for the last day of the Swiss stage, where 3 more teams will advance to the knockout stages.